I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. First,
we invite our Honorable Professor Dr. Achyut Samanta Sir, ex-member of Parliament, founder of KIT, KIS and KIMS, and recipient of around 70 honorary doctorates. His philosophy of art of giving has transformed millions of lives. The educational system he created serves over 60,000 students and stands as a testament of his vision of education as a tool for social transformation. Sir, please take your position on the dais.
We invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Rajiv Bal. He brings over 3 decades of experience from the WHO Geneva, where he led maternal and child health initiatives impacting millions worldwide. As the current Director General of the ICMR and Secretary General to the Government of India Health Research, he spearheads India's largest network of medical research institutions, driving innovation in vaccine development and genomic surveillance. We welcome you, sir, on the dais.
We invite Professor Dr. Subrat Acharya, Pro-Chancellor KIT, Padma Shri awardee, a gastroenterologist and former President of AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Professor Acharya has been instrumental in establishing world-class medical education at KIT. His clinical expertise and administrative acumen have elevated healthcare standards across India. So please join us.
We invite Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla, sir, the chairman of our organizing committee. We invite Professor C.B.K. Mahanti, sir. We invite Professor Dr. Ajit Mahanti, sir. And we invite our principal R.C. Das to please join the dais.
To commence today's proceedings, I invite our distinguished Dean and Principal, a veteran Air Force officer, eminent medical educator. We would like to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries with a flower bouquet as a token of gratitude.
Thank you.
To commence today's proceedings, I invite our distinguished Dean and Principal, a veteran Air Force officer, eminent medical educator, whose leadership has taken KIMS to new heights. May I request Air Vice Marshal Professor Dr. R.C. Das, Dean and Principal KIMS, to deliver the welcome address. So please.
Good morning, dear students. Honorable member on the dais, our loving founder, KIT, KIS and KIMS, Professor Dr. Achyut Samanta sir, Dr. Rajiv Behel sir, Secretary, Government of India, Health Research and Director General ICMR. Sir, we welcome you all, and in fact, for younger generation, you must know he is a personality by service pediatrician and researcher. He has invented a zinc for a treatment of diarrheal disease, which is translated the millions' life and changed the practice. That's what we are expecting from the research. From what do you want? From bench to bedside. Sir, your presence here inspires all of us, sir. We are looking forward as a model for you in future. Our Padma Shri awardee, Professor Dr. Subrat Acharya, sir. He is known to all of you. He is our Pro-Chancellor and eminent gastroenterologist. Similarly, he is the chairperson for the conclave what we have met today. Under his leadership, we have organized this conclave. Professor Yogesh Chawla, he is the person whom I regard. Without whom, Yogesh Chawla ji, this conference could not have been possible. He is the person, chief coordinator, organizing people, planning, making contacts. Everybody comes. Sir, thank you. Keep doing it. And we will be going for KIMS Conclave 3, 4, 5, like that. Our own former Director Medical Education Training, Pro BC, Professor Dr. CVK Mohanty, a very popular doctor in place of Odisha. You must be knowing he is a role model for many, so that he can, you can all try to become like him. He always says one thing. He tells me from like younger days, when he was a student or an intern or a young doctor, I never go after money. I go for the people. I gathered people. That's what paying me back now. Instead of go money, try to gather people so that people will be there with you when you are go senior. That's the philosophy he followed. Our Professor Dr. Ajit Mohanty, he is the Secretary General of the KIMS Conclave. I think all the invited faculties, they have come in contact with him and plan. Without him, probably we cannot process further. Sir, there are many important members on the dais. I will just name a few, whom I do not name by chance. It doesn't mean they are less important, they are more important in fact. Dr. N.L. Mitra sir, our former Chancellor NLU Bangalore and our Chancellor, and is our friend, philosopher, guide for the KIMS. Our own Vice Chancellor sir is sitting here. And Dr. Ashok Mahapatra, he is the son of our Odisha and AIMS Neurosurgery Professor and former Vice Chancellor SOA. Then important other people who are sitting on the dais, Lieutenant General Dr. Velu Nair, he is the head and chief consultant, bone marrow transplant, Apollo Center. He is the president-elect NAM and senior consultant for bone marrow transplant. Professor Dr. K.R. Balakrishna is a chairman, cardiac science, director, Institute of Heart and Lung Transplant, MGM Healthcare, Chennai. If you heard the name of Christian Bernard, South Africa, who was the first surgeon to do a heart transplant, he is our Christian Bernard of India. Sir, yesterday I was telling you, you are our Christian Bernard of India, and we expect KIMS will also take your help to go to the next step for heart transplant. Our mission is to do a heart transplant, and with your help, definitely we go for that. Dr. Sunil Saraf, founder, managing trustee, Mohan Foundation. He initiated the organ donation of India through NGO. He is a urologist of repute from Madras. And sir, the organ donation, whatever we see in India, it's because of your efforts. That only the organ donation things have reached now. Professor Madhavanand Kar, he is the executive director of two AIMS in his pocket. One in Bhopal, another is Darbhanga. And oncosurgeon of repute. We are very lucky that he was associated with us earlier. Thank you, sir. Always associated with the KIMS. Professor Digambar Behra is President, National Academy of Medical Science, pulmonologist of repute, head of the ex-head of the department, PJMR Chandigarh. Professor B. Kamokoti, he is the director, IIT Madras. He specifically plan a person, what is a affordable medical innovations in India to see that India reached the Viksit Bharat. But unfortunately, he's not well yesterday night, but he will join us virtually. Professor Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, founder, President, Public Health Foundation India. He is a prolific writer. If you've seen any article in Times of India, his thought process, thinking is too good. He is a cardiologist, right? But he is going into public health. But his talk, today everybody is looking for his talk, what medical college do not teach. We are looking for that. And sir, by the way, Professor Satish Chandra is sitting here. A similar thing has come up in NIMHANS. The students who passed out, they published a book, What NIMHANS Didn't Teach Us. It's not the knowledge and skill is that important, because the life skills, going out, practice, you must have seen that book, and that gives a insight how things can be different. What similarly, sir will tell us what medical college in India do not teach. Professor Alok Dhawan, Director, Center of Biomedical Research, is a prolific researcher. Yesterday I met him. He's always, sir, pleasing to see you and talk to you always. And you have got a voracious interest, starting from boxing to everything, everywhere. So let's see. We are looking forward for your talk. We have Professor Mahanti. He is the most hero of our all places, coming from Srinagar, Avantipura, where he is going to start a medical college at AIMS. Nobody going to Avantipura, but he went there and starting a AIMS Avantipura. And AIMS Bibinagar, Dr. Amita Agrawal. I think she will be joining us. She has already reached. And there are many important persons on the dais. Again, I am fortunate to say, if I have not named somebody, it does not mean it's less important, because shortage of time, I just took few people coming from outside, put it. Sir, it is my profound privilege and honor as a Dean and Principal of Kalinga Institute of Medical Science to extend a warm, heartfelt welcome to all the delegates on behalf of the institutions. Today marks a significant occasion as we gather to celebrate the conclave with your visit, which is not only a moment of pride for all of us, but an inspiration for academic healthcare and all the personnel associated with healthcare, not only to doctors, I mean nurses, paramedical institute, and all the people, those who are associated with healthcare. It is a big inspiration for them. Your presence is more important to us. So KIMS has always strived to uphold highest standard of medical education, research. We also believe, like you, sir, bench to bedside. Our research should be bench to bedside. We are trying our research to attach to a SDG so that it will be more social impact. Your presence here reinforces our commitment to excellence and motivates us to continue our journey towards innovation and service. We deeply value your contribution to society, and your tall leadership serve as a beacon for all of us. Your visit is an opportunity for a meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and most important, exchange of ideas for the future of medical education and training. We look forward learning from your insight and sharing your vision for future medical science. Once again, I extremely close to my heart, welcome you all to this meeting. But as a dean, it's my prudent duty to speak a few words about the college and the hospital, because there are many people who might not be knowing it. We are a young medical college, 16 years, 17 years, we are in teenage. We are NIRF rank 24. If you see Times Global Ranking, we are one of the few colleges who have entered the Times Global Ranking in a bunch of 500, 600. This basically reaffirms our strength is teaching and training. The ranking does not convey anything, because it only gives us a belief that what we are doing in the correct directions. Our college, we have 250 undergraduate. Our next, after increase of seat, we almost become 250 250 postgraduate and super specialty, 45 PhD, and in addition, we almost have all the area of postgraduate super in our college. We are running a institute hospital which is 2,600 bedded hospital, and with a multi-specialty hospital, 600 ICU bed, and 300 cabins, 30 operation theaters. Important part of this hospital, in spite of the number and strength, sir, for all of you to understand, probably it is the only hospital in India where a general ward is air conditioned and given a free food. That's the charm of KIMS. This is possible because of our honorable founder. He believes if a person has no money, it does not mean that he will not stay in a air condition, because Odisha is a very harsh climate, 8 months a year, very harsh climate. So he says, just because he does not have money, he will stay in a general ward with a heat and a humidity climate, not acceptable. Many times we go and tell him, sir, you are getting 100 rupees, you are giving 3 meals a day, we are costing 270. Should he make it payment? He said, no. Person don't have a money, it does not mean that he will go hungry. If you look at his back, why I am saying all this, any institution to grow, you should know the little background of that institution. He himself, in late 70 to early 80, striving for a square meal a day. So he has seen the poverty. He said nobody should stand in poverty. Nobody go for the free food. Nobody will go on that line. So free food is a basic right of every individual, every patient. So free food should be provided irrespective of what loss you run it. Second thing, he believes education is the only way to alleviate poverty. So he always say education is the third eye. Important point we must know, people come from Harvard. They ask us, sir, what is your model? How do you run this hospital? You are feeding so many people. How do you run this hospital? Because we started, always say, he started with a 500 rupees in his pocket, and he doesn't have much room rented house. How it has been built up so much without much entrepreneurship. By the way, I must tell you, we don't have any angel investor, neither we have any equity. It is totally solved on a social bent of mind. They ask for a business model, we say we don't have a business model, we have a social model. Sir, I was reading through one of your book, there he has given everything to God. Many people may or may not like it, but he believes in God. He says, my way of building this empire, I have completely surrendered my everything to God, so that I keep on working, all the problems taken care by the God. So this institution is blessed by God, not by anybody. That's the way it has been built up. Otherwise, it could not have been possible. And this institution, what you are seeing today, probably it looks different. The way it's growing, after a decade, it will be quite different. We are not standalone institute. We have a nursing college, dental college, paramedical college, allied science. Everything is associated with medical college. We is a part of a larger university called KIIT. And the KIIT University is a city itself, like Cambridge. It's a 36 square kilometer area, 30 million built up area, completely 30 campuses, Wi-Fi and air conditioned campus. 60,000 international students studying. We celebrate each function here. 2,600 international students. Sorry, sir, thank you for correcting me. It always goes in 1,000, 2,000 internal students. We celebrate all the functions here, be it Vaisakhi, be it Chhath Puja, Eid, even Halloween. So basically, we want to give a student a culture of a global citizen. It doesn't matter who belongs to which part of the country he comes from. They are the students which become a complete global citizen. That's the culture that we ask our students to grow. We have 30 different fruit courses to test on their point. On this point, I must say, we are looking for two more things here. In a future, we want to expand our KIMS to district headquarters with a 100-bedded multi-speciality corporate type of hospital. Aim of that corporate type of hospital is only one-fold. No person from Odisha will die due to lack of treatment. So that's our aim. We believe health is a fundamental right. Health is a fundamental right. Every life matters. Same principle we follow, that every person from Odisha, if he sees a care nearby, it will be much easier for us to go and look after than coming to KIMS all the way. He will be staying in Balangir, but getting the care what we get in KIMS. So that's the philosophy on which we are growing. And this growth is just not possible without all your support, without all your vision, without your care. With that, आप लोगों का support में care में will go further. Thank you very much. I have crossed the time. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring and comprehensive welcome address. Your words have beautifully set the tone for today's deliberation. We now have the privilege of hearing from an internationally acclaimed gastroenterologist, a Padma Shri awardee. May I now invite Professor Dr. Subrat Kumar Acharya, former President AIIMS Bhubaneswar, Pro-Chancellor KIMS KIT University and our patron, to address the gathering.
Good morning, friends, and the dignitary sitting in the dais, including our very honorable and respected Professor Achyut Samant, about whom we have already heard from our Dean. And on behalf of the university as a Pro-Chancellor, it's my duty to welcome all the dignitaries. Many of them are visionary and thought leaders in the field of medical sciences. You have heard about the introduction of our founder, and you have heard how he thinks and how he acts, and with a principle in life that he wants to bridge the gap in the society. With that vision, he actually gave the idea to start this conclave. And we started this conclave since last year. You've heard that he started all these processes with a concept that I will be an educational entrepreneur without any money he had in the pocket, with a principle or a vision that education eradicates poverty, and a mission to bring in underprivileged to the mainstay of life. And in life he showed it. You saw it, the KISS, the tribal university, where about 36 to 40,000 tribal children are trained from KG to post-graduation, free education, free boarding, and free lodging. You have seen in the university, you heard from the principal that all general beds have been large, are air-conditioned, and what he didn't tell, the daily charge is 100 rupees, right, with all your consultants and medical facilities. And keeping in that view, he suggested to us, actually it came from his brain, that look, Subrat and principal and our Ajit Mahanti, that you should have a regular KIMS conclave and think beyond the medical curriculum. Think how we'll do research. Think what else outreach medical facility can do for the people in the community. With that idea, he is building 100-bedded hospital in each districts, so that it will be spoke and will, and people can have access health care. He told us that medical research, cracking your own problem using your own solution, we don't have much money. Frugal investment, frugal discovery, pushing the boundary of knowledge, helping your own people. And unless we discuss on this and bring in thought from thought leaders, we are not in a position to progress. With that concept, we have organized this conference. And you have seen the constituent and the topic as the dean's subject. It encompasses this holistic approach beyond medical curriculum. That's the purpose the principal has invited all young students rather than established old people, because these are the people whom we think, make them think, because they will be the future. That's the concept with which this conclave was made. Welcome to this. We hope we will succeed in enthusing us in thinking beyond our medical curriculum and do much more for the community in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Acharya, for the thought-provoking address. Your words resonate deeply with all of us who are committed to advancing healthcare in India. We are privileged to be in the presence of a visionary who has...
So good morning everybody present here. On the occasion of this KIMS National Conclave 2025, we are very much happy and honored. We have with us our honorable chief guest for this occasion, respected Dr. Rajiv Bhalji, Director General of the ICMR, and also we have with us our own honorable Pro-Chancellor, respected Professor Dr. Subrat Kumar Acharya, Padma Shri, and also our honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, respected Dr. CBK Mahanti, also our respected AVM Professor Dr. R.C. Das, Principal, and also respected Chawla ji present here, and also respected Ajit Mahanti ji, and also our honorable own Vice Chancellor of KIT Universities, Professor Sanjit Singh is in the audience side, our most revered Professor Emeritus N.L. Mitra ji, and also many eminent doctors, physicians, policy makers. They are present here from the different parts of the country. Our own respected family members or doctors from KIMS and KIT, and also respected press persons, and particularly my lovable Kitians, medical students present here to hear these things. So at the outset, this is a very nice conclave going on for the second edition. And I am very much happy this year KIMS National Conclave 2025 brought senior leaders from multiple AIMS institutions, top health administrators from the government of Odisha also, academic heads from SCB Medical College, SOM and others medical colleges, award-winning clinicians, public health experts and also innovators from the IIT Chennai, all sitting together in one hall in Bhubaneswar. It felt like an extension of those campus circles I witnessed every winter morning. Leaders spoke openly about the gaps in medical education, the challenges of organ donation, the future of transplantation, affordable innovation, institutional reform, and the evolving needs of India's healthcare ecosystems. So I am so happy and grateful to each one of you. आप लोग जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित है, सब लोग का यहाँ उपस्थित असंभव है, because you great doctors or physician policy makers in health sector usually visit tier 1 city. It would have been very difficult to visit the tier 2 city like Bhubaneswar. You are spending 1 day or more than 1 day. I am personally grateful to each one of you, frankly speaking, because मुझे पता है आप लोग का एक दिन का कीमत क्या है, कितना valuable है to the patients. In spite of all these things, because of Subrat Acharya, Chawla ji, S.C. Anand ji, and others, those who are taking care of your entire invitation, everything, you made it possible to visit here and to deliver a lecture by which thousands and thousands young minds will be ignited and will be motivated and will be learning many more things. Though our principal has welcomed everybody, it is my great pleasure and duty as a founder of KIMS to extend the heartiest welcome to Dr. Rajiv Bhalji, Director General of ICMR. Thank you very much, sir, coming all the way from the polluted city of Delhi to minimum have a good oxygen here, the Bhubaneswar, and particularly the KIMS is full of greenery ambience where the pollution is zero and definitely temperature is low in comparison to the Bhubaneswar city. I am personally grateful to you for your entire time you have given to us. Similarly, I am very much happy to extend the heartiest welcome to few others. Our respected Lieutenant General Dr. Bhelu Nayarji. I am not taking the designation because time is very short. Respected Professor Dr. K.R. Balakrishnan ji, respected Dr. Sunil Saraf ji, respected Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary ji, and respected Professor V. Kamakoti, Director IIT Madras, and so also respected Dr. Srinath Reddy ji, and also Professor Alok Dhawan ji, and also we have with us respected Dr. Ashutosh Bishwas, and also respected Professor Madhavananda Kaur, respected Professor Umakanta Satpathy, DMET, Government of Odisha, respected Professor Lucy Das, Dean cum Principal, SCB Medical College, and also respected Dr. Nirupam Chayani, respected Professor Digambar Behra ji, respected Dr. Vijay Mahapatra ji, respected Professor Ram Ratan Sahu, respected Professor Brajakishore Das, respected Professor Sachidananda Mahanti, respected Orkhita Swai, and also others, whatever names I have. So I extend my heartiest welcome to each one of you. Thank you very much coming all the way to grace this occasion and to speak something to the young minds, etc. And I thanks to our principal, Dr. R.C. Das, who was speaking detail entire things. You all will be happy to know that we are also, he has told our entire objective, because we are very much concerned for the poor people and the poor patient, because my mind is always social bent of mind from the beginning. That's why we first concentrate on the poor patients and the poor people, etc. That's why you all will be happy to know that there is one word, HERO, H-E-R-O, Health Empowerment in Rural Odisha. We have been doing it in a small way, bigger way. And every year we are used to organize free mega health camp with free medicine in 30 districts from November to May. And it is being attended by 5,000 to 6,000 patients. And our maximum doctors visit that mega health camp without fail. Besides that, we are constructing 20, already 10 is completed, 20 KIMS Rural Hospital with all advanced technology and advanced facilities, as principal has told, with 100 bedded and everything. So, we have also instituted one award in the name of HERO, Health Empowerment in Rural Odisha. This year, I am very much happy. Our committee has selected this year HERO Award Dr. Shivananda Mahanti for his inspiring work in malaria control and also maternal care in the remote area of Moyurbhanj tribal districts. His His dedication to improving health outcomes in some of the most difficult to reach communities reminds us that healthcare leadership is not only found in conference halls but also in villages, fields, and also primary healthcare center. Congratulations to Dr. Shivananda Mahanti ji. It is a very small inspiration to you, nothing else. It cannot be compared with your lifelong service you have been giving in the most tribal districts, rural area. But this award means a lot. So once again, I should not take much time because there are so many speakers. Then I wish the entire day long this seminar will be very successful, and particularly young minds, my lovable Kittians. It is very difficult to interact and see this type of legendary person in health sector. So you will be very fortunate to interact, to talk, to everything with these persons in one place at one point of time. तुम लोग को बच्चे लोग कितना सा लग जाएगा इंडिविजुअली किसको किसको मिलने के लिए ना, नहीं एक साथ सबको तुम लोग मिल पाओगे एक जगह में टुडे. So it is the very good things for our lovable Kittians medical students. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sir, on behalf of everyone present here, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude for that inspiring and visionary address. Your words have not only motivated us, but also reminded us of our larger purpose, to serve humanity with excellence and compassion. We shall now proceed to the felicitation of our distinguished dignitaries. I request all our honored guests on the dais to kindly come forward as we pay our respect through this ceremonial felicitation.
Our keynote speaker, Dr. Rajiv Bal, brings over 3 decades of experience from WHO Geneva, where he led maternal and child health initiatives impacting millions worldwide. As the current Director General of ICMR, he spearheads India's largest network of medical research institutions, driving innovation in vaccine and genomic surveillance. Welcome, sir.
Next, we have Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, Padma Bhushan awardee and founder president of Public Health Foundation of India. He established a new paradigm for health professional training. A former president of the World Heart Federation with over 500 scientific publications, he bridges clinical excellence with population health. A big round of applause.
Professor K.R. Balakrishnan is India's foremost cardiac transplant surgeon who performed the country's first successful heart-lung transplant with over 500 heart transplants to his credit. He heads India's largest heart and lung transplant program at MGM Healthcare, Chennai, and has trained a generation of transplant surgeons. Welcome, sir.
Next, we have Lieutenant General Dr. Velu Nair. He is the former Director General of the Armed Forces Medical Services. He brings 4 decades of expertise in hemato-oncology. As the Chief Consultant of the Bone Marrow Transplant Center at Apollo Cancer Center, he has performed over 1,500 bone marrow transplants and published multiple transplant programs across the country. We are privileged to have you, sir.
Dr. Sunil Shroff, a urologist and transplant surgeon, founded Mohan Foundation, India's pioneering organ donation advocacy organization. Through his tireless efforts, and he established India's first organ sharing network and continues to shape national transplant policy.
Next, we have Professor Dr. Alok Dhawan. He is the Director of Center for Biomedical Research and Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. He has over 200 international publications and multiple patents. His expertise in system biology and nanomedicine has opened new frontiers in personalized medicine and cancer therapeutics. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary, former head of hepatology at IPGMR Kolkata, has over 300 publications and has mentored countless gastroenterologists as professor and chair at the Indian Institute of Liver and Digestive Sciences. He champions innovative models bridging public and private healthcare sectors. Welcome, sir.
Next, we have Professor Dr. Digambar Behra. He is the former director of PGIMER Chandigarh and president of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. We welcome you, sir.
Professor Dr. Madhav Nanda Kara. He is Executive Director and CEO of AIMS Darbhanga and AIMS Bhopal. Welcome, sir.
A big round of applause for the prominent oncosurgeon. Next, we have Professor Dr. Amita Agarwal. She is Senior Professor Clinical Immunology and Rheumatology and currently Executive Director at AIMS Bibinagar. We welcome you, ma'am.
Professor Dr. Sachidanand Mohanty. He is currently Executive Director of AIMS Avantipura. We welcome you, sir.
Next, we have Dr. Vijaya Mahapatra. He is currently the Special Secretary to the Government of Odisha. We welcome you, sir.
Professor Dr. Umakant Satpathy, Additional DMET, Government of Odisha. Welcome you, sir.
Next, we have Dr. Roma Ratan Sahu, the Joint DMET of the Government of Odisha. Welcome you, ma'am.
Now it's time for KIMS Health Award on Health Empowerment in Rural Odisha, guided by the core belief that accessible and affordable quality healthcare is the foundation of a vibrant community. Under this transformative initiative, more than 20 state-of-the-art, 100-bedded corporate-style KIMS rural hospitals are being established across the state to address the healthcare needs of the poor and undeserved. The objective is to ensure easy access, modern healthcare, and provide advanced, compassionate treatment to the poor, needy, and marginalized communities of Odisha. In addition to this, mega health camps are being organized in all 30 districts of Odisha. A dedicated team of reputed doctors, paramedics, and nurses delivers free consultations, free diagnostics, and essential medical support, bringing modern healthcare service to the doorstep of the underprivileged. In alignment of the above objective, KIMS has instituted KIMS Health Award, which will be conferred annually to eminent physicians of Odisha for significant and measurable contributions on the health outcomes and well-being of rural population across Odisha. For the current year 2025, Dr. Sibananda Mohanty shall be honored with the KIMS Health Award for his immense contribution in providing healthcare services.
We read out the citation for Dr. Sibananda Mohanty. Sir, as an eminent surgeon with pioneering initiatives in community engagement and a steadfast commitment to improving rural health, you have significantly strengthened public health outcomes in one of the most challenging terrains of Odisha. Beginning your journey with humility as the assistant surgeon in 1985, after graduating from the reputed SCB Medical College, Cuttack, you have always carried a deep belief in creating a transformative impact on rural healthcare systems and the well-being of communities. Your tireless and sustained efforts, particularly your extensive work on malaria control and maternal health care in Mayurbhanj district, has brought about remarkable improvements in the health outcomes of rural communities. The numerous laurels and accolades you have earned, including the Best Operating Surgeon Award in 2011 and no scalpel vasectomy, along with your elevation to the roles of medical superintendent at the subdivisional hospital and later CDMO, stand as testimony to your wide recognition as an accomplished surgeon. In recognition of your outstanding contributions and sincere commitment to driving real change in the rural healthcare system of Odisha, KIMS proudly confers the KIMS Health Hero Award upon you as its first recipient on this 22nd day of November 2025.
Now I welcome Professor Dr. Braja Kishore Das from Baripada Medical College. He is Professor and Head of Forensic Medicine Department. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Anesthesia.
We also request Professor Dr. Nivedita Pani, who is Senior Anesthesiologist. Ma'am, please come on stage. I think the PGIMR Capital Hospital. First session. इसके आचार्य तुम देखिए तो का कॉलेज है तुम्हें वाइट चेयर पर जाओ कौन कौन है मैं को रखने चेयर पर आती तापरे Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. We request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats of the dais, and we proceed with our keynote address, the first scientific program. Dr. Rajiv Val has been very kind, and he wanted to combine his two talks, the keynote address and the first scientific program of the day. So we begin with our scientific program with the keynote address on facilitation of medical research in India.
To chair this session, I also welcome Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla, Chairman of Academics KIT, former Director of PGIMR Chandigarh and Padma Shri awardee. Professor Chawla is India's leading hepatologist with over 600 research publications. His contributions to medical education continue to shape the next generation of healthcare professionals.
I also request Professor Dr. Subrat Kumar Acharya, Padma Shri awardee, Pro-Chancellor KIT deemed university, and former Dean AIMS Delhi, a distinguished gastroenterologist and former president of AIMS Bhubaneswar. Professor Acharya has been instrumental in shaping national health policies and medical education frameworks. His leadership in clinical excellence and medical research has elevated healthcare standards across Odisha. I request our esteemed chairpersons to kindly occupy the dais and take over the session. May I request the chairpersons to introduce the speaker and then carry on with the session.
I request our esteemed chairpersons to kindly chair the session and introduce the speakers.
Oh, well, Dilip, Professor Bahl is ready? Well, friends, and particularly young student, Professor Bahl is presently the Secretary of Department of Health Research and Director General of ICMR. And from the very beginning, I know him as a young man, and he was working, Professor Reddy will remember, he was working Professor Van's MK1, pediatric, particularly on childhood diarrhea.
that is that I think my job is to sit in my office and make sure that Indian medical research is making progress, and I'm doing things to do that. But sometimes I get caught. Here, Professor Chawla made sure that he caught me, and I have been to Bhubaneswar now twice in 3 weeks for that reason on 2 Saturdays. The thing is, then I decided if I have to give any address, I will only talk about this topic, that how to improve medical research in India and what ICMR is doing and what can you all do, the young students, the MD students, the DM students, the young faculty. I was hoping that there would be more young faculty also here, but having you all is such a pleasure to talk to you about medical research. The talk that I'm going to give, or the things that I'm going to speak about, should give you confidence in two things. One, in ability of Indian scientists subject or a full subject, that we need to start training our MBBS students from the very beginning on research. And what ICMR currently does is 2% of all medical seats in India, if there are 100,000 or 1 lakh seats, we give fellowships which are called short-term student fellowships to 2,000 medical students. So first thing is that it is to encourage, you get 60,000 rupees to do a research project over a period of 3 years in between your professional exams. Between the professional exam and the next one small 2-month period you can spend on research. Then the MDMS. I'd like to repeat something that has stuck in my mind, what Dr. K.S. Reddy said in a meeting recently, a couple of years ago, I guess now. And he said the way we do our MD thesis, we make our, I may be quoting you slightly wrong, but you said we make our MD students and doctors lose any respect for research. It's a profound statement. What it means is we do thesis merely because it is a requirement. If you do research just because it is a requirement for your DM or for your MD, then you are not really getting the true meaning of research. Research is meant to be done so that if you have a question in your mind which can affect clinical care, which can affect public health, then you should be able to do that and you should be able to answer that question and feel that you have done something to change the way we provide clinical care. Do you know, you read all textbooks. Every sentence in a medical college textbook comes from, almost each sentence comes from a large number of research studies. They don't provide all the references, or if they provide references, you don't read them. But every single sentence that you should diagnose like this, or treat like this, or prevent something with this, there is a tremendous amount of research that goes behind. We think textbooks are coming out of nowhere, but textbooks come out of research. When a new edition of Harrison comes, every single research project and finding that has come is incorporated into that textbook. So please understand that you may not be doing that research, or we may not be doing, but it is based on a large number of a body of research, and it is constantly changing. Between editions, your medical textbooks change. Anyways, we have started something new. It's not for students, but it is for our faculty. We've started a MD, PhD or faculty PhD program in which we are giving 50 lakh rupees to young faculty who are below 45 years of age to do a PhD, 50 lakhs grant. Plus, if you don't have a PhD registration in your institution, because there are also other luminaries sitting here, I want you to amplify this message to the institutions that you are engaged with, that they will get the degree in PhD. The idea is again to have more physician scientists. And unless we first have a faculty which understands research methods and fully grasps what research is, it will be difficult for them to transmit it. Of course, there are 20% of faculty that are anyways learning that, even without doing a PhD. But that is not the question. If we have to really make it a mass movement, we need more people. I have already said a lot about this. Just to say one thing, about a large population in United States, I'm just telling you this so that you know that there is a target. There are more than 12,000 physicians in United States in clinical departments in medical schools who have a PhD. Compare this with India, and you will see why I am saying we need more of this. Nothing can be done without money. I just want you to see two things on this slide, that what has happened in a very short period of 10 years, from 2017 now to 2025, but we have budget plans for 26, 27. Two things I want to show. The students may not fully grasp, but others who are here would see this, that for supporting research, we had roughly a budget of 600 crores in 2017. My budget for the department for next year that we argued and we got, and within that it is about 3,000 crores. So it is an increase of 5 times. And within 3 years, last 3-4 years, you can see how rapidly this total budget has changed. But also, there are two parts of this. The yellow part and the darker part, the orangish part. One is ICMR's own institutes. So ICMR own institutes have grown in the past 3 years from 700 crores to 1100 crores. That's a 50% increase from 7 to 1100. But look at the other side. That's what I want you all to see. That's what I want Dr. Acharya to see and everybody else who is associated with institutions, AIMS BB Nagar or whatever else, other AIMS Bhopal. That has increased from what used to be 600 crores, now is 1800 crores, 3 times increase. And this is the other institutions other than ICMR, all the medical institutions, health institutions, technological institutions as well, which are working on health. So if this is not an opportunity, then I don't know what will be the opportunity. This is the primary thing that we were lacking. We never lacked good quality people, but we were not able to provide them with adequate grants. We still don't think it will be enough. It's not the end. It is a journey. But in that journey, the number is increasing. Again, if you are thinking that we don't have grants, that is not true. Not only that, there is one important difference from what was 3 years ago and what is today. 3 years ago, ICMR was supporting research that was largely descriptive. It said, what is the problem, how much is the problem, what are the description of the problem, understanding the problem better. 75% of all funding of ICMR was going to surveys, and understanding epidemiological studies, etc., to know risk factors or mechanisms in basic science, etc. What we have done is we have reverted it. We now have descriptive pegged at about 25% or less, but have increased what is called discovery, development, and delivery. Discovery meaning that finding new things, absolutely new things, new discoveries, new knowledge, or new targets for therapies, for diagnosis, for vaccines, etc. But then not stopping there, but developing those into either clinical interventions or medical technologies. That is the development part. Doing clinical research is part of the development. Doing clinical trials is part of the development work. And then delivery meaning that we are going to take it to people, to scale. Because another major problem in India is our policies are great. They have been great since 1947. some people say Bohr committee, if we were able to implement all the recommendations of Bohr committee with 100% quality and coverage, we would have probably done much better than anything else that we have done. So which means that we are unable to implement with force what we actually have as policy. And understanding those barriers and overcoming those barriers also requires research. And that is delivery research. I want to tell you about this, particularly my young friends. This we got inspired by Chandrayaan. When Chandrayaan 3 landed on the moon, first time in the world we did something like that. We immediately conceived of enough, I'll give you evidence. There is no institution in the world, whether it is Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, NASA, NIH, CDC, which does not have at least 30% people of Indian origin. Most of them have been educated in India. So we are not, it's not that we are not smart. We are one of the smartest people in the world. We have the capability. If we have the capability, why can't we do what Hargobind Khurana did in United States? Why can't we do it in India? You people can do it. And that is the India we are trying to build. And that is why we are giving this opportunity and giving confidence to Indian young people that if you think of a very good idea, the government will be behind you. I just want this for colleges. This is in particular for medical colleges. Now, most of it is in government medical colleges. And I'll tell you what we are doing to make inclusive even the private medical colleges. But these are multidisciplinary research units in medical colleges. We have 115 of them. We have 165 virus diagnostic and research labs. For those of you who don't know this, these were the first labs during COVID. After NIV Pune made the first test in India for COVID, these were the labs where all the COVID testing started. And then went up to 4,000 labs where we were able to do RT-PCRs and then eventually point-of-care diagnostics, where we were able to validate the companies, the industry, Indian industry that made all those tests. And do you know, all students, that we had close to 100 crore tests done during COVID at a price that was 1/40. It was only $3, 250 rupees. When I was in Switzerland, I was paying 120 Swiss francs or more than $120. 40 times more price, same quality. If we get to something, we can do it. We made vaccines in India. For the first time, normally vaccines have come to India after 10 to 20 years of their development in the world. The first person to get a vaccine in India, an India-developed vaccine, Covaxin, was 1 month after the first person got that in the US. So the difference in the time from 20 years, we were able to reduce to 1 month. And next time, God forbid, another pandemic happens, we will beat the world. We will be the first ones to make vaccines, first ones to make diagnostics, first ones to make therapies. And as I am saying, I'm looking at you, people like you, who will do it. Not people at my stage, but it is our job to give you that opportunity. We also have cancer research centers for precision medicine in 23 medical colleges, Center for Guidelines, systematic review centers in 27 medical colleges, and cost effectiveness centers in 38 medical colleges. A couple of years ago, most of these were in government colleges, and for the first time, we have broken through the government system, and we have convinced the Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance, to include 20 private colleges in the MRUs. And the first 5 have already been established. So here is something to aspire for. This is not that it will give you a large amount of money. It is 5 crores for equipment and about 50 lakhs per year for contingency and some research staff to be a hub of research. However, it gives a very different type of feeling that you are part of the Department of Health Research. Same thing is true for VRDLs and other centers. I'm not going to go into detail, but we are not only working, and this is for KIIT, we are not only working with medical institutions, and I will tell you, you have great opportunity by being part of this institution as I understood today, because the engineering institutions, the other institutions are very close to the medical colleges. But we had to create this system in which we have, in the Indian Institutes of Technology, 7, 8 of them, we have centers of excellence. And those are in this, if you see, which one is the pointer? Yeah. If you see here, IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad, the green ones, IIT Bombay, etc. But that's not enough. We have also need to, whatever they make, Director of IIT Madras is here, but whatever device they make, it needs to be tested. It needs to be validated. It needs to have a clinical validation so that we have evidence that it works well, most of it. Otherwise, it will not get approval from our regulator. So we have linked them to these other colleges you see there. The Shri Chitra, the Indian Institute of Science, St. John's Research Institute, Armed Forces Medical College, Safdarjung Hospital, AIMS New Delhi, Jipmer, PGI Chandigarh, etc. Maulana Azad, dental. This ecosystem is what will bring new innovations. Again, please understand, our technical side is also very smart. The Indian Institutes of Technology, the NITs, the KIITs of the country, they are extremely smart students, but we are not working together. We think that because we have been trained in a very different way. Please understand, our training, if you go back in class 10 or class 11, you are asked whether you want PCM or PCB. You want mathematics or you don't want mathematics? This is no way of education. Eventually, we want interdisciplinary education. We think our job is only one. We only look like this, only horses with blinders look like in tunnel vision. We need to work with others if you really want to do something substantive and you want to prepare a new medical device, a new diagnostic, you will need technological support. But they will need you. We don't have each other, we have each person doing their own job. And this is what we wanted to change. And we have set up a clinical trials network of 80 institutions in the country, which can do clinical trials, not just academic clinical trials. All these are for new products, first in human trials. Phase 2, phase 3 studies of those products that are made in India. That is what we want to be part of. Even if you don't want to be let's say, a key scientist, you can be a clinical trialist. You can help the country, you can help Viksit Bharat. That is how India will make indigenous products. We have now the largest animal resource facility probably in the world. It's more than 100 acres and it has animals from mouse to horse. This is an ICMR new facility in Hyderabad. We can do any kind of preclinical study that we want. Because without that also, we cannot move further. We have supported our innovators. Any innovator who wants to come, we have created a system which is called a MedTech Mitra, where we are saying anybody with any kind of issue, these are valleys of death. They are usually called valleys of death of an innovation. So you can have an innovation idea, but you can never prove it. That's the first valley of death. You have an idea, great idea, there is a need, but you cannot do POC, which is proof of concept. Largely because you cannot get a research grant. So we are trying to bridge that gap by giving large number of research grants, particularly for development of new innovations. Second value of death is there is a proof of concept, but you can never convert it into a prototype that can be tested further. Whether it is a device, whether it is a diagnostic or another new treatment, you cannot convert it into that. And you don't know what kind of strategy you need to do it so that you can eventually get a regulatory approval. So that is the second value of death. The third value of death is that you have the innovation, but either you don't have the money or the ability to conduct a clinical trial so that you can go, or preclinical studies. The regulator will say, I want at least 2 species. One maybe in mouse, but the second one should be a larger species. And you don't know what to do. So we are trying to build bridges over these valleys of death. And the last valley of death is an innovator's product is approved, but it cannot go to the market. Nobody will buy it. Why should they buy something new? They think that what you get from Germany is the best, or what you get from Japan or we get from United States. That equipment, that thing is the best, that test is the best. This is in our minds. But please understand, you are Indians of a different era. You are living in an era where we are going towards Viksit Bharat. Please take this out of your head, that anything that is made in India is poor quality and bad, and anything that we are getting from outside is actually good. Because unless users are also not doing this, it is useless to even make new products. Okay, we have set up a patent mitra. Any doctor, anybody in the country, any innovator, if you have an idea and you want to patent it, you don't know how to do it, you get lost somewhere. There is an open portal, go to the portal, say, I have something I want to patent. We'll get a patentability assessment. And if it is found to be patentable, then we will get it patented for you. We'll have the lawyers. We have 10 law firms that are doing this. It is open to everybody, whether it is funded by ICMR or not funded by ICMR, does not matter. Only idea is, instead of 1,000 patents a year, we should be filing 10,000 patents a year. Transfer of these technologies to companies, we are also going to support in whichever way we can. Entrepreneurship. We should learn from other countries that have allowed our scientists and doctors to also become entrepreneurs. And we should learn from our own systems of Indian institutes of technology that have done that. If you are a faculty or a student in IIT, you make something new, you can make a company, you can make a startup company and register it. And you get to make, some people have made 100 crore rupees over a period of 5 years. Why are we behind in the medical sector? We should allow people to make startup companies. For you, it is much easier than what it is for AIMS. So I would say we should definitely encourage people, even if I am saying it is for the poorest of the poor. You cannot scale it up until there is a company, until there is industry behind it. Anything which is to go to scale will require you to create, and you can create a no-profit company if you want, but you need a different type than an academic institution to be able to make a product and take it to market. I already spoke about this, that there are engineers, there are doctors, there are technologists, there are biotechnologists. Can we make pairs? Can we bring those people? This was what Dr. Bhan had started, the Stanford India Biodesign program between All India Institute of Medical Sciences and IIT. Can we not do that? That you bring your students from KIIT and immerse them for 3 months. Maybe you are already doing it. But that's a very easily implementable idea. Let them sit in the OPD for 3 months or in an OT or in a ICU and see what is required. We may not see, but they will see how they can help. And they may make something which is very useful for care. And you work with them and then you evaluate it and you become part of the same team. That is something which you can easily do. ICMR and KIMS and KIIT, I have just tried to list what projects have been funded by ICMR. There are some, but they are very few. Dr. Acharya was asking me if we should have something separate for, people to... I have a slightly different opinion of this. It's like you all the students, you wrote a NEET exam. Did your parents actually, were they able to determine that you will get through NEET and get a seat? Or you had to write that exam? I think you all have to write the exam. But what your parents were able to do, they were able to give school fees. They were able to send you to Akash or any other coaching class. They were able to do something which would prepare you to compete. And I think that is where we should concentrate. Institutions and ICMR, we should concentrate on making tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, institutions which are not AIMS or PGI, Chandigarh or JIPMER, Pondicherry. How do we encourage faculty to get grants? One way is to create a pot separate for them. But the second is to do whatever we can to build their capacity, to have workshops on grant writing, to have workshops on methodology in research, to have the multidisciplinary research unit, which is also like, it is the, I tell everybody, this is not to do research, this is the Akash, to prepare you for research. Akash I picked up, maybe another one. Rao Study Circle for IAS, any one of those coaching classes. These is to get you there. But one thing I can tell you, that I have been to many institutions, even if I didn't want to. Even I was in AIMS Bhubaneswar 2 weeks ago, and I asked a question to all faculty. How many of you have got a grant for the first time from ICMR? In AIMS Jodhpur, 30 people raised their hand. In AIMS Bhubaneswar, at least 15, 20 people raised their hand. And I would prefer that, because I think then they have competed with AIMS New Delhi and PGI Chandigarh and beaten them and taken that grant. It used to be that centers for advanced research, 80% were in AIMS Delhi. Today, only 20% of new centers of advanced research are in AIMS New Delhi. It's not that they are not getting it, but many others are getting it. 250 institutions got a grant of more than 1 crore rupees last time. So we are increasing the number of institutions that are getting grants. These are, some of you have got grants. You've got a National Health Research Priority Project. This is one of the top projects that we give. And one of them is there. It's only 1.5 crores, but it is a very important project. But if you look at KIIT as a whole, there are lots of grants that have gone to KIIT, small grants, intermediate grants, fellowships. So which means that they are also coming together, and if you come together with them, you have greater chances. And we would like this to increase, but we would like this to increase by increasing your capability and capacity rather than creating a special corner for anybody. I'm being very honest. Somebody asked me in ICMR, they said, I asked why you are giving this grant for a SRF. They said, sir, this is only, ये तो SRF है, ये तो बहुत छोटा PhD student है, इसकी इतनी quality थोड़ा होगी, ये तो capacity development है. मैंने कहा capacity development in what? Capacity development in making subpar research? What is that capacity development? Anybody whose brother, sister, son is doing a PhD in United States, you ask them, they are doing cutting edge, first in the world things. I know it personally. My son is working on one on AI and he did his PhD. They have done things during PhD where nobody else has done ever. How will we compete with them if we continue to think like this? We can't think like this. We can't think like this anymore. We have to become that young people should be given the greatest opportunities. That is what makes the big difference, and that is what will make Viksit Bharat. At the institution level, I have a few ideas. I don't know if I have time. But expand, enhance intramural research. You know what it takes at AIMS? They do. AIMS has the biggest intramural research program. And I actually looked at it. It's 6 crore rupees a year. For an institution that has a budget of some 20,000 crores. It's nothing. It's so little. I don't think you will need even that much. That is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. It's a small amount, but this investment in intramural research grants will be very good. Give value to research as an institution. Dr. Acharya, I'm speaking to the converted. Give value, not to tick that you have done 3 papers so you can become associate professor from assistant professor. But value to research that has impact. Just like what we saw, a very good example today. Dr. Patra, is it? Or somebody who got the award for. So it is for impact. It is for work that has made if that is what we can do the same for research. We can say research that has had an impact, that is what the institution will recognize. Those people will get promotion. Those people will get awards. Not somebody who just publishes a paper in a journal which has very little. Okay. So I'm coming to that, sorry. Oh, I've gone in the reverse direction. What have I done? Can somebody help again? Yeah, sorry for that. Okay, आगे ले जाइए. मैं खुद ही कर लेता हूँ, छोड़ दो. Last couple of slides. Huh? Yeah. Ease of doing research, central research laboratory, don't make it so complicated, yet your own review committees make it hard for people to do research. Entrepreneurship policy I've already talked about. But for people who want to become medical scientists, this is largely for faculty. I have written here, I didn't know that there will be so many students. But essentially, if more faculty is associated with doing impactful research, they can do the same to the students. I published a small article. This is the only article I've published since I became DG ICMR and Secretary DHR. But I'm very proud of it because for once I have used what I learned in physics. I said I will create an equivalent of a publication. And I will put on par, at least I'll try to think about it, how can we put on par one paper and one paper that changes clinical care or public health. And I have taken a ratio of 1:10. If you publish one paper, from primary research you get one publication equivalent. If that paper results in clinical care, change of clinical guidelines or public health, it gets 10 additional publication equivalents. So instead of 1, you get 11. The second thing is that innovations are also included. If you are granted a patent, you get 5 publication equivalents. If it is converted into something which is a technology and it reaches masses, you get 20. So somebody who works for 5 years or 10 years and makes one product, it is equivalent to publishing 25, 30 papers. So this is what we think, at least from my perspective, that research should have impact. Only then people will think of research differently. Only then, when I was young, I was 27 years of age, when I joined Dr. Bhan, I thought research is just something that you do, but it is not necessarily useful. In 3 years, we did a study that changed WHO policy. It changed me forever. Because the belief that what we do can affect people is what will drive you. I put together a list of things that you need to do if you want to become a researcher. Not make much sense to all of you at the first go, but methods, critical thinking, skills in the lab, ethics, implementation and how to implement well, managing data, analyzing data, understanding systematic reviews and meta-analysis, understanding public health programs, community engagement, and cost effectiveness. If you have those 10 skills, these are things over 10 years I learned from Dr. Bhan that he told me you should know. And I tried to learn each one of them. I'm not expecting everybody to have all the skills. But as a team, if people have skills of this kind, you will not need to ask anybody to say that you need a research project. You will get them. In the end, to these young people, I want to say one thing. Please don't think there is only one pathway. I have gone into MBBS, so now I will be MD, then I will be this, then I will be that, then I will have my practice, or I will go to faculty, and then I will end my life with that. It's not true. It is possible for some of you at least to think differently. And I love this quote from Robert Frost. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Thank you for your patient listening. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv Behel, for such an insightful talk. I'm sure this would be very inspirational for the young minds who are sitting here. You have made a lot of changes in the ICMR, and the concept that we don't get funds easily, you have shown that these are adequately available provided your projects that are written are make some impactful sense. So thank you very much for taking your time out for KIMS, and we end this program, and thank you very much for your session. Along with Dr. Acharya, it's been a great privilege to chair your session. Thank you, sir.
Well, I think what appealed me most in your thinking we should change, and I have been advocating this since I was the Dean Research at AIMS, when we started the Intramural Research Fund, that you should allow all medical college faculty to start a company like Boston. And that is a great incentive for the faculty. Now, I remember when I floated this proposal at All India Institute as a Dean Research, every faculty should be allowed, and I've been urging my friend who was director PGI. There was obstruction from faculty itself. Dr. Chara, this will take care of the patient care, this will take care of teaching will suffer, this will suffer. But I think that is all argument to escape out of it. I think the important step now for the India, what you say, Viksit India and Make in India, cannot be done by a small grant by ICMA or DBT or DST. You have to incentivize this huge young people. You say 30% of the United States any institutions are young people from India, right? And they are allowed this freedom. And if you see in this house, there are 30 people with a very bright concept, but they don't know how to do. At least they should be allowed to have incentivize their own proposal. And that's the personal need and request to advocate with the political will to allow, not only in medical science, why not in university physics, university chemistry, university, other departments, you should allow the person to open their own right company. I remember many of the drugs which you are using are created by university people who are allowed to open the company. Industry driven, we say, is criticized, but this happened. So we'll urge you, sir, to do this, start this. Some will be waste, but there will be a lot of benefit.
Thank you to our distinguished chairs and Dr. Bal for the enlightening session on strengthening India's research ecosystem. Our next session addresses one of the most advanced therapeutic interventions in modern medicine, bone marrow transplantation. So I would like to request our chairpersons for this session, Professor Dr. Amita Agarwal. She is Executive Director, AIMS Bibinagar, Hyderabad. Her expertise are clinical immunology, rheumatology. She has been awarded with ICMR Dr. Kamala Menon Award, Shakuntala Amirchand Award, and National Bioscience Award. I welcome you, ma'am.
With him, we have Professor Dr. Hemanta Kumar Kara. He is Professor Emeritus of Dermatology, Kalinga Institute of Medical Sciences. His expertise lies in leprosy, skin disease research, leprosy vaccine, MIP vaccine. He has been awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Government of Odisha for dermatology and leprosy. He's also been awarded the Fellow of Academy of Medical Sciences in Dermatology Emeritus by NAMS in 2025. In addition, he is a prolific writer, has numerous publications, and also authored to multiple textbooks in dermatology. We have the privilege of having you, sir. The speaker for this session is Lieutenant General Dr. Velu Nair. Sir, I would like to request you to please come on dais. It's over to the chairpersons to introduce the speaker and continue with the session. Thank you.
So Professor Velu Nair, I don't think needs any introduction in India or abroad. He is well known all over the place. He is a product of the Army, Armed Forces, and he has served the Armed Forces for almost 3 decades. He was one of the pioneers for transplant program to be set up at RR Hospital, and I think there itself he has done nearly 1,000 transplants, including unrelated transplants. And I think in his kitty, he has the whole gamut of bone marrow transplants, including for rare diseases. And now he has moved to private sector, and I think he'll be doing even better job there. And we are all waiting to hear from him. What is the scenario of bone marrow transplantation in our country? Over to Dr. Nair.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to everybody. At the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Acharya, Professor Chawla, and Admiral Anand for having me here to give this talk, and the wonderful hospitality by the organizing committee of KIMS. I'm delighted to be here. The DG ICMR referred to research in such an eloquent way and has shown you where we are today. And let me tell you, he took Dr. Bhan's name many times. Dr. Bhan was the secretary of the DBT, Department of Biotechnology. Dr. Bhan is from my college, which is Armed Forces Medical College, from the 4th batch of our college, which came in, I think, 1965, 66, he joined our college. I had the chance to meet him in late 90s, early 2000s. It changed my life because I knew what I could do with research. He showed me the way. And that's when the first 3 set of largest RCTs, randomized controlled trials, were done, sponsored by DBT for stem cell for regenerative medicine. They all published, and I had the opportunity to work with him very closely, and I was the PI in these 2 of these studies. So I learned a lot. And that's when we learned how a clinician can be a scientist also. Unlike the US and the West, in Europe, you have dedicated time for research, and your clinical work. Here it's a life balance between clinical work and research, bench to bedside and bedside to bench. What do you mean by that? You take your problem which you can't solve to the lab and come back with the solutions. Some people have the wrong notion that biggest research is done only in the biggest hospitals. It's AIIMS, New Delhi. No, it's not like that. Some of the biggest researches have been done in the smallest of places, but people who had a vision and who tried to address the unmet need. Okay? So really speaking, I think it's very important to talk about this. And yesterday I had the opportunity to talk to 250 students of UG on clinical trials and research. And at the end of it, a handful of them came and told me that, sir, we are not interested in research, but we want to join the army. I said, very good. KIMS has got a lot of people, senior people who will guide you. Then a bunch of people came and followed me regarding who got grants from ICR, which Dr. Rajiv just showed you. So those were young researchers in UG, you see. So they are already born. And I think that's our tomorrow. So with that preamble, I will start the business end of my talk, which is going to be very different from the first one. We're going to talk on bone marrow transplantation. Now, whenever there is an unmet need, when people die, when diseases cannot be treated or cured, clinicians, lab people, and the health fraternity as a whole are restless people. They want to find an answer. And that answer is how to cure this hitherto incurable problem. Okay? And with that, bone marrow transplantation came into being because actually, there were many diseases which had no cure, they were dying. And that's when actually one came to hear about bone marrow transplantation. When I was in MBBS and MD, it was a short-nosed recent advance. There was nothing in India. I went to the US to see my first one. And I saw it's actually being done. I went to Seattle. And these are the terminologies used for it, Bone marrow transplantation because the stem cells were taken from the bone. But now we know that you can take it from the peripheral blood by just mobilizing the stem cells to come into the peripheral blood. And, they are all now called as HCT, hematopoietic cell transplantation. And the signature is the stem cell, the mother of all cells, which is called CD34 cells, okay? Now, there's a big difference between solid organ transplantation and bone marrow transplantation. Bone marrow transplantation, you don't lose an organ. All solid organ transplantations, you lose an organ. Here, your stem cell regenerate in a short time. And here what I've shown is actually, you see this on your left is a chronic kidney disease patient getting a kidney from a healthy donor. And the immune system of this patient is intact. So this patient will reject the kidney, even if it is fully matched, there's a chance of rejection. So you have to give lifelong or long-term immunosuppressive treatment, which is IST, to prevent this rejection, okay? On your right side is bone marrow transplantation. So you get the graft from a healthy donor who's HLA matched. The recipient has got leukemia or one of the indications. Now this immune system of this patient has to be ablated, has to be burnt. You have to get rid of it, otherwise there's no way those new cells will get a chance to settle here. So how do you do it? You use veterinary doses of chemoradiotherapy and take out the immune system. But when you take out the immune system, these new cells bring an immune system which is from the donor. They will attack the organs of this patient. And those organs are the liver, the gut, and the skin. And all other organs can be affected, but these three can kill. And I will show you. So really speaking, to prevent that, we have to give immune suppression for a period of time. Till this immune system makes friends with this body. That's called tolerance. And essence of our life is tolerance. Our immune system is there to protect you from infections. But if it attacks your own body, it's called autoimmune disease. So that is breakdown of tolerance. So tolerance, I think, is the essence of life. And I'm glad I have an immunologist chairing this, this session, because I think today it's all about immunology, okay? So what was the need for transplants? I told you unmet need. Patients were dying, okay? It started with this atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And what happens, all multiplying cells die first with radiation. And bone marrow cells are the fastest multiplying cells. They die. And once they die, you die. So you can salvage them with a bone marrow transplant, okay? And then you had Chernobyl, and Indian teams went, our transplant teams went there. It was because insufficient safeguards in that nuclear reactor, a lot of people died, okay? And in India also, and South Asia, you see how many countries are armed with nuclear warheads. And we had Op Sindoor and we were talking of nuclear war, okay? So it's a reality, it's not fiction any longer, okay? And on the right, we have 22 nuclear reactors for peaceful use. Anything can have an accident. How do you treat them? We don't know. But yes, we know. And I'll tell you how. Okay? This is, on the right top, is a chemistry department gamma irradiator, bought in 1968 for tests. Okay? And after the test finished, that person retired, and this was lying in a room which was dedicated to it. Till some smart administrator said, isko auction kar do. So they auctioned it. Who bought it? The scrap market. Why the scrap market? The lead. The lead is sold here, from the lead. But the scrap market people said, isme kuch ko bahut costly cheez hai. So what did they find? They took it, opened it. This is the largest scrap market in Asia. And what did they find in the cobalt? Pencils, 60 pieces from one pencil. And there were multiple pencils. They were all sold for lakhs of rupees to people. Okay? Most of the people who got exposed died. Ultimately, Sheila Dikshit, who was the chief minister, came to my army chief and said, there are 2 surviving people, can we give them to army hospital for treatment? Yes, they came to us, okay? One of them thought it's so precious, he carried in his purse on a hip pocket. His buttocks got burnt completely, okay? And we had to do a skin graft. They came with 500 WBC counts. And they escaped a bone marrow transplant just by cytokines. They came round. They're alive today. And with this, we realized that this is a reality, okay? And thus was born something called the Nuclear Accident Management Committee in all large parts of US, Europe, and Asia Pacific. So Asia Pacific BMT group has something called their own accident management group, where I chaired it for 7-8 years. This guidelines is a free download from their website, from the APBMT website, where we have said as a doctor, what can you do? Unlike South Korea, Israel, they have mock drills once in every month, a few months, where public is told how they should respond to a radiation exposure and what doctors should do. It's all earmarked. So in India, the army is, and I was involved with that for nearly 2 decades, the national disaster management in our country handles it, but we have a long way to go. But it's a real threat, let me tell you. Okay? So transplant started in the 50s. In the 60s, radiation victims were treated with transplant. In the 70s, it took off. And in India, first one was in 1983, Tata Memorial Hospital, followed by Vellore, and then we all came in. And we only had 15 centers by 2000. We had only 15 centers, okay? And the indications are expanding, ever expanding. We all thought it was for the neoplasia, the leukemias. Now we know, no. All the genetic disorders, the bone marrow failures. So there's a huge number of indications today for transplant, okay? Now, when we started transplant, there was no option. The patient was going to die, so we anyway did a transplant. But what was the mortality? The first bar, 70s, 50% mortality. But you took it. It's better than dying. See the mortality in the 2000s now. It's actually, the orange bars are allogenic and the blue are autologous. The orange bars are actually less than 20%, fantastic. And the blue is less than 5% now, 5 to 6%, which is fantastic, which is the mortality of chemotherapy. So you see there's been a revolution of sorts, in this field. Now you see these are specific graphs. On your left, if you see, actually the diseases are given there, but you see the mortality, disease-wise transplant mortality over 5 decades. And you see between 20 to 35% mortality on your left graphs has come down to less than 15. These are all updated figures, okay? And you see on your right is autologous. It's come down to less than 3% to 4%, which is fantastic. Okay. Now, all countries have guidelines. Our country did not have a guideline. So we made a guideline, and we were told to make this in the middle of COVID. So we struggled. It took us 2 years, 2 to 3 years. We had all the top institutes with us, and we brought out this. It was actually released by the ICMR, and it's a free download for whom you want. We've given all the standards. What should be the qualifications? What should be the unit like? What should be the workforce? So all the standards are given. And just now, for the QCI, which is the Quality Control of India, NABH is part of it, we just made accreditation standards also. That's also been published. Okay, so I have gone along with all my problems and converted that into research. And that's why you'll find most of them, then I published it also. But they were problems which I was facing, and I was in the army. So I had to do my routine work, army work, plus my transplant work, and my problems had to also be solved. So I went to ICMR, I went to DBT, I got a lot of help, I got funding. So that was the story of how we could proceed. How many transplants done in the world? In the US, nearly 20,000 a year. In India, over the years, we have come up. Now we are touching 4,000, which is a large number from what we were just about 10 to 20. And from centers, 15 centers in up to 2,000. Today we have in the bottom 167 centers. But still, we are short. We need more. USA has less than 1/3 of our population. They have 350 centers. So we need more centers, okay? And this is my army hospital, our data. if you see in the green on the extreme right, total 500, over 500 transplants, and 70% have survived diseases which would have killed. This was when we were not there. It was some years ago, 4 or 5 years. Every year we've improved. In Apollo Hospital, Ahmedabad, where I work now after retirement, we've done nearly 200 transplants, mostly allogenic haplotransplants, and our survivals are 81%, which I'm very happy about. Okay, we have put this all together in a publication with all the Indian data. This is also free download where you can see where we stand. Okay, and our center got the best center award from FICCI this year for Indian and foreign patients that we have transplanted. So what is bone marrow transplant? To put it very simply, there's an abnormal cell, I have to remove it. And the abnormal cell may be a leukemic cell or maybe a thalassaemic defective cell. So what did we think in the 70s, 80s? Blast it. Use a lot of chemotherapy and you have got rid of it. But 30% relapsed within 2 years. Then we said, it's not only about blasting and killing physically. No, there is something immunological happening. And that was something called graft versus tumor or graft versus leukemia effect. So the graft which you take from a donor has got T cells. And these T cells actually go and pick up the tumor as non-self and chew it up. So you need graft versus leukemia to prevent relapse. And today we have developed that. Most of the hematological disorders occurs after 40, 45 years of age, except the pediatric ones. And if that was so, we couldn't transplant them because transplant cutoff was 45 years. So today by using lesser chemotherapy and more of immunological kill called graft versus tumor effect, we are now transplanting up to 70 years of age with very good results. Okay? So age is not a problem now. Father of modern transplant, E. Donald Thomas from Fred Hutch in Seattle, got a Nobel Prize. No other subject has gotten more Nobel Prizes in the last 5 decades than hematology, and I'll show you. Okay? So these are 2 types of transplant, autologous and allogenic. Autologous, the patient himself is the donor, like in lymphoma and myeloma. You take out the stem cells, give the chemotherapy, and reinfuse the stem cells. That's autologous. Allogenic, the donor is healthy, HLA matched, and the patient, leukemia or otherwise, you actually take the bone marrow or the stem cells and infuse it. Okay? This is our transplant in Apollo. What I need you to see is this here. This is the HEPA filter. Okay? These HEPA filters are actually 0.2 micron HEPA filters. So it's a bubble. You have no cells for 3 weeks. No white cells, no red cells, no platelets. I can replace platelets and I can replace red cells, no problem. White cells is a problem. Infections come because of white cells. So that's the challenge, to having 0 neutrophils for 2 to 3 weeks and then waiting for the transplant to occur. Okay? And we do transplants in both pediatrics and adults. We have transplanted very small children up to 2 years with genetic disorders. This is our team. We have a healthy team of 10 consultants. And we have all types of genetic disorders from India and abroad. Okay? And that is on the bottom right are 3 sisters from Syria. They all had thalassemia. And I can tell you, the father and the mother were the donors. They all are now 5 years down the line doing very well. Okay. Now, in short, this is transplant. In short, the first step, I must get an HLA donor. I'll tell you about HLA. Then I must kill the abnormal cells. It's called conditioning. And thereafter, I must harvest the stem cells. From the bone marrow, it's under GA, in the OT. You have to take up to 1 liter for a 60 kg adult. Or you can take it from the placenta, cord blood. We hardly do any cord bloods now, but we've done enough cord bloods. Or it can be from the peripheral blood with the apheresis machine. This is taken, it's just like blood. Marrow is, stem cells are just like blood. And then we infuse that. But between step 3 and 4, there are 2 to 3 weeks of 0 counts. That's when the patients die. So that is the challenge of transplant. And that will be the supportive care. Now, these are 2 gentlemen, Dorset from France and Snell from US, who elaborated HLA. They thought, like solid organs, ABO group is the way to go. But here in bone marrow transplant, ABO group doesn't matter. We can transplant across groups. But you need the HLA. That's most important, the human leukocyte antigen. Okay? And this, a few words you must know. This is the future. Okay? So the ABC on your right is the class 1. And on your left, the DP, Q, and R are the class 2. They are all nucleated cells and the T cells and B cells and the antigen-presenting cells. Now, ABO can have only 4 combinations. But see the HLA system, more than 1 million. And we are only matching for these 6 antigens. So now, that was antigen match. Now we know that there are alleles, and they are on your chromosomes, and 12 alleles for these 6. Each of these DP, DQ, and all have 2 alleles. So we can have 12 out of 12 match is the best match. But even 10 out of 10 is enough. And that will be the best for doing a transplant, okay? Now this is just to show you a full match. You see the patient and the donor, and a quick glance will show you all the numbers match. Full match, no problems, okay? But you see here, 50% match. All the reds are mismatched. So the haplotype comes as a whole, and you inherit from either your mother or father. 50% HLA comes from each parent. So you have from both, and that 50% is called a haplomatch transplant, haploidentical transplant. But it's much easier to do because parents are always available and children are always available. But if you have to look for a donor from a registry and all, it's much more costly, time consuming, and not easy, okay? And yes, this is important. Chances of finding a donor between brothers, sisters, or brothers is only 25%, okay? But from a registry, this is the third one, from a registry, it can be 30 to 70% if you have a proper registry. In India, we don't have proper registries. We are 5 to 6 lakhs max, but we need millions. Then only you have a chance of getting 30 to 70%. So we are going the 50% haplo match way mostly. Okay? This is a registry of the World Marrow Donor Registry. Okay? 42 million donors. Most of them are, you'll be surprised, is in Europe and US. Hardly any in Africa and Asia. But now China, South Korea are all coming up in big numbers, okay? So in India, Datri on your top left is the biggest center in Chennai, and they only have 5 to 6 lakh donors, okay? We need much more donors. And that's a move which I think all you youngsters will take it forward. You know, be a match. And it's like giving blood, but it takes a little longer. But you can be a donor. All of you who are healthy can be donors. Okay, now you see on your right are the percentages, and you see the top one is mud in the US. The registry is so big, no problem, you'll get it. Unrelated donors. You see haplo, the blue one, only 21%. Okay, now you see India. In India, the red one, which you are seeing in between 43%, has been growing since the 2016 to now nearly 43%. It's going to become 50%. Haplo. We are the largest haplo proceeding in the transplant centers in the world. US and other countries don't have even half of what we are doing. Okay? And mud, if you see, the orange, the yellow one is less than 10%. To do a transplant, you have to have a catheter which is a lifeline. Subcutaneously goes into the subclavian and into the SVC-RA junction. This remains for 3 months to 6 months. Blood products, total parenteral nutrition. When you give heavy chemotherapy, they can't even swallow their saliva because they have mucositis. And once they have that, you have to give TPN, total parenteral nutrition. And that's how you actually maintain them. All the chemo drugs and blood products are also given through this double channel central catheter. Okay? So what is conditioning, I've already told you, is killing and making space in the marrow, which we thought was the magic. But we know it's not the magic. It's not the only magic. You need it, but you need the immunological support of graft versus leukemia or tumor effect. Okay? And so there are 3 types of conditioning I told you. The young people up to 45, you can blast it. Myeloablative. Myelo means bone marrow. Ablative means to finish it off, to ablate. Okay? And that myeloablative has to be rescued by stem cells. And it all takes up to 3 weeks. Lowest one is a non-myeloablative. What happens when I have a 70-year-old leukemic who's otherwise fit and he wants to live? He has the support, he has the money. Can I transplant him? Yes, I can. But I do a non-myeloablative or a reduced conditioning where I don't give him heavy doses which are toxic. But I depend more on the immunological kill of the graft versus tumor. So all these three are being done regularly in our country now. And most of the hematological disorders belong to the older group. So this is so important. Okay? Now this, just pay attention. This is the immunological basis. So if your patient on your left has got normal AA cells, AL are the leukemic cells. Okay, then I do conditioning, which is the yellow, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. And there BB are the donor cells. I give the donor cells, and then the patient has got a mixture of the donor cells, and some cells survive. And those surviving may be normal cells, and AL is some leukemic cells. This causes relapse. And this is called a chimera. A chimera is when two species live in the same organism. And that's a Greek mythological figure. I'll show you what it is. Then I give more T cells, which is the BBUC, dialyzed donor lymphocyte infusions. Here comes in the immunology. I put in the DLI, and it cleans up the AL and the A, and I have a complete chimera. And that means I've cured the problem. I've used immunological effect to good use, okay? And this on your left is a chimera from Greek mythology. Two animals in the same body. So when you have two types of cells, we call it a chimera, okay? Now see this on your right. See, the T cells are the green ones, and the blue are the tumor cells. Just see what the green cells do to the blue. This is a sign film. This happens in your body. He's chewed it up. He's finished it off. So this is immunological. Wherever that cell is hiding, he gets it, which your chemo can't do. Okay? And so you have something called GVHD and GVL. If you know this talk is successful. Graft versus host disease, when the graft you're putting in causes disease in the liver, gut, and in the skin. There's graft, and you can prevent this by immunosuppression. GVL, I want it. Graft versus leukemia effect to kill whatever is left. But the two cells, CD4 for GVHD and CD8 for GVL. So now we know these two cells. So we know what cells to work on. So we can isolate these cells also when we want them. Okay? So to prevent GVHD, you have to give immunosuppression. And there are whole types of immunosuppressions. But special one is for haplo. Because the normal ones, you can get away with 1 or 2 immunosuppression. But haplo, they were all dying till we got this magical, post-transplant cyclophosphamide, which came from Baltimore, Johns Hopkins. And now we can salvage them all. They are as good as normal transplants, which we used to do from brothers, sisters, okay? And this is the donor lymphocyte infusion. When I want to kill whatever residual cells are there, I can keep using this every month or every 2 months and kill whatever residual cells are there. And we routinely do it. So when we collect the donor cells, we make aliquots of 1 million, 5 million, up to 10 million, and it's stored in cryopreserved minus 190 degrees. I take it out, 10 ml, give it in the outpatient, patient goes. Okay? But be careful, it can cause GVHD. Okay, this is how the cells, you can dose the cells at different levels. And coming to the magical haploidentical, which has saved our country to a large extent, I'll say. And we are doing it at a ridiculous cost compared to the West. See, the last line. PTCY is post-transplant cyclophosphamide. I do the transplant on day 3 and 4. I give high doses of cyclophosphamide. And this cyclophosphamide kills the CD8 cells. It kills the CD4, not the CD8. I want the GVHD not to occur. I want the GVL. So it kills the CD4 cells. They multiply a lot in the first 3 days. And cyclophosphamide just wipes them out. So the GVHD causing cells, I've got rid of it, okay? And then why does the stem cell survive? And why does the other cells survive? They should knock them also out. It doesn't, because it's got an enzyme called the aldehyde dehydrogenase, which protects it from cyclophosphamide. So stem cell is sitting and laughing at the cyclophosphamide. Nothing happens to the stem cell. So the haplo has got rid of the bad cells, and the good cells sail through into transplant. So that is the rationale of PTCY. Then one of the researches I've just published in BMT was, many patients you can't give PTCY. They need a lot of mesna, a lot of fluids, hyperhydration. He's got a cardiac problem. He's got a renal problem. Children, you can't give volumes. There's a problem. So I substituted cyclophosphamide by bendamustine. And there are animal studies to show that bendamustine does the same thing, what cyclophosphamide does, but no fluids, no mesna, much more simpler, and that's been published in the BMT, and now we can use that in a large number of patients where we could not give PTCY. You can't do PTCY, you can't do haplotransplant. Okay? So one of the barriers now which is come as antibodies. I'm only matching 50% HLA. So there will be antibodies in the patient to reject that graft. They're called donor-specific antibodies. Antibodies against the donor. Okay? And here it comes from where? Transfusions. Many patients keep getting transfused. If the patient has multiple pregnancies, antibodies are there again. So all these things create problems for the transplant. Okay? And if they are there, I must detect them. There are screening methods. But after detecting them, if they are there, what do I do about it? Very simple. Those antibodies are produced by which cell? Any student, we took a class yesterday, which cells produce the antibodies? Not macrophage? Yes. So plasma cells come from B cells. I've talked about T cells. So the B cells become plasma cells. They produce the antibodies. So I shut down the B cells and the plasma cells. We've got specific monoclonal antibodies to target them, suppress them. So the antibodies are not produced. And whatever antibodies are there, you remove by plasmapheresis.
Dr. Nair, please wind up.
Yes. So these are the three sources of stem cells which you have, and you can cryopreserve them, and we have a lovely center to cryopreserve them. This is how it looks. This is the dose which you give, which I have told you all yesterday. Supportive care is paramount, okay? And this one thing I want to all, in Bollywood movies, father gives the son, and son gives the father blood, never to be done. They cause GVHD. You have to irradiate this blood with 25 grays to make the T lymphocytes impotent. Then only you should give it, otherwise it will cause GVHD. So family blood is the worst blood, okay? And these are the complications which we are not going to talk about, but this are my patients. You see in the kidney tray, the gut has come out. This is GVHD of the gut, of the skin, of the bladder. So it can be hideous, but today we don't see this because we have got refined techniques to prevent it. Chronic GVHD looks like an autoimmune disorder, okay? And the challenges, the last few slides, are basically we must expand our program, we must make it cheaper, and infections. So most of us are actually ID specialists. Viruses are the worst, and fungus and MDR, bacterial infections, are actually our biggest challenges. Cost, we must cut it down. Cheapest in the world, but we must bring it down further, okay? And these barriers have been all broken down by people who have got Nobel Prizes, okay? I'll just show you the Nobel Prizes in hematology. This I told you for HLA. This is the father for preventing GVHD, Donald Thomas. And this is Yamanaka and Gordon, who said a skin can be made into a stem cell, okay? And this year's Nobel Prize has also gone for hepatology, for regulatory T cells. In India, presidential awards have been given just for stem cell work. And I'm glad we are part of it. Dr. Advani, I have got 2 for my stem cells, and Dr. Maman Chandy, and this year again, 2 have been nominated, okay? So to conclude, we must make it aware. We must make it cheaper. We must make it accessible. And haplo is the way to go right now, because we don't have enough donors in the registry, okay? So increase the registry where you all have a role, and refine your haplo to make it acceptable. So this is a famous quote that I always give. Learn from yesterday. But today the important thing is not to stop questioning. And all this has happened because we have questioned and we found the answers. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Nair, for a wonderful talk. I think you inspired the students to think, and maybe you made the whole technique so simple, though it's not as simple as that. It is actually a roller coaster ride when you do a transplant. So thank you again. Thanks a lot.
What a comprehensive session from basics to advances. Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Dr. Nair, for an exciting session. The next session is, I think, equally challenging and very interesting. It's cardiac transplantation in India. a field where India has made remarkable progress. To chair the session, I invite Professor Dr. A.C. Anand, his Professor Emeritus KIT, deemed to be University, and former Director General, Medical Services, Navy. Professor Anand is a legendary gastroenterologist with over 400 research publications. His contributions to medical education and clinical research has influenced generations of physicians. May I request you, sir, to kindly come over?
Alongside
very famous, and India very proud by doing so many cardiac transplantations. From bone marrow transplantation, we are now going to the other end, that is cardiac transplantation. Professor Balakrishnan.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to be in this esteemed and world-class institute. Can I have the slides on? Okay, I've been asked to speak on heart transplant and VAD's current status and future. I shall try to make it brief and as interesting as possible because this is a mixed crowd, so I don't want to burden it with too much technicalities. Over the last decade, there's been a considerable progress, even though by an act of parliament, brain death was certified and the first brain death organ donation was done way back in '94. Till the year 2010, the progress was very slow. And over the last decade, the circles that you see represent states in India where some kind of an organ donation program exists. But very interestingly, if you draw a line across the middle of India from Gujarat to Visakhapatnam, over 95% of organ donations happen south of that line. That would make it an interesting topic for study for social scientists. And by a series of initiatives taken by the government of Tamil Nadu, including organizations such as Mohan Foundation, the next speaker, Tamil Nadu became a leader in organ donation, and as a consequence, those of us who happen to be in that city ended up doing a lot more transplants because of the access to organs than the rest of the country. But even if you have an organ available, there are a lot of challenges to overcome before you are able to establish a program. To put in simple terms, all of you are very familiar with kidney transplants. So you don't get a kidney next morning. So you're able to be supported on dialysis. We don't have a dialysis for heart. So if you are on inotropes and despite, say, adrenaline and noradrenaline, if your blood pressure is 60, you're going to die in the next few hours. So you really need some kind of magic bullet to keep you alive. So mechanical pumps were really introduced because of all the organs which require transplantation, which can be treated by transplantation. Really the only organ which even today has a solution in terms of a non-biological organ as a mechanical pump is a heart. So the research into mechanical pumps started way back in the 1960s. I should digress a bit because it's interesting. So in 1961, John F. Kennedy made an address to the nation when he said that before the end of the decade, they would like to place a man on the moon. And at that time, Dr. Michael DeBecke, who was one of the pioneering surgeons in the same city in Houston, said, we'd like to build an artificial heart before the end of the decade. I think in 1969, the Apollo mission was successful and we had Armstrong in the moon. But after 60 years, we're still struggling to replace the heart with a reliable pump. Interestingly, NASA built a pump 15, 20 years ago because they quite arrogantly said that we built the Voyager, which is the only human-made object to cross the solar system. So what's a pibbly heart pump which needs to pump 5 liters of blood? But as the previous speaker mentioned, Dr. Nair, the blood is a formidable tissue. You can't fool around with blood. So these organs tend to, so there's not, I shall come to that a little later. So keeping these patients alive was the biggest challenge we faced. And this humble bottle of milrinone, we actually were the first to start in this country. Till then, if you started an inotrope, you had to send the patients, you can't send them home, they have to be in the intensive care. And that's not practical if you're going to wait for 6 weeks or 2 months or 3 months. So we started this policy of, this is marketed by Baxter, a humble bottle of milrinone with which you can send them home. This actually increased cardiac contractility, lowers the pulmonary vascular resistance, and keeps these patients making urine at least till an organ can be found. And that actually was the first big breakthrough. We started using ECMO way back in 2012 when it was not even widely available in this country. And our first experience was this 34-year-old woman from Delhi who was airlifted and severe biventricular failure, creatinine 2.8, jaundice, and multiple inotropes. She had a cardiac arrest, was resuscitated on ECMO. And this faint yellow color you can see on the skin is because she's jaundiced. So she was supported on ECMO for almost 2 weeks, and we found a donor. And she underwent a successful transplant. And this is her 5 years later with a VO2 max of 30, skiing on the slopes of Gulmarg, and was physically able to climb Vaishnav Devi on foot. This is the first actually successful bridge to transplant in this country using ECMO. She survived for 5.5 years and died, had one episode of acute rejection, from which she completely recovered. She developed tuberculosis of the parotid gland and was actually lost to follow for a while and eventually developed full-blown cytomegalovirus infection and died. But nevertheless, this is an example of what is possible. So we use ECMO extensively. The girl in the left top has been on ECMO for a month, congenital heart disease with ventricular dysfunction. She's smiling because she just heard the news that an organ has been available, and that is her just 6 weeks later. You cannot even recognize them. We use ECMO extensively in children because reliable mechanical pumps are not yet available. Berlin Heart, which is there, which actually costs 60 to 70 lakhs, is not affordable. So very often we use biventricular support. This patient was supported for 6 weeks, and we got an organ like that. Even those of you who are not cardiologists can appreciate that the ventricular function is not great in the donor. But a lot of these are young donors, and they have what is called stress cardiomyopathy. By and large, if you take that heart from that body and put it into another body, the heart functions well. So this boy is done well. He's alive and well. 5 years later, he had one episode of rejection from which he completely recovered. I give a few examples because when we started the program, organs were available for use for non-Indian residents because we didn't have enough of a waiting list. So this boy was from Moscow, he was airlifted. He had a cardiac arrest. He was resuscitated after 45 minutes of cardiac massage. For the first 2 days, he was decerebrating with fixed dilated pupils. And the echo on the left, even those who are not cardiologists can see the ventricle is barely moving. So we got an organ after 2 weeks on ECMO, which looked like that. It's significant ventricular dysfunction. That patient actually had an arrest. So despite which we accepted the organ. And he underwent a transplant. He did very well for 3 weeks and then developed new onset right ventricular dysfunction. And we didn't know whether it was a rejection, so we took him to the cath lab. There was no rejection, but what we found was this, donor-derived coronary artery disease. India, unfortunately, has or South Asians in general, have a very high incidence of premature atherosclerosis. So even though the donor was 35 years old, he had severe triple vessel disease. It's often not practical to do an angiogram on donors in this country. So he underwent, a 7-year-old boy with a 35-year-old heart underwent angioplasty and stenting of the LAD and right coronary. And his right ventricle completely recovered. He required 3 separate ECMO runs in one hospitalization, which is actually reported. And after 1 year, he came back with wrist stenosis, which he fixed, and he's alive and well 8 years later. We also use temporary pumps, including in children, for as long as it takes till you find a donor organ. The youngest has been this 8-month-old child. Completely implantable ventricular assist devices are used, not as a bridge to transplant, as a destination therapy, but the youngest one we have used as a bridge to transplant is this 4-year-old child. The other big problem is suboptimal donors. While you're waiting for, unlike kidney, where you cannot match, you have to get whatever donor is available, and if you don't have a reliable or affordable ventricular assist device or a mechanical pump, you can't be on ECMO forever, and beyond 2 weeks, you start having a lot of complications. So we end up having to accept organs which may not be ideal, and you can continue ECMO post-transplant till the organ becomes normal. This 2-year-old child with restrictive cardiomyopathy had severe pulmonary hypertension. The donor organ is from a child with normal pulmonary artery pressure. So the right ventricle of the donor often finds it difficult to function in the recipient's body. So this child underwent a transplant. As you can see, the right ventricle is one on the top, is not even on the screen. And the child was supported on ECMO for 12 days. And over a period of time, the ventricle recovers completely. And this child, again, is actually alive and well 10 years later. So these are all long-term survivors. This is an example. This was done last year. This child was airlifted to us from Bulgaria for a possible artificial heart implant. This child had a cardiac arrest while flying over Karachi airspace. So the flight had to land, they had massage, and then it landed in Chennai. And fortunately reached the hospital alive and had a cardiac arrest again. And we had to massage again for almost 45 minutes and initiated central ECMO. This child miraculously woke up after 48 hours, started making urine. And as a matter of good fortune for this child and bad fortune for the child which died, we had a donor in Wadia Children's Hospital in Bombay within a week's time. And that organ was not very good. So it was refused by all the other units. So since this child was in ECMO, we accepted it. This child did very well, and this is her now actually 3 years later. So ECMO is something I think every cardiac unit in this country should have, because it's no longer experimental, and it can be, especially after COVID, the experience with ECMO has increased tremendously, and the usage has actually skyrocketed, and it can be used, as I said, as a bridge to recovery even after a transplant is done. The next major challenge we had to overcome, move slowly, was in transportation of the organs. It's one thing to get an organ. How do you reach the organ to the recipient hospital? This, of course, is Connaught Place in Delhi. But every city, Bhubaneswar, I'm pleasantly surprised, your traffic is not much. But most of the major cities where we live, the traffic is horrendous. So to reach from one hospital to the other can take you 3-4 hours. And unfortunately, of all the organs in the body, the heart is the most susceptible to ischemic time. You have to, the time interval allowed between harvesting the organ and putting it into a recipient is less than 4 hours. So how do you go through this traffic? So Chennai was the first city to start the concept of green corridor, a pilot vehicle which clears the pathway. And we started doing this, I think, way back in 2010. But in 2014, when we were doing a transplant, for some reason the newspapers got hold of it. This received extensive national and international press coverage, including BBC and Canadian press. And as a consequence, the organ donation spiked. And this young girl from Bombay who received the organ became very famous. And eventually, she's still doing well. She's, I think, 12, 14 years after transplant. She became a transplant coordinator, and as a consequence, organ donation spurted very significantly across the country. So this is a video. This is in the month of May in Guntur. The temperature outside is 48 degrees centigrade, and ordinary citizens are throwing flowers are the dead man's organ. So the reason why organ donation is flourishing in this country is because of the good nature of ordinary citizens. So people respond to good gestures. I often use this as a humble tribute to donors' family. Now, our state now has organ donation in every district hospital, and these are the circles which represent organ donations happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. But you can instinctively realize the complexity. Tirunelveli to most of these places don't have an airport. Organ donation happens in the middle of the night. How on earth do you reach those organs within 4 or 5 hours? So even by road, it takes very often 6 to 7, 8 hours. So that's a huge challenge. So this is the, in our own practice over the last decade, as you can see, the mean ischemic time has progressively increased as we became more confident of handling it. And the maximum ischemic time has been as long as 8 hours, which is actually not even feasible physiologically in the Western world. But again, it's Indian innovation because a lot of these organ donors are young. By and large, these organs function very well. So we started using commercial aircrafts for organ transport in 2014. And as of now, we are the largest users of commercial aircrafts for organ transport in the whole world. Till December last year, we had done over 700 plus transplants. As of now, it's 800. So we analyzed the results when we compared organ transport by road, by commercial flight, and by chartered flight. One of the clever transplant coordinators actually classified the airports in this country into various factors. It's very unusual. I mean, Dr. Behel spoke about research. This is also research. I mean, research is nothing but trying to find a solution to a problem which seems insurmountable. So he got the telephone number of every air traffic controller in all the airports where organs are available, including their wives, I might add, because sometimes they don't answer the phone in the middle of the night, especially airports which are not busy. And in fact, one of the patients we had was from the army, so the father arranged army aircraft, and the organ was in Ahmednagar. I got a call from the pilot at 3 o'clock in the morning saying that they're not able to land because the air traffic controller is not responding to the phone call. So we called up the wife, made him go and open the damn thing. So these are what you would call jugaad in India, but a lot of them are solutions. We'll time the cross climb by looking at exactly where the flight is. And we put it in a box. It has to go through like a security check like everything else. And we have to buy a ticket, put it in the seat next to you. And we routinely take organs from PGI Chandigarh. From PGI Chandigarh to the airport is a long drive. Then from Chandigarh airport to Delhi, change over the terminal from T1 to T3, and then another flight. Very often the ischemic times are 6.5 to 7 hours. But by and large, these are young donors, and they do very well. So we compared the ischemic time, age, and the hospital mortality of the 3 different modes of transport, and we found no difference. And the cost difference between commercial flight and chartered flight was more than 10 times. And this was actually published presented in the ISHN meeting in Boston last year, and published in the Journal of Heart Lung Transplant. When we started, the American concept of immune surveillance was 16 endomyocardial biopsies in the first year. That's not practical or feasible because biopsies cost money. And 16 biopsies means these patients have to be in the city for 1 year. That is practically not possible in this country. So we started cutting down the number of biopsies to 1 before discharge by 3 weeks, and then doing surveillance through tacrolimus levels and echocardiogram, and now with cell-free DNA. And we found no difference in the outcome. Our incidence of rejection is around 15%, but fatal rejections are not common. This girl, 9 years after transplant, presented with feeling of uneasiness, went to Holy Family Hospital in Bombay and had a cardiac arrest, was resuscitated and put on ECMO and airlifted. As you can see, the ventricle is barely moving. We did a biopsy and found antibody-mediated rejection with appropriate treatment, plasmapheresis, the ventricle dramatically recovered. So what are the outcomes? We analyzed the results of over 700 transplants. The youngest has been 4 months, the oldest is 81 years of age, and the 12-year survival is over 65%, which compares with what is published in ISHD. When we first started the program, we were very unsure as to what the long-term results would be given the air is not clean, the water is not clean. half the patients are not reachable. But to a large extent, the scenario changed because of the widespread availability of smartphones and very inexpensive internet like Jio. So that made it possible for us to be in touch with patients. They could share their lab results very easily. So the 12-year results actually are very, very good, comparable to what is published. If younger, the results are even better. Conditional 1-year survival. So these are comparable to international results. And even if you are very, very sick, Intermax 1, that means you're massaged on, put on ECMO after cardiac arrest, more than half of them can be expected to be alive out at 12 years. We've had extensively publication. One of the major risk factors for long-term survival is poor renal function, and that has been published as well. Functional outcomes are excellent. This man, 5 years after being airlifted from Lilavati Hospital in Bombay on ECMO, is the CEO of a 2,000 crore company. This man from Calcutta finished first in a half marathon in an open field 5 years post-transplant. These are children he can barely make out. The girl to my left was climbing in the mountains of Munnar looking for mountain goat 1 year after being on ECMO and a transplant. And this old man, he's 74 years old, 1 year after the transplant, is playing tennis in the Vasanthaka Club in Chennai. Very briefly, journey with VADs. In the long run, the solution for heart failure increasingly will be mechanical pumps because no number of organ donors can ever match the requirements. The early results were with pulsatile pumps which require valves. So the current generation of pumps all have continuous flow pumps. The first VAD in India was done by us in Chennai. And this is him walking for the first time in 9 months. Within 3 months, he's recovered completely. And in 1 year, he became a grandfather. And 2 years, he's back to eating and drinking with a punch. That's what keeps doctors in business. Patients never change their habits. You can change their heart, but they continue to do what they do. He's the longest surviving LVAD in India. Is now, I think, 12 years post-VAD implant. They have to carry your bag with a battery and a controller. This young man is physically able to climb the Raigad Fort, which is built by Shivaji, Emperor Shivaji when he was fighting Aurangzeb. You can look at how steep the steps are. Even normal people cannot climb it. For you to be able to do that 1 year after a VAD is testimony to the technology. This man next to Anna Hazare, 3 months afterwards, is playing volleyball in the foreground. I'm not sure it's a good idea to jump for a ball with a bag, and in the morning he is milking his cow as a farmer. So when we design VADs for our population, we have to take into consideration the realities of life in our own country. So pediatric implants, we now have several children who have crossed 10 years. There's no dedicated pediatric pumps available. So when you have a very small child, we do a virtual fit by taking the CT scan or the MRI of the patient into a 3D slicer program, and with 3D mounted glasses, we did this in IIT Madras. We are able to virtually implant the pump to know whether the pump can be fitted. And on that basis, we can implant this pump. And this boy was the son of a general in the Egyptian army. He was airlifted unconscious, and he underwent a transplant 4 years after the VAD with a heart like this. So what are the challenges in increasing the VAD usage? The biggest challenge is the cost. There's only one FDA-approved pump in the world, which is HeartMate 3. It costs $100,000, when today's price is around 90 lakhs. How many people in this country can afford 90 lakhs? It's a lot of money. So we started a project. We started a startup company in IIT Madras Research Park with the idea of building a pump. So we ended up building hydrodynamic bearing LVAD. It can support both the right and the left ventricle with a single controller. Our pump is one to the left of the HeartMate 3, it's quite small, and we have separate RVAD which can be used for children as a LVAD. And that's the way the pump looks. We've undergone animal trials. This is a trial in a sheep implant, and this is a BioVAD where both the right and left ventricle can be supported. We've got several US and European patents. We also developed a microaxial catheter pump. These are used for cardiogenic shock patients where you are able to introduce a catheter through the groin, which can deliver 5 liters of blood flow. They cost 27, 28 lakhs. Again, it's too much. So we developed a microaxial catheter pump in Chennai. The one at the top is the product we have designed and developed. It can deliver up to 5 liters of flow. And the HQ curves compare very favorably with the impeller pump. And it's undergone, we've been doing the animal implants in Palamur Institute in Hyderabad on a pig model with a cath lab. The device insertion is very easy within 3 minutes, and hemolysis is very acceptable. So we expect, again, we have filed almost 8-9 patents. So we expect, we also built a hot run machine which is affordable. And for transporting the organs, we've built an organ care system with the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. That's a big heart, and they've done it with the PhD Institute in Coimbatore, where after 10 hours of ischemia, the heart started beating again. So hopefully we'll have it available for commercial use in the second quarter of next year.
Dr. Balakrishnan, not hearing, just close to the microphone, they say we're not hearing. Yeah.
Sorry. So what is the future? People have been looking at organ banking. The North American wood frog, in the month of October, it goes into hibernation, the heart stops beating, and it wakes up in April with normal cardiac function. So can we mimic that? So there's been some examples of super cool liver stored for 4 days. We are now have a research group working on supercoolants with ferromagnetically activated nanoparticles for ray warming. And if you look at the world map from South Korea in the east to Ghana and the west coast of Africa, the only 2 countries with where transplants and LVADs are possible are India and China. So the market is huge. And so in conclusion, excellent long-term outcomes are possible after heart. Hopefully some of you will take up that project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Balakrishnan. As I know, the first heart transplant in August, AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Science. At that time, I was doing my residency program by Dr. Venugopal lead the team. And Doctor, for the students, Dr. Balakrishnan has created the legendary efforts. There's a post-COVID, he came to the limelight. Always the single-handedly tried all the basic things, innovating ideas, fast assisted LVAD put in India by Dr. Balakrishnan. This heart in a zone, we usually tell this is a no-entry zone, and the device all are non-device. This means once failed, patient died. The venturing that organ to transplant with so much of innovations, that determination, you can do wonders. Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. A lot of questions I am having also want to know, but shortage of time, we cannot discuss this psychometric things. But students see that is the very challenging, where anything is hard and really very good. That's why any change is difficult, that gives the best result in the life. That's why I said. And Balakrishnan is the example. He operated one of our faculty, has the anesthesia HOD in All India Institute of Medical Science, Bhopal. He's still leading the HOD post and anesthesia, doing normal life. And that effect inspired our cardiothoracic surgeon, AIMS Bhopal. After Delhi AIMS is doing the heart transplant. Dr. Jogesh is inspired by you, and you visited that center, and he has done the last 1 week before one heart transplant, who has been discharged last week. That's your work has inspired, and the people are taking care, and this is nothing impossible what you can do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. Our next session addresses the critical issues of organ donation and transplantation infrastructure. During this session, we have Professor Umakanta Satpathy, Additional DMET, Government of Orissa, a key architect of Orissa's healthcare policies. Professor Satpathy has been instrumental in strengthening the state's medical education infrastructure. His efforts have expanded healthcare access across undeserved regions of Orissa. We welcome you, sir.
With him is Professor Dr. Nivedita Pani. She is the former professor and head of the Department of Anesthesia at SCB Medical College, Cuttack. She is also the retired director at PGIMR Capital Hospital, Bhubaneswar. Under her leadership, it has modernized the PGIMER while preserving the legacy of excellence. We invite our chairpersons to the dais. The speaker for this session is Dr. Sunil Shroff. I request our esteemed speaker to kindly take his position on the dais. Our chairpersons may kindly introduce the speaker and we can continue with the session.
So, very good afternoon to all, and welcome, Srup sir. All of you can see his works, awards, and all dedications. He is the pioneer in the deceased organ donation and the trustee in the Mohan Foundation, who is the key organization, a non-for-profit organization for the deceased organ transplantation in Tamil Nadu. So because for the paucity of time, sir, we will keep our limit for 25 minutes and 5 minutes extra that can be. And so welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yogesh Chawla. Thank you, Dr. Samantha and KIMS Institute for inviting me here. After 3 great talks, I'm going to talk to you how we have taken this disease donation program forward in this country. These are some of my affiliations, but more importantly, I have no financial disclosures. Some of the images which I have got on this presentation are AI generated. Let's start with some inspiring moments in this disease donation program. You saw some of the pictures from Dr. Balakrishnan, some very gratifying images. This is a hospital, and now it has become a norm to give the donor, deceased donor, a hero's farewell. And all the staff in the operation theater, nurses stand and salute the donor and give the donor what they deserve, because they give a second chance in life to many, many people. This is a very colorful picture, and this is a picture from a village near Jaipur. This is post-donation. Our counselors go to the village to the prayer ceremony to give homage. And let me see if this video will play. And can you put some sound? And this old man is saying, "Wo mara nahi hai, jinda hai." And you see the color here. It's kind of a celebration. It is, I think we lost the picture. It's more of a celebration than death, because this donor gave a renewed lease of life to so many people. And, you know, some of these deaths are unnecessary. They are on road traffic accidents, sudden death of a young man. So you give a new meaning to life by doing organ donation, if the relatives say yes to donation. And this is a story of Roli, a donation which happened in AIMS, Delhi, where Roli was shot by a gun in Haryana, and she gave her organs, the parents gave her organs. And then there is in Jaipur, where a whole street was named after organ donors. This is Khalil Gibran. He's a Lebanese American poet. And because, you know, an organ donor can transform life, he talks about what is giving. And he says, you give but little. You give but little when you give of your possessions, that is your wealth. You truly give when you give of yourself. And that giving of yourself is organ donation. This is a donor memorial which is in Jaipur in front of SMS Medical College, a large college, which celebrates donors because they are the heart of the moment. And it's a wonderful memorial. If you visit Jaipur, you must go there and look at this. And they have got names of all the donors of Rajasthan in this memorial. And this creates a lot of good feel factor in the community. When somebody comes and looks at it, they get inspired. You all know that. I don't have to introduce this celebrity to you. So in Ahmedabad, when the World Cup was happening,
help others live beyond your lifetime.
so they pledged for
Register
others.
as a donor and make every life count.
Be the captain of life. Just like a captain leads the team to victory, you can lead someone to life by pledging to donate.
This is a miracle of hand transplantation. This is a young lady who lost both her hands in an accident. And look at this picture on the right, totally transformed with hand transplant, bilateral hand transplantation. This is another picture where the mother and the daughter are looking at this recipient of hand. She's a donor wife and the daughter. Look at them looking at the hand of the donor, of the recipient. This happened in Cochin. And I had an opportunity to appear on Kaun Banega Crorepati with Amitabh Bachchan. And we talked about hand transplantation.
11,609 लोगों को अंगदान से जीवन दान मिल चुका है।
जब मैंने अपने नए हाथों को देखा, that moment is the closest I have come to experiencing God.
जीवन दान ही सबसे बड़ा दान है। Just spare a thought अपने अंगदान के बारे में। एक बार सोचिए।
डॉक्टर साहब और रितेश, मैंने देखा कि आपने एक हरे रंग का रिबन पहना हुआ है। इसके पीछे कोई कहानी है, क्या बताइए?
हरा रंग जो है वह अंगदान का रंग है, क्योंकि हम शरीर का रिसाइकिल कर सकते हैं।
सर, ये हरा रिबन मैंने लगाने।
The whole set of KBC turned green when we put on the green ribbon, just to, associate with the cause of organ donation. So green is the ribbon for organ donation, remember that. So as in hand transplantation, India is a leader. We have done more than 73 of the 179 hand transplants in the world have been done in India. So quite remarkable. Having said that, there's a growing burden of kidney disease in the world, high treatment costs, limited access to care, and the problem is the kidney, epidemic is increasing. Almost 10% of the population, world population, 850 million people have some form of stage 2 to stage 5 kidney disease. And in this room, if there are 1,000 of you, at least 100 will suffer with kidney disease and at least 15 or to 20 will require transplantation. So this is a growing burden. And this hits the low and medium economy countries more than any other country. And here we have limited access to care. So we really need to do something for increasing demand against a very small supply of organs today. This is 2004. We had a tsunami in South India, and we have 12,500 people were killed in the tsunami. This video is not playing, but anyway. But kidney disease kills 200,000 people every year, and we don't even talk about it. So that's the kind of magnitude of problem we are dealing with. This is the disease donation rate in our country. This is in the last decade. And if you see that we have gradually increased, but not enough. Last year we did close to 1,250 disease donors. When we did 1,250 disease donors, one donor can give at least 5 lives, up to 8 though. And we had 3,500 organs from disease donors. We did 18,000 transplantation, of which about 14,500 were living donor transplant, that is kidney or liver, but 3,500 organs came from disease donors, but not enough. So why aren't we doing enough? Because there is lack of awareness, there is knowledge deficit, there's access and affordability problem, and lack of trust and transparency. I just want to ask you all in this room, I know you've been quite silent, not participating. How many of you support organ donation in this room? Can you raise your hands? Yes? So say once yes to organ donation. Say yes to organ donation. More loudly, so many of you are there. Wow, good, well done. Why do we do less? Because of all 37 states and union territories in this country, only 5 or 6 states of country do most of the disease donation in this country. 73% of all disease donation comes from 5 states, and Tamil Nadu does 21% of these. So where do we need the awareness? Do we need the awareness among the public, paramedical, or the doctors? According to me, we need as much awareness among doctors, medical students, as we do among the public. I think we need more awareness among the doctors than public. I'll tell you why. Because the Indians are very giving. India has a great legacy of giving. We do close to 70,000 corneal transplants every year, highest in the world. 96 families donate corneas of their loved ones by calling the eye bank, by calling them that I want to donate, eyes of my loved one. We also have 11 to 12 million blood donations every year, which is close to 30,000 people donating their blood. So the Indians are very giving. The problem with the disease donation is we don't have processes in place because it's a little complicated procedure. The 3 pillars of disease donation is you need to identify, certify, and maintain brain death. If it's a medical legal case, road traffic accident, you need to have a post-mortem and get the police involved. And then you need to counsel the family, support the family during the process, during the grief. So there is knowledge deficit. And we need to train our staff in ICU, the doctors and the nurses. We need to train transplant coordinators who can actually make a request for organ donation during the time of grief. We need to train our surgeons, and we need to also sensitize our police personnel about organ donation. Spain is they do the highest number of donation. So for disease donation program, in a hospital, you need to have somebody responsible in the hospital to carry this program forward. We have 3 broad models. The Spanish model, which follows the presumed consent. Presumed consent is the state presumes you are a donor unless otherwise you express yourself. So Spain has the highest donation rate, where you have ICU doctors who are the main person leading the program. The British people have, again, ICU people and specialist nurses in organ donation, and the Americans have an OPO, or Organ Procurement Organization. But we need to create an Indian model to take this program forward. In a hospital, when you have a disease donor, the multiple stakeholders, the neurosurgeons and the neurocritical people will certify brain death, the ICU people will maintain the brain death, and then the liver, kidney, and heart surgeons will take the organs out. So there are multiple stakeholders. And there is no shared responsibility in this. And when a person suffers brain injury or brain death, to a time the body is handed over to the relatives, there are multiple steps. This is a very busy slide. I'm not going to go through this. So there's a whole process in a disease donation program. Balakrishnan showed this slide on green corridors. The need of the hour today is we need to create these green corridors within hospitals, not necessarily on the roads. That's what we need if we want to promote disease donation in this country. There's also a mismatch equity and access. Most of the donors are in public sector or government hospitals because they are road traffic accident, medical legal case, so they land up in a government hospital. But most of the recipients, unfortunately, are in private hospitals. So that's why there's a mismatch. And we need to somehow take care of this mismatch. What we need is more institutions in public sector hospitals also doing transplants. Because if a poor person donates, he also deserves a transplant. And the Supreme Court on 20th November have asked the government of India to come up with guidelines so that there is more equity in this program and the less affordable also can get a transplant done. Sorry, I think I moved forward, but I don't think I can move back. Anyway, what I was trying to say was that there are very few government institutions in this country which actually do disease donation, and that includes PGI Chandigarh, AIMS Delhi, IKRDC in Ahmedabad, and Rajiv Gandhi Hospital in Chennai. Before I go forward, I just want to tell you very briefly, what can a living person donate? A living person can donate a kidney or a part of the liver. Okay? What can a person who is naturally dead in the house can donate? Your house? They can donate tissues, mostly eyes, skin, fascia, heart valves, and so on. But you truly can donate after brain death. One person can give life to 8 other people by donating solid organs. And 50 other people can be enhanced by giving tissue donation.
Our Indian law accepts brain death as form of death. And you see some of the pictures there. The main cause of brain death is road traffic accident due to brain hemorrhage or stroke. That can cause or malignancy of the brain. And these patients are usually in ICU on ventilators. The true potential of brain death in our country, if you look at, we have 8.4 million people dying in this country every year. Estimated 1 to 4% are brain dead in this situation. So technically, if you look at the figures, we have almost more than 300,000 possible brain deaths. And if you look at road traffic accidents in the country, a killer kind of roads where you have many young people dying due to road traffic accidents with all the motorcycle, chaotic traffic. There's 400 deaths every day, or 247,000 road traffic accident deaths in our country. And of this, 67% have head injury. Potentially, we have close to 95,000 potential organ donors in the ICUs. And we only convert less than 1% of those. So why should we consider organ donation after all? By doing an act of donation, you're leaving behind a legacy. You're recycling yourself, because everything in the universe is recycled. And, just being a little bit more philosophical, we are made of stars. The long trip from Big Bang to the human body, we are all made of atoms, and atoms can never be destroyed. They're always recycled. So, you shouldn't be too possessive. The same atoms which you have in your body were there even when the Big Bang happened. So, our atoms all share the same deep history that goes back to Big Bang. The same hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, which was there in Big Bang, is what makes you. So keep recycling yourself. And how do you save a life? You save a life by just signing on a simple donor card and saying yes to organ donation. If you want to pledge for organ donation, you can either pledge on organ donor card, or you can carry it on driving license today in India. Also, you can pledge your organs. This is where we formed Mohan Foundation in 1997 to create a non-profit to create awareness, training, counseling, and for networking. In 1999, we held a donor family felicitation function in a college, and we had 67 donor families who turned up, including one from the US. And this is where we evolved the first organ sharing network in the country. And we had 4 hospitals in Tamil Nadu, and then 11 hospitals in Andhra Pradesh, which started, using organs. That is, if there was a donor in one hospital, the organ could be shared with other hospitals if you didn't have a recipient. And the ethos was not to waste organs and treat them like national resource. And in the foundation, over 8 years, we almost did about 608 different transplants of kidney, liver, heart, corneas. And we created this sharing network, and we put a system in place. But what was happening was we were not doing enough donations. We were not doing more than 15, 20 donations in a year, and that was never going to be enough for the country. It so happened that in I showed you tsunami, but in 2007, a report came in the newspaper where the tsunami people were selling their organs because they were short of money. And in that period, the government was on defensive in Tamil Nadu, so they wanted to do something for the program, and we have 3 smart bureaucrats who sat together with some of us, and we created systems, we created processes, we created a whole different setup for disease donation, and all the experience we had of 8 years of organ sharing, and a very good convener in Amlor Pavanathan and another NGO, we changed the whole system and changed the paradigm in this country for how to certify brain death, how to share the organs. So in 9 months, we came out with 9 government orders, and this was a history, and that set the whole stage for disease donation in this country afterwards. We also had an organ registry online, which was fair and transparent, so that everybody knew why organs were being shared between public and private. And if you look at these figures from 2007, 2008, after the government came on board, the figures suddenly rose from what we used to do 15, it became 131 in 2013, just in 5-6 years. This is government Rajiv Gandhi Medical College in Chennai, and we have, as a foundation, an MOU with them to provide counseling services. and I'll share my experience of 10 years of our counseling services in that hospital, what impact it had, how it changed the outcomes. There's 299 brain deaths were certified, 291 families were approached, 198 families said yes to donation, 66% conversion when you had a trained transplant coordinator asking for organs. And then this resulted in multiple organs from just one hospital by putting trained transplant coordinators in that hospital. And we started a training program for transplant coordinators. A transplant coordinator is a person who has good soft skills, who organizes the donor side, supports the family for donation, has a conversation, and also supports the recipients for transplantation. So that person is very important. They do multiple tasks. So far, we've trained over more than 5,000 counselors in this country. This is a video which shows the counseling going on, if it plays.
But it looks like my child
So
is just
these are simulated videos to train counselors on how to talk to the families.
Out of her lungs. With all the tests, what we found is she's no more and not able to breathe on her own.
So these are actors.
Any chance that Shakti can be brought back to life?
So we give them the stimulation videos to practice with and to understand what disease donation is, how to speak to the family. We also train intensive care doctors to identify and certify and maintain brain death, almost 800. Train surgeons in MS Ramaiah in Bangalore on how to retrieve organs, how to transplant organs. We have a tie-up with Oxford, where the faculty comes from there initially, but now we have our own faculty. We have trained more than 400 surgeons, and the impact of this surgical course has been huge. We have this doctor from Madurai Medical College who had never seen a heart transplant called Dr. Ratnavelu. He did this course, went back, and performed 4 heart transplants. We also have a lot of initiatives in Northeast. We have, in Rohtak Medical College, PGI Rohtak, where we started the disease donation program. In Uttarakhand, in Rishikesh, AIMS, we had a disease donor. We supported them with counseling services. We also have something happening in Northeast. This is very exciting. And this is in Manipur, Imphal, where there are 2 government medical colleges, RIMS and GINIMS. RIMS is a central government and GINIMS is a state government. And we started a disease donation program there in 2017, started helping them. And then we have done 4 or 5 disease donors and about 60, kidney transplants in those 2 hospitals, first in Northeast. And this was possible due to good public-private partnership, whether it was the hospital, our foundation, and SBI Foundation gave us a grant for this. This is a dance which is very popular in Manipur, by the way. We also, during COVID, when we couldn't do awareness, we created these ambassadors of hope in transplant, where we train people from any walk of life, could be a doctor, could be a student, could be a social worker, could be a nurse, anyone, we train them and we, tell them how to, promote organ donation in the community. And we have now got almost 2,300 ambassadors all over the country who do a lot of awareness on organ donation. We also have a helpline, 24/7, toll-free, very good. And through this helpline, we've done 525 disease donations. Different donations, corneal, body, skin, and disease donation, just through helpline. So the impact of our work over the years is just a drop in the ocean, but it has helped this program move forward. It has given new hope to many patients and the program to keep it going. Today we are a supporting organization, a non-profit, and we have at least 10 offices all over the country where we have helped the different programs to get disease donation off the ground by doing capacity building, by doing awareness, by doing training, and keeping them supported. You had a few awards as we've gone forward, some good awards. I just want to tell you, I've just finished in the next 2-3 minutes, but Tamil Nadu today is leading the disease donation program. And if you see this slide, it's a busy slide, but see this slide of 2024. See, there is government and there is private. In government, we did 146 donations last year. In private, we did 122. Total of 268 donations resulted in 1,450 odd organs and tissues. So this is what is remarkable in Tamil Nadu, which is happening. Bala showed those different red dots. So donations are happening, whether it's a transplanting medical college or not. All medical colleges in in Tamil Nadu have become non-transplant organ retrieval center, which means that you can retrieve organs, but you may not be able to transplant. And that's why Tamil Nadu has gone forward and showed the way forward. One of the reasons is good practices is we want the community to be involved. We do donor walks with every donor. And you see this young IAS officer who is the district magistrate of the small town, and she is carrying this wreath for the donor family in the village, in the small town, walking forward. So the whole community gets involved. And these good practices is what leads to yes in donation. Odisha has made a beginning. 16-month-old, youngest disease donor happened in Odisha. And more things are happening, good things are happening there. AIMS Bhubaneswar started doing disease donation, so hopefully, your KIMS will pick up and become one of the major centers for disease donation. We have Roto and Soto. We have a Soto in Odisha, in SCB Medical College. So for a successful disease donation program, you need all the stakeholders to be aligned. Mother Teresa said, I can't do what you can do and you can't do what I can do, but together we can do great things. So we all have to work, align together. All of us have to be in this program together in this if you want to take it forward. Our own Prime Minister has said, at least spoken 3 times
organ donation
about disease
अंगदान
donation.
के क्षेत्र में तमिलनाडु अग्रिम पंक्ति में है। कई सामाजिक संस्थाएं, कई NGOs बहुत ही अच्छा काम इस दिशा में कर रहे हैं।
So when the Prime Minister of the country says so, everybody listens to you. 10, 15 years back, when we used to go to the bureaucrats, nobody would listen to us. But today when we go and approach them, they listen to us, and sometimes they call us for meetings to find out how we can do disease donation, either in their hospital or in their state. And we have had calls from Tripura, we have had calls from Nagaland, we have had calls from so many states as Mohan Foundation to come and help them to start their disease donation program. So thank you very much. Hope it was.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please have your seat. Thank you, sir, for sharing nicely. You have shared the deceased organ donation, the good practices, and also you have shared the facts regarding the Mohan Foundation in Tamil Nadu, which has made the deceased organ donation a great success. Apart from that, sir, I would thank you and your role, dedication, because you were the person who was in close contact with our ex-friend, Professor Chittaranjan Kar, who is no more there. He got all the information from you, and for you only we are able to, from 2016, we could establish the Jivan Upahar scheme here, like Jivan Dan, and also we have a Soto in Odisha. We, like the Tamil Nadu, all geos, which Dr. Chittakar had. He shared everything with me and told that Dr. Sroop is there, his vision is like this and that. So I took forward after him, and for which we have also the many policies like brain death, mandatory brain death declaration, like the scheme, Jivan Upahar scheme, like the state honor to the noble activities of the donor, one award, Suraj Award to the family of the yes. So everything that also we have done, and everything is possible because of your initiative and inspiration that you had given to Professor Kar. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir, for your excellent deliberation. One point I want to say that in the ICUs for the donors, counseling is very tough, sir. And I think more people should develop at least how to do the counseling so that the donors should agree, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring and I would say a thought-provoking session on how we should proceed towards organ transplantation in India in future. So now it's the last pre-lunch session. I would like to request all the students to kindly sit down. The lunch is not going to start now. So this session is on shaping medical care institutions with a vision for new models in healthcare delivery. The first chairperson of this session is Professor Dr. Digambar Behra. He is President of NAMS and former Dean and Head of the Department of Pulmonology, PGIMER, Chandigarh. A pulmonologist of international repute with over 500 publications, Professor Behra has led India's premier medical institution with distinction. His research in respiratory medicine has influenced treatment protocols globally. We welcome you, sir.
Our next chairperson for the session, Dr. Bijay Mohapatra, Government of Orissa, the administrative force behind Odisha's healthcare reforms. Dr. Mohapatra has driven policy implementation and infrastructure development. His strategy vision has transformed healthcare delivery across the state. We invite you, sir. And our speaker for this session will be Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary. I would like to request our esteemed chairpersons to kindly chair the session, introduce the speakers. Thank you so much.
So a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now we welcome Dr. Chaudhary. So he is going to speak to us about, the healthcare delivery system. And to introduce Dr. Chaudhary, he is the professor and chair of hepatology, Indian Institute of Liver and Digestive Services, that is the Liver Foundation of West Bengal. So his expertise in the field of hepatology and population-based liver disease research, rural healthcare models, and then he is recognized internationally for rural health systems, innovation and advocacy for vulnerable communities. So I think we welcome Dr. Chaudhary to start his talk. As we know that we have a very complex healthcare delivery system in India, both we have at the private and public sector. So there are many challenges, uneven distribution, poor, the funding, the lack of professionals. So we all know that, and I think Dr. Chaudhary in his expertise is going to tell us if there is a third alternative, if there is any alternative, maybe he will give us some solution. Dr. Chaudhary, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad, I'm privileged, I'm honored to get this opportunity. Many of my teachers are here. Professor Behra had taught me in very early days. Professor Chawla too, and Professor Acharya had my teacher all through life, in the morning as I was taking a detour across the campus, I got really awed in the spectrum of work that's happening here. I had been to this place earlier for a short while, but I didn't have an idea that so many things are happening, and social sciences and scientific achievements all glued together in the same template. So brilliant exposition I had never been to. So I'm really grateful to all of you for this great opportunity. So my job had been, let me take a cue from what Mr. Saraf has just mentioned. The word called donation. And India has got a legacy of giving. And let me tell you that we, at Liver Foundation, I'm a clinician, but I work as a social organizer, as a catalyst of events, and I like that role very much these days as I grow old, and I keep on talking to people. So basically, when we talk since the morning about medical innovations, research innovations, and then social innovation that Mr. Saraf has talked of. Let me tell you that when we take medical innovations to more and more people in an equitable way, in the just way, we need to develop institutions. We need to develop systems which make the best of the circumstances to people. So my privy to this talk today is the fact that we had been fortunate and had been able to raise a team which had developed an institution in Calcutta, which is named as the Indian Institute of Liver and Digestive Sciences. And Professor Chawla, and it has got a research institute along with this. And Professor Chawla and Professor Acharya are both members of the governing body of the institute. And the charm to me, and maybe for many, would be that no brick, no rod, no piece of cement of this institute within the campus, it's a 4-acre campus, is owned by any individual. It's built through pure philanthropic donation from individuals, corporates, and organizations in India and abroad. And that makes us so happy. So the society is so warm that, once you tap it, you get it. But we need to tap it in the right way that Mr. Saraf was mentioning about organ donation. So basically, the way we go is similar to the way he goes on organ donation. We keep on telling people that, amassing wealth and having wealth is great and you are very happy. But shedding wealth is even a greater job, and that makes you happier. And let me tell you that when you go on talking in this way to 100 people, you become successful in 0.5 of them or 0.5 of them. And you should be happy that that's your priority, that's not that individual's priority. And that's how, let me tell you, we somehow had been able to raise an institute which we are running for the last 10 years, and this is the wall of the institute that keeps the name of the individual donors, and we have got other donors also. These are the corporate donors who have also come from India and abroad, and we till now in 10 years could raise almost 100 plus crores and every year towards the March year end, many people, individual comes to us and tell us that you get many donations. I don't have much money. Can I give something to you? I tell them, you have got 5 rupees, give it to us. We are going to take it to people. So basically, it's the way you approach people and make your credibility build, having had done work. So based on this, we feel that based on society's warmth, and I'm going to talk to a healthcare system which we can build in India, and India which is surging ahead with that pace, with that scientific vigor, with that merit, we need to have a healthcare delivery system which have got a place for, not for profits like the way we keep on doing. I'm not telling we are doing great jobs. No. There are, the example, when somebody asks me, what is your inspiration? I say that missionaries are our inspiration. I had not the courage and conviction to become a missionary. If somebody tells me, what is your example? I say it's CMC Vellore, it's St. John's Hospital, it's CMC Ludhiana, maybe Bharat Sevashram, maybe Ramakrishna Mission Hospitals. But somehow all of us cannot be missionary. But despite not being missionary, in mundane life, we can still try to reorganize our abilities and our opportunities so that we can serve our people better. And that's what we did. And now what I'm going to tell you is how this can happen I'm going to be highly opinionated as I tell you this story based on our experience and the way we in India can reorganize our healthcare delivery system. And that's the story that I'm going to tell you. So basically the third world is a very, many people don't like it. The conundrum came from the Bandung conference, as many of you might be knowing. It's a non-aligned movement. The third world is the world beyond the first world and the second world. The first world was United States and the second world was the communist bloc. So it was Cold War era. So the third world was people like, represented by Jawaharlal Nehru, Marshal Tito, and all these people. So Nehru was one of the most greatest Mr. Saraf was mentioning that we have got a great culture of giving, and we need to imbibe that culture, and we need to have missionary zeal and other efficiency factors, as I'll mention you, and you cannot have a third sector institution, but you have to have the first sector efficiency developed in a third sector systematic way, and it's the thought for an alternative, effective, equitable, and socially sensitive medical care delivery system that ensures best of science for everybody who seek it. Like yesterday, I was in Liver Transplant Society's meeting in Delhi. The entire dialogue was around when can we jump on to get the robot. Okay, fine, great, that we have to do. We have to do robotic liver transplant as fast as possible because that increases precision. That gives me wonders. That gives me a great feeling. But will not that increase the cost of transplant? I'm not sure. I'm just raising the question. I'm not coming to any conclusion. Will not that make it more difficult for most of the people in the country who needs a liver transplant? We need to ask this question. When we talk of marvels in medicine to take to more and more people. So in one time, innovations which are happening in our country and in world, and we are doing it fast, are good. But we need to make it a way that we take it to people. So the question is that there is a great human crisis in healthcare today. The modern healthcare focus is precision, person, and product. We are prolonging life. But, it's increasingly somewhere, it's overlooking the humanistic elements that give life meaning and depth. And that's our perception. And that's what we need to bring in our, healthcare delivery system. These are medical care delivery system. And the evolving paradox of the new order is that scientific advances are definitely there, technology, and we keep on talking of AI every day. We don't know. We have to engulf it. Truly, we have to engulf the fire. The fire have got fire cleansers. But the fire burns also. We need to keep that in mind. But we cannot deny the fact that we are at the doorsteps of an era which is all going to take us to a change. But we need to make it human-friendly and make it in a way so that more and more people can derive benefit out of this. And we need to keep in mind that equity and access are the two words. The best of the science are to be taken to most of the people of the country, and we need to have a healthcare delivery system that does that in the most efficient way. That's not happening, to my perception, to my understanding. Maybe many of you might differ. So while doing the complex surgeries and the best of care is good for everybody, but making available the best of services to almost everybody in the country is something that should be our dream. So the global inflection point is again imploding knowledge economy. People are selling knowledge, not sailing knowledge, the AI-dominated order, and the climate crisis. We need to keep all this in mind. Now in India, we know that right at the present point of time, we are caught between a dichotomy of a first world, that is the public sector hospital, say for example, and the second world, which is vibrant, emerging, and is knocking at the doorstep. And today, 62% of the hospitals in the country are in the private sector. There are 50,000 odd private hospitals in the country. And mostly these are for-profit hospitals. So I'm not going into detail of that, but most of the inpatient care is taken care of by the private sector, and the outpatients also, private sector is coming in a big way. And we have got a resurgent India where people have got access to information, people have got expectations are increasing. So is the pain of unfulfilled promises. As a clinician, let me tell you, I keep on seeing patients who come to me with n number of questions which were not there at some point of time earlier. And scientific capability in the country, it's spiraling. It's high, it's increasing to a large extent. We are progressing in economy. And so abject poverty is gone in the country. So people are not averse to the thought that I wish to purchase health. But let me tell you, we need to be clear as a profession, as a system, as part of the system, whether we should sell an element like healthcare at a cost which I wish to. I mean, in a laissez-faire economy, at any cost that I wish to sell them, and kidding with money. That's possibly not that ethical. And we really, when I was thinking of these young the kids who are sitting on the back, most of them, we keep on saying that the best of the students enter into medicine, and the day they are asked that why you are entering into medicine, they call up Sheva. Then, when they pass out, and I'm just sharing this loudly, and when, subsequently what happens is, everybody starts, right? I mean, this is the changing order. People start thinking, if the IIT guy have got a package of this much, 1 crore in a year, why should I not have a package? Package and service, Sheva, the way we talk of in medicine, are possibly not synonymous. I would instigate everybody to think, rethink, and think repeatedly before we embark on a journey, because we have got to do much more to make our profession great and to make the system more palatable to people. And we have got a westernized medical care model. We think whatever is happening in the United States is possibly the best. But let me tell you that United States is one of the worst of the places to be if you have got an illness. If you don't have that Blue Cross insurance card in your pocket, you are going to be denied even if you have got a bad heart attack. You cannot have. In India, we cannot imagine of that. So we are somehow entering into a insurance-based, and that to bad insurance-based, badly delivered insurance-based model, which is really not the right one to pursue. And philanthropy is really shaping in some way, fairly good way. So in this context, the question is, why do we need an alternative system? With pain, let me tell you, I had been a public servant all through my life, the way Professor Chawla had been, Professor Behra had been, Professor Acharya had been. But let me tell you that I have got a feeling that the guardians of the public sector, that's the government, don't have the desire to run the public sector. I tell it Harishchandra, Maharaja Harishchandra scenario, who had given everything to Gon and then went to the burial ground. So the scenario is the amount of affection that I expect. I used to get a fat salary. Fat means not much that I should have got possibly, but nobody ever asked me what you have done in your hospital, in the public sector hospital, in the institute, in the best of the institutes. So public sector is somehow non-performing, not because the people working there don't want to perform, but because of the disaffection of the people who are asked to manage this, who are entrusted to manage this. And there is thought issue at the top also, that the government has decided that no, I cannot run the government sector, the public sector healthcare. It has to be given to the hands of the corporates who are more efficient than our people. This is possibly a distorted perception in my mindset, because we used to work 12 hours in a day, being a public servant for a salary. And the language of the corporate is different. And we now have got a for-profit sector which is booming and beaming. And best of our students, unfortunately, to me, are going into the private sector, the corporate sector. We are not retaining them because of the very factor that the public sector has failed to, it's dimly lit. It's not only, I'm not telling government is not allocating money, government is increasing the infrastructures, everything is happening. But somewhere, somehow, the perception, the message, the culture, the overall thing is not the right one, that somebody working in the public sector would feel like. They feel as second-rate citizens when a conglomeration of professionals take place. The corporate sector people are, those very well-speaking, very smart, doing great jobs. And really, they are doing great jobs. I'm not telling. In the tertiary sector, they are doing great jobs. But the issue is, public sector is the only sector that can take best of the care to people. And we cannot deny the role of the public sector. So, the problem with the private sector, we all know. I'm not going into detail. The biggest problem is transparency. And there is a very important element, and it's unregulated in quality as well as pricing and other elements. Let me not go into those, bitter talks, which all of us know. But the issue is, why does this happen? A famous economist who got Nobel Prize named Kenneth Arrow long back told that the basic problem why healthcare and medical care should not be privatized and corporatized. I mean, this is long back. He was in Stanford. He died last 2 years ago. Is that medical care is inbuilt with informational asymmetry. It's knowledge with me, and the recipient of the knowledge does not have any access to knowledge. So in this scenario, with this amount of asymmetric knowledge, it's inbuilt that, I would try to harness, if it is privatized, if it is incentive driven, it's almost clear that I will try to harness as much as I can by fear mongering. And so what's happening right now, when a private sector or the corporate or a for-profit sector talks of health awareness, it's almost always disease awareness and fear-mongering. It always turns out to be an hype generation around equipments. Equipments and technology is not allowed. No, we all know that it's not all medicine, it's human elements. All this should not make science feel stale and stationary. Let me tell you, I'm not against science. We do, in our hospital also, we do liver transplants. But the issue is the human touch and the human aspect of medicine, medical care has to be there in the system, otherwise it's gone. And that's why we are looking for alternative pathways. So what are the essential elements for a so-called third sector, which I'm talking of? a public sector which is probably not delivering the right way as we feel, and the private sector which is probably biting us, is non-transparent. It has to be accessible. The sector, it has to be affordable, transparent, ethical, good quality, innovating, growing and sustaining. All these, it's not very easy. All these have got elements. So how to do that? So what is good infrastructure? Will be take savvy or take heavy? That's the question. Having a machine and using the machine in the right context are different. So the guards should be within the people, in the hands of the people who are managing this. The runners of the hospital should manage that. And the usage is important. And for that, a cognitive and cultural switch is needed. Cognitive switch means, we are very intelligent. I can justify wrong use of an equipment if you tell me, if you charge me that why you have used this under circumstances. I'm so smart, I'm so capable that I can tell you why I have used that. So that's what I'm telling, cognitive switch, re-reversal, and cultural switch also. What happens is when, I keep on doing ERCPs on every pancreatic stone, ERCP extraction on every pancreatic stone, that might give me some money. My juniors and my colleagues feels that is what is needed, but that's not needed. So basically it's a cultural switch. Your bad intent creates a filthy culture of money only around you, and that spoils the entire game, and that takes science. So clinically sound medical professionals are the best elements. So, again, a prescription cannot be given. Who are clinically sound are good for a sector which we are conceiving of. They have to be capable. They should be questioning. They should be questioning. Capability is a very relative entity. And diligent and all this we all know. But the problem right now is, unfortunately, mere ko kya milega, money as the only factor in life is dominating our every aspect of our medical care delivery institutions. I mentioned here that, there are glaring exceptions. I met one of my friends some 15 years ago. He's from CMC Vellore. I keep on mentioning this as my inspiration. He's a gastroenterologist. I don't want to mention the name. So I asked him how much. I was getting 1,10,000 rupees at that point of time as an associate professor. So I asked him, how much money are you getting? He told 80,000. So I told, hey, how do you manage your life with this small amount of money? So the answer was, he was very humble, shy, and stopped a bit, and then told me, Abhijit, I have never thought I can earn more than that. What a great way of looking at somebody's life. What a great philosophy. And this is CMC philosophy. I'm fascinated with that institute, and I wish the country is, planted with CMC-like institutions. Somebody, may not be Ida Scudder, I'm not sure, somebody has planted that culture, and that percolates down, and it's there. Even if a 10% outlier population out there does like this, inherits this philosophy, I think this country can blossom with many flowers. And that's what is needed. So cultural change is very important. I think one of the important elements of a healthcare institution is, an element which I don't like is a marketing team. Because let me allow to have the luxury of telling that marketing in our profession is nothing but bribery. So, we decided at our institute that we will not have a marketing team. And let me tell you, we don't have a marketing team over the last 10 years. People are coming. So we decided that we need to communicate to people that we are working. So you have got a communications team. So I know, and the marketing guys are always, all those, and the conversion rate, some words, the cultural tenets, conversion rates, OPD to inpatients conversion rate. These are pricing difference between inpatients and outpatients, incentives-based procedures. I think these can be avoided in an institution which talks of good health. There is no incentive. When a person comes to a hospital, when I work, if I do a pleural tap, I should not get more if I don't do a pleural. Doing a pleural tap in a person with respiratory distress and pleural effusion is an imperative. So I should not get more money for that. I'm paid for that already. That should be baggage. In our institute, we have ensured that everything, including oxygen, is within the entire pay structure of that. So there are other ways of doing that. So you need to have a very transparent business model. And that should be zero hidden billing component. This is somewhere our private sector is lacking. And a so-called third sector, newly evolving institute, one who wants to do, and there are many people who wants to have a very good working condition and a transparency policy can have this. You know, it's not charity alone. You cannot run a hospital based on the traditional Ramakrishna mission or Bharat charity as of now, because healthcare is costly, you need to buy also. So you need to have a very good model, and people are ready to pay. Again, I'm telling, there are very abject poor people, but people want to pay, but don't want to pay for indiscreet activities. People are very clever and conscious. They know that you are befooling them. So no hospital should have should have that element. So great hospitals of the future will be measured not only by the complexities of the surgery they perform, but by the simplicity with which ordinary people can reach the hospital. And trust. Trust is a very important thing, which is the greatest of the infrastructure. And affordability as a continuum. You can have premium care, standard care, and essential care, all giving the same. You know, based on, I think KIMS have got a similar structure, and that's fascinating. And maintaining that is very important. But you need to maintain the equity in outcome. So that's important. And building trust is the pillar. And trust is the greatest of the infrastructure, next to human resource. Not equipments, I emphasize. Equipments are much below down. So you build your trust, and ethical billing is going to be a very important element of trust, and it's an invisible infrastructure. Again, I'm not for the care seekers, people would come, they would travel far away. Let me tell you, from West Bengal, people go to, that place, CMC Vellore, almost every day. Why do they go? They believe that they're going to get good care, they're not going to be cheated, it's going to be transparent. So these had grown over years, and that's the asset of an institution. And people also know that where they are going to be painful. So accessibility is to be by design, not by discount. This discount is, again, it's a selling phenomena, and it's probably not the right one. Your design should be, have accessibility embedded in based on one of the things can be rational pricing bands. That has to be transparent, and all this can be done. That every institute can certain HR-related issues can really help, like performance audits. The matrix had to be balancing efficiency and diligence in a continuum of framework. Medical personnel should have a holistic assessment. Unfortunately, in most of the corporate hospitals and the private sector hospitals, it's the finance and management guys who would come and assess the medical personnel. They don't understand anything of what this guy has done over the years. But they would come, shrug their shoulders, and tell that you have not given this much of return in. So that's not the right way of doing that. And I think management versus workers, often there is an unseen wall. This unseen wall needs to be broken, and it's a participatory ownership, and it should function as a cooperative, and that's health. So we are talking much about digital health, and that's upcoming, like AI in healthcare. We cannot deny that. We have to resort to that. But we need to also think that we are doing the right question, and it's an open question for the future also. Very important question about the growth, sustainability, and I'm finishing almost. Growth, sustainability, and inheritance of the third sector is talked of. And many people tell that CMC Vellore remains a glaring exception to that, telling that these are individual driven. So how can you overcome that? So say, for example, I am an important catalyst of events given my role in building a structure. Let me tell you that a sound business model and not gold rush, no institution grow over years, and most of the institution, there is a famous quote from a guy who wrote a book named What Works, Hamish Macri. He writes that base of the institutes only are visible after a century. So unfortunately, most of the healthcare, medical care institutes, they want to have dividends in 10 years' time, 5 years' time. We need to tell that cannot happen. Your return cannot come. And otherwise, you need to do all those bad practices like marketing and all this. And next-gen leadership will only come, and it has to be a collective leadership. If you work collectively, you set examples and you get others, and that's unpredictable. Let me tell you that if you build an infrastructure and that moves well, it's not going to be, dwindling down, despite the fact that that individual obviously biologically will disappear at some point of time. So sustainability, a lot of people keep on telling me also about sustainability of our institute, telling that it's too much individual driven or it's driven by an individual. Let me tell you, sustainability is not financial, neither individual driven. You have to have collective functioning, and that's going to be the best sustainability. So how can we really meet the needs of a resurgent India? I think, again, let me finish by telling that private sector would play its role as a complementary thing. And I really don't think that corporate is a solution. It would do some good things, like high-tech surgeries and the waste of the things. Obviously, we cannot deny its role. Let it be there. But the not-for-profit sector, the third sector, will have a great role. And for that, but that's complementary to the public sector role. I would really wish to think of a circumstances when the government would rise up from its slumber and would realize that taking care of health of the people of the country is its primary responsibility. And it's the government's responsibility. And public sector institutes must be made more vibrant and thriving in content. So, one of the problems right now is money. Money is becoming a great lure. So the not-for-profits can complement the private sector. And an alternative model of medical care delivery system can only be developed if you, all of you, let me tell you, you put in your additional money to building, sustaining, and fortifying human development in the country. This is human development. Building medical care institutions and healthcare institutions in human development. All of us have got some excess money. All of us means we doctors and other people in the society, and there are many in the country. And let me tell you my experience of fundraising. Fundraising is an art. It's an art means not befooling people. I keep on doing that every day. I approach I'll finish my talk by telling this story. The time we decided we'll build an institute, we got a piece of land at long-term lease from the government. Then we were not having money, we were approaching people, and the rich people were coming and telling us, hey doctor, why don't you need to build a hospital? It's not your job. You have a CEO, CFO, and we'll give money and we will give you salary. Fat salary we'll give you. I told no, then the intent is gone. So while doing that, we were approaching people for philanthropic money. It's not breaking. And again, that's my perception. In India, we are first generation riches, and the wealth giving is yet to take shape in the right way, but it's shaping with people like Tatas, Azim Premji, Shiv Nadar, Subroto Bagchi, and all these people. There are great people around who are really shaping it, but it was not breaking. So at one point of time, I had gone to Barcelona for a liver meeting, and somebody showed me a guy he's a white guy, and I'm being racist in telling this, he's a non-Indian guy, and told me that this guy is a billionaire. Can we approach him? I approached him and told him, hi, John, his name is John. Hi, John, I hear you're a billionaire. Neither I'm a pauper, I'm an Indian doctor, I've got an idea to sail, not to sail with you. Do you have 5 minutes time to hear to me? So he got somehow, and then I told him that having wealth is not bad, but shedding wealth is even better. So then he got, a bit part up. Then why 5 minutes? I'll give you half an hour. Or why don't you join me for dinner? Then I joined him for dinner that day in Barcelona. And as marriages are made in heaven, our friendship and our, if you call it fortune, was made in Barcelona. And then he gave us $10 million over time. He didn't have any presence in India, and we could build the hospital through his great heart individual. Let me tell you, this is unpredictable. And let me tell you, for giving, you don't need to be rich. Rich by wealth and rich by heart is different. And my experience tells that you don't know which person is itching to give you money if you have got credibility. Your credibility is, why do people give money to Ramakrishna Mission? Because people know that Ramakrishna Mission is not going to cheat them. So, unfortunately, people in India give money to mandir and masjid and churches. Why? Because they know God is not going to misuse their money. So your only job as a alternative healthcare builder, healthcare institution builder, and for any effort builder, is that you have to build your credibility, that you mean what you say and you do what you mean, and that has to be documented over the years. Somehow we are very small way through, and I believe there are many more small endeavors are happening in the country. We need to highlight them. And I'm grateful to Professor Acharya, Professor Chawla, and KIMS for providing us this opportunity to tell you this small story of our journey. And I wish with all your blessings, wishes, and warmth, we would be getting, and we say that we are now contemplating building a health and human sciences university. And I'm pretty sure at some point of time somebody would come and tell me that why don't you take our money? I've got very little amount of money. I don't have much money to give you. So with that, I stop there, sir. And I wish the country with so much resources, so much heart, Orientals are rich in heart. And they don't count life in terms of money as the only arbitral of life. I think money is needed, but money as the only arbitral of life has to be defeated. I think that's the call, and I would have been happy if the young guys were there, because again, they should not, the doctors of tomorrow should not start counting their salary in terms of the package that IITians are earning. So that's my only pray, and with that I end. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for a hard-hitting and thought-provoking discussion and opening up our mind to analyze. This was a very interesting thing, the third sector. We have a government sector, we have a private sector. It's not that all private sectors are bad. It's not that all government sector is bad. And it's not that the government is not doing things. It's not that they are doing all wrong things. But something is there, hidden thing. And that, your observation, it will just guide to analyze that. For example, I'll tell from government side that is RBSK program. A lot of young congenital cardiac disease patients, they are being given treatment free of cost. And private also, they are also giving something like we had, that is a ward for all the people with all the amenities which he does not have at his own house. The third sector, this is the one thing that non-profitable hospitals, low-cost hospitals. Government of India has started a PPP project under a VGF grant. I think Odisha has started this at 4 sites, building hospitals from VGF fund. Government is giving money, giving a private group to operate that. Because we have to admit that we are not capable. We do not have a lot of constraints. We have HR constraints, we have infrastructure constraint, we have a resource constraint. But this alternative, third alternative with a non-profit type of hospitals, as you told, you build the hospitals, you do not have a marketing thing. So that also reduces the cost. So cost-cutting procedures and people coming out, I think we should analyze now in that all the sectors, what more need to be done. That is number one. And number two, how can we come together to reduce the cost to the patient? That is number two. And number three is an accountable community. It's not that everything has got a cost. That if I want to have a good thing, there is a cost to it. And the cost will come from the private sector, corporate sector, and the government sector. But I should have if I am a community person, public, I should have a responsibility. So this is a very thought-provoking thing, and this alternate third sector is coming up in a big way, and many deliberations are being done how we act together, both the government and the private sector, they act together and mobilize something so that the cost-cutting things will be there and the services will be accessible and affordable. And the last thing is, the main analysis should be from our service provider side with a bit of attitude to sacrifice something and give a qualitative healthcare to the people. But thank you. Your thought has provoked many questions, and everybody will go back and definitely they will question themselves that something is there and something is not there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the thought-provoking vision for healthcare institution. Now it's time for the lunch break.
We request all our esteemed dignitaries and faculties of KIMS and KIT to kindly proceed to the right side door. We have arranged it separately for all of you at the banquet hall.
ensures quality healthcare reaches the Kashmir Valley and beyond. We invite them to the dais. And the speaker for this session is Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, Padma Bhushan awardee. Now, I would like to request our esteemed chairperson to kindly introduce the speaker and chair the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, sir, please come. I think he doesn't need any introduction. He is an institution himself. I was a little bit scared when I came to know that he is going to speak and what would be my answer or questions to him. I'm really grateful to you, sir. Professor Srinath Reddy is an honorary distinguished professor and goodwill ambassador, PHFI, former president, PHFI, former head of cardiology, AIMS, adjunct professor, Harvard, Emory, Sydney, long list, expertise, cardiology, epidemiology, preventive health, public health policy, NCD prevention, lot of awards, former president, World Heart Federation, advisor to multiple state governments, including the state government of Odisha when I was also DMET, numerous national and global leadership roles in public health. Sir, to say that the topic is very, very important, especially for the medical institutions like KIMS. We always see what we teach, but what we are supposed to teach, you are going to tell. So you may expect a lot of questions from the audience, from the chairpersons as well. Thank you so much, sir. Please start.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very gracious introduction. You've also caused a few tremors in me by warning me of the many questions that are likely to be thrown at me. It's always a disadvantage to be the first speaker after lunch, and particularly when somebody has been on the road for quite some time, like I've been for the past couple of weeks, traveling a lot. The challenge is whether the speaker will fall asleep first or the audience will fall asleep first. So I'll try to remain awake and I'll try to keep the audience awake if possible. Now, when we talk about the purpose of medical education, let me go back a few decades, in fact a century ago, when William Mayo, one of the two brothers who founded the Mayo Clinic, said that the purpose of medical education is to cure sickness and advance science. So he was quite keen that as a healing profession, as a caring profession, it ought to be really looking at patients and trying to give them as much relief as possible using their acquired skills. But he also said that it's an important duty of trained medical professionals to continually advance science so that we can constantly make improvements in our knowledge and translate them into effective practice. And that must actually start as a mindset even during medical education. And this is the message that Dr. Rajiv Bahl gave today, saying that essentially medical education must also foster a spirit of inquiry and serious research, which is equipping the people to undertake research later on whenever there is an opportunity, if not as medical students, certainly as postgraduate students, and then certainly later on as clinicians. And one doesn't have to be in an academic institution in order to undertake research. There are many researchers who are undertaking research in the field and publishing excellent reports and trials, for example, Abhay Bang in Search, and there are many others too. But the idea that medical education should not be merely the practice of the curing craft, but also must really engage with and explore the possibilities of science through research is something that William Mayo did say very clearly. So let me also add one more element to what William Mayo did not say, to what he said, let me add something that he did not say. I would say it's also incumbent upon the medical professional or the health professional who is trained in a educational institution to also promote the health of the society. Quite often it has been said in the past by many people, including Chinese philosophers and others, that the best physician is one who can actually prevent disease rather than cure disease, and that's become almost axiomatic. But the fact that one has to really also prevent disease, limit the disability caused by disease, is an element that is not often emphasized in medical education. And that's something that we need to bridge. And one thinks that the business of public health, that medicine is somewhat distant from public health, that let the public health people tackle that, we will tackle only the curative part of medicine. But there is actually no wall separating these two. This is a continuum. I have, in a sense, moved, or some people may say, I've strayed from the field of clinical medicine, having been the head of cardiology in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, to very much engaging with public health as the founder president of the Public Health Foundation of India. If clinical medicine delivers health in retail, public health delivers health in wholesale. So it's absolutely important for us to ensure that the young medical student does not see this as very different worlds, but as a continuum. And even if a patient has to have the best of care based on the most robust scientific research that has been done, if the health systems are weak and deficient, then the person will not be able to deliver the quality of care that's required for his or her patient. So it's incumbent upon a medical student also to understand how health systems are constituted, how they function, and how they must be improved upon, both from the point of view of their efficiency dimension and from the equity dimension. So from that point of view, I believe it's important. These are some of the elements that have not been adequately dealt with in medical education. Now, let me pose a question to people who are actually educating health professionals. If we look at our life expectancy in India, it has certainly markedly increased from the time of our independence. It was about 35 years or so at the time of our independence. Now we are above 73. But our healthy life expectancy is 63. There is a 10-year gap between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. And this is not something that only happens in the last decade of life. Our challenges to health resulting in severe disease and disability can occur across the life course. And this gap between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy in India is much more among women than in men. So that brings in yet another gender dimension. So if we are really looking at what our health professionals should be doing, then we ought to be really aiming at how best we can not only extend our life expectancy, but also extend our healthy life expectancy and bridge the gap between them and bridge the gender inequality that exists. So these are some of the elements that must guide a young medical professional entering the world of healthcare. Okay. So now I had basically, Dr. Chawla asked me to talk about what are the missing elements in medical education. About nearly 2 decades ago, I had written an op-ed in the Hindu which talked about the missing E's in medical education. First was epidemiology, second was economics, third was ethics, fourth was empathy, and fifth was entrepreneurship. Again, Dr. Behel spoke this morning about entrepreneurship as well. Let me talk about epidemiology. We think epidemiology is something that boring people in community medicine departments do, are supposed to do. They collect some data on how many malaria cases are there, or how many outbreaks are there, or whatever. But epidemiology is absolutely important if you want to practice research methodology, even in clinical research. It's not just a question of calculating a sample size. It's a question of understanding how our quest for truth is constantly being challenged by what we can call chance, which is the eternal alternate hypothesis. How it's being challenged by bias, which is systematic error, which is inbuilt into design and which needs to be corrected, particularly in the design, but sometimes may have to be adjusted for during the analysis. Then it's also being challenged by variance. There's a natural variance in any distribution. So unless we look at how that variance is happening and adjust for that, we'll not be able to get closer to the truth. And of course, the last one is one more. That's a confounding. Confounding is a variant of bias in which there are variables which are interfering both with the exposure and the outcome and can mislead you into false conclusions. But there is yet another one that's come in recently, which is not actually a methodological issue. It's a fraud. You have seen during COVID itself and otherwise too, how many papers had to be retracted because they were fraudulent. So if a medical student or health practitioner has to really identify what is the truth or closest approximation to truth, then you cannot blindly swallow whatever is published. So whether you are an active researcher or not, you are always going to be an active consumer of research. So even to interpret published research and to sift the truth from all these distorting influences, then one has to understand research methodology. And unfortunately, research methodology is not taught very well in medical colleges. You leave it to somebody in the Department of Community Medicine or Statistics to teach occasionally about distribution and sample size, but nothing more than that. And this is where I think we ought to really introduce critical thinking into the minds of the medical students. The medical student should be able to analyze critically whether there is internal validity in the study. And secondly, even if there is internal validity in the study, is there external validity? Are the results applicable to the population and the patient you are examining or dealing with right now? Or is the evidence collected somewhere else, doesn't really apply to your population, rather than blindly copying the results from a paper published from somewhere in the US or UK, or importing an algorithm that's been developed only on population databases in the West. So unless the spirit of critical thinking is imbibed by the student, they are going to become very passive recipients of imposed knowledge from other countries and other locations. So that's something that we ought to be really looking at. Then in terms of epidemiology, I said, and of course, context makes a lot of difference. And we know that the Bayesian prior probabilities make a lot of difference, and therefore the Bayesian analytics are important even in teaching statistics. When we teach statistics now, we conventionally go to what are called the frequentist statistics, proposed by Roland Fisher. But we have discarded Bayesian statistics, but over the last 3 decades, the world is now beginning to recognize the importance of Bayesian statistics, particularly with the emergence of artificial intelligence. And therefore, we ought to be really changing even the way we teach statistics in medical colleges. Then comes the question of economics. Why do we need to teach some elements of economics to our students? Because we need to tell what is both cost-effective and affordable. Otherwise, you will find our students becoming practitioners, ordering 10 diagnostic tests where 2 might have sufficed. We don't even teach how a sequential probability can emerge by doing some tests based on the clinical description, and based on the test result, you can decide, okay, what is the post-test probability, whether it's worthwhile doing a third test or a fourth test or a fifth test. On the other hand, we throw a battery of tests at them simultaneously, which has financial cost as well as biological costs. So we are not training our students to really thinking in that manner, and that's something that we ought to do. And then, of course, even prescribing medicines, we always try and go for brand names which are extraordinarily costly instead of going for generics which may be equally effective. But that mindset that you cannot impose an unaffordable cost on your patient is something that has to come in during medical education. It's not going to come from the medical representative who is trying to sell you your prescriptions. Then ethics. As I said, ethics are absolutely critical. That's something that we ought to teach, not merely to avoid medico-legal litigation, but there has to be an ethical approach to any interaction with any patient or the family for that matter. That's something that we're. Then the other E I mentioned is empathy. That is absolutely critical because particularly in this era where we are becoming much more digitalized, we must recognize that empathy is a very important element in which we have to communicate our identification with the patient. As it was said by a wise physician about 2 centuries ago, it is the duty of every physician to cure some, to relieve most, but to comfort all. Now, where is that element of empathy now? So, in this era of digital health, it may be important to remember it's not only the digital health that's coming from the keyboard, but it's also the digital health that's coming from the fingers as you hold the patient's pulse. That's an important element that has to be communicated to the students as well. Okay. Then let me come to where our medical education has been also somewhat following a faulty mode. We have been extraordinarily reductionist. We go from cell organelles to tissues to organs, but not considering the multiple interactions that occur constantly within the organelles in the cell, between cells, between systems, and between organs. But we then realize that we are talking about a neuroendocrine axis. We are talking about psychoneuroimmunology. We are talking about the gut-brain axis now. It's not just what's happening to us when we eat something. It is the trillions of bacteria that reside in our gut which demand fiber and then decide how healthy we can be based on our immune status or the vitamins they are producing. So, where are these interactions being taught? The more reductionist we get, the farther away we get from understanding the human body, its interactions within the human body, its interactions with the external environment, and the interactions with the broader society. Therefore, we must remember that reductionist science is sometimes important because it helps you to focus a bit. But science is reductionist in content, but holistic in context. This is something that must be communicated with clarity to our students. You cannot really see a cell by cell or an organ by organ, or even a human being by human being without considering how that human being fits into the family, fits into society, how societies interact with each other. And that was abundantly clear during the COVID pandemic. No country was safe till every country was safe. So how can you be so reductionist and isolationist? So the mindset has to be much more collaborative and understanding of our interconnectedness. So then comes okay, then that's the acquisition of knowledge. What do we do with the knowledge? In the National Academy of Medicine in the United States, which is one of the 3 organs of its National Academy of Science, Right at the beginning, there's a motto written, which is a quotation from the German poet Goethe. It says, "Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do." This is exactly what Dr. Rajiv Bahal also said. It's not just finding out from research what we do or learning from textbooks what we must learn, but how do we actually utilize that knowledge to provide benefit to individuals and to provide benefit to society? How do we transform that knowledge into effective action? So knowledge must be translated into action, action with impact, and impact with equity, because the benefit should not only reach a few groups of people, it should be percolate across the society, especially the vulnerable people. So unless that particular philosophy is imbibed, we are not going to see karma yogis, we are only going to see theoreticians. So that's going to be a challenge. So what is we must engage with policy and programs. In fact, when researchers do research, as somebody said yesterday in another meeting, even while doing a research, they must have a program in mind. Which program are we going to improve? Which new program we may have to initiate? So research cannot be entirely divorced from its potential applications. So that's going to be an important element. So the purpose of research is to generate evidence-informed, context-relevant, resource-optimizing, and culturally compatible and equity-promoting recommendations for policy and practice. I did not say evidence-based, because evidence-based is considered to be based on only controlled clinical trials. There are other forms of evidence, observational research, even tacit knowledge of communities, experiential wisdom that's often gained. So all that has to be integrated. Then context relevant is important. Resource optimizing both in terms of human and financial resources. But equity is also absolutely important. Equity exists in two dimensions. One is the horizontal dimension in which everybody in society should get the same benefits. Like in universal health coverage, there's a basic package of services. But there's a vertical element of equity in which the pre-existing health equity gaps have to be bridged. Otherwise, even the services you're providing through the common package will not be utilized by the vulnerable groups. So you have to concentrate both on the vertical and horizontal dimensions of equity. That is something that must get into their DNA as they become researchers. Then policy and program also does not evolve in isolation. Any enlightened policy requires scientific credibility, financial feasibility, operational steerability, political viability. Scientific credibility comes from a combination of basic clinical epidemiological research. Financial feasibility comes from health economics research. Is it affordable? Is it cost effective? Operational steerability comes from implementation research or health systems research. Political viability comes from social science research. Is there a ready and receptive constituency among the policymakers, among the implementers, among the public? Now, unless we get all these disciplines together, we are not going to be able to produce the right kind of evidence that will move policy forward or correct programs when they're going wrong. And therefore, multidisciplinarity has to be the DNA of any health research, whether in clinical medicine or in public health. And that we know very clearly is not adequately dealt with in medical colleges. But now there's a corrective being imposed by others. If you look at any of the big grants that are coming in from Wellcome Trust or even from NIH or anywhere else, they say, do you have a social scientist on board? What is your team science approach? There are separate grants being given for team science, where you have to bring in people from multiple disciplines. So there's an economic incentive also for researchers to really collaborate with each other. But that has to become a part and parcel of training right from the beginning. Otherwise, you're not, because we are dealing with complex adaptive systems in this society. No major problem in this world can be sorted out by one single discipline unless we bring the disciplines together to work in concert. Sometimes one discipline may be the prime mover, others will support. In others, the other may be the prime mover, others will support. But unless we bring that confluence of knowledge into a common effort, we are not going to really crack the big problems of society. Right. Now, therefore, medical colleges must move from reductionism to much more integrated science. But while doing all this, we must also inculcate a sense of healthy skepticism in our students. Because whenever we are exploring knowledge, we ought to be able to challenge the existing canons and see whether they stand the test of our challenge or whether we need to improve upon them or we need to replace them. And this spirit of challenge must come from a medical college where students must feel free to politely, not rudely, challenge what their teachers say. In how many medical colleges is that freedom possible? Even at postgraduate level, it is often that you cannot challenge your seniors or professors. It used to be joked in terms of cardiac murmurs, where grade 1 murmur is the faintest and grade 6 is the loudest, and grade 1 is hardly very difficult to hear. It said the definition of a grade 1 murmur is that which is heard by only the consultant and his most obedient pupil. So even if it is not heard, you certainly say, yes, sir, it's there. So where is the element of critical thinking that we are bringing into our students, where they can challenge? Otherwise, how are they going to become innovators? How are they going to create new knowledge? Then the other thing is complexity science. We are dealing with multiple complex adaptive systems now. In terms of health system itself is complex, environment is complex, nutrition, agriculture, food systems are complex, urban development and transport are complex, and all of them are interacting with each other. They're connecting to coalesce or collide with each other, resulting in new developments, new variables. Unless we understand complexity science, and last 20 years, complexity science has evolved. Stephen Hawking said, 20th century will be the century of complexity. And we are still dealing with linear relationships. We are not looking at non-linear relationships. So complexity science looks at non-linear relationships, phase transition, path dependence, many of these elements. We are not teaching this to any of our students, whether at undergraduate level or postgraduate level. So we have to transform our teaching in order to make them fit for the 21st century. So we must teach them to engage with health systems. We must help them to shape health policy. We must enable them to become better communicators as well to policymakers, patients, and to communities. And we must make them capable of partnering with the government, community-based organizations, and civil society organizations. Because without partnerships, we are not going to really advance societal health. And without partnerships, we are not even going to advance individual health. Look at it. In basic research, now you have so many disciplines coming together. In clinical research, also so many disciplines coming together. And public health, of course, will require so many disciplines to come together. So unless we bring in that mind system, we are going to have difficulty. So what we need is a multidisciplinary approach, whether in basic science, clinical medicine, or public health. And we may have to engage with technology. We are seeing that much more. Previously, engineers and doctors never talked to each other. Now they have to become partners in new creativity and new applications. And similarly with law, we'll have to see how law can be a potent instrument for advancing some of our objectives, not only to protect the patient's rights, but to ensure that society is protected from tobacco and ultra-processed foods. So you have to become quite cognizant of how other disciplines can help you. Public health started with public health engineering when somebody, John Snow, pulled out a water pump, handle of a water pump during the Broad Street cholera outbreak in London. So public health, modern public health is supposed to have started with an act of vandalism by breaking the water pump. But now it's much more than that. You have to deal with a lot more things now. So you'll have to deal with public health law in many dimensions. You may have to sue the tobacco industry. You may have to sue the ultra-processed food manufacturers. So there are so many ways in which health has to be advanced in society. So basically, while doing all this, while using research to advance your objectives, there is still a certain amount of balance to be kept. Louis Pasteur advised his research fellows, keep your enthusiasm, but let strict verification be its constant companion. So always verify, always question yourself, always question your own research, always question other people's research, because you still want to make sure you are not misleading yourself or being misled by others. And only when you are very sure that the research has met the tests of validity, both internal and external validity, start applying it and applying it effectively. But are we producing medical students of that caliber? Are we producing even postgraduate researchers of that caliber? That's a question that we must ask ourselves. So finally, I would say that the duty of a health professional, undergraduate, postgraduate, practicing clinician, or a public health expert, is to alleviate as a caregiver, to educate as a teacher, to elucidate as a researcher, to advocate as an informed opinion maker, and finally, if need be, to agitate as a concerned citizen. I'm sure Abhijit would agree. So I would tell the young medical students, you have to create the future. You cannot be passive recipients of a past or the present handed over to you. As Toni Morrison, the Nobel laureate in English literature, said, if we do not create the future, the present extends itself. The present, good as it is not the best. It has several flaws. So if you want to face the future and live in a future which is much more healthy, where you can have both life expectancy and healthy life expectancy assured, then you have to create the future. So go create the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please have a seat, sir. Yeah, please sit, sir. Excellent talk, sir. We are coming to that in detail. In fact, the topic selection was extremely good, especially for the medical students and even for the faculties also. How to involve medical colleges, what we are not supposed to do. Even in the morning also, one of the eminent speakers was talking about the students. They have written a book, what they were not taught. That would be my advice to all the students, even to all the faculties also in the present era, that you need to go through that book and learn, and so that you can improve your quality of teaching. Having said this, I have noted down certain points, key gap in current medical education, as well as current challenges in medical colleges, sir. Even day for yesterday, I am very fond of watching YouTubes. I was looking after the podcast of Palki Sharma. She wrote, why soft skills are hard to beat. You know, they say soft skills are is better nowadays. This is for the medical students. How your communication, etiquette, behavior, ethics counts. And that also has been felt by the Medical Council of India, sir. I told you that I was with MCI/NMC for last decade or so, but I have left since 2 to 3 years because of my, engagement and all. The MCI, whatever it was, and the NMC, whatever it is, a lot of difference. Many things has been incorporated in first MBBS itself. So, to improve the soft skills, which is very important nowadays. So, I would list down few points, sir. I have already told that the soft skills are very, very important. The next is poor integration of public health policy and community medicine in applied form. That NMC or the teachers, they need to look for it. Minimal training on digital health. That is very important. They need to go more importance to digital health. Data literacy, AI readiness, and evidence interpretation. That is very important. Insufficient exposure to teamwork across nursing, allied health, and hospital administration. Soft skills, I have already told, empathy, conflict management, medico-legal awareness. CBME intent is strong, but implementation is uneven nationwide. So those are the things, the current gaps in medical education. What we give importance to medical colleges also, few points I am going to tell. Overloaded curriculum with limited practical application. That's very important. Faculty burnout and inadequate dedicated time for mentoring and research. Exam-driven learning persists over competency-based outcomes. Newer institutions, including some of the AIMS also, face gaps in infrastructure and faculty pipelines also. Limited incentives for curriculum innovation in interdisciplinary modules. So these are the lackings for the medical colleges. The medical colleges should note of it, and so that they will impress upon the authorities to give importance to all this. So it is also rightly said the doctors, their mind is always tunnel shaped. You don't look outside. We always think about the patients. We always think about the medical curriculum. We need to be little broad. That is what you have already said, that we have to have multidisciplinary approach, partnerships. And that is what is being available in most of the AIMS. We go partnership with many of the institutes, ISER, NISER, IIT, next, higher with New Delhi AIMS. So those things should come up. And most of the AIMS, they have started also MD, PhD program, because they know the importance of other fields. So these are all the areas, sir, one should think of. The NMC also should be told, and so also the authorities should look into it. Thereby, the students, they will go multidisciplinary. And that is the reason why they will improve. So this is my take, sir. Now Dr. Braja will tell.
Thank you, sir, for a very thoughtful and thought-provoking address, sir. Actually, we need some people, opinion makers like you, which to bring some changes in medical education, just like you told about ethics and all these things. Now, NMC is trying to make Indian medical graduates. So their aim is not at par with this. So things we can discuss a lot. But definitely, sir, a change has been made, and we are all inspired by people like you. And hopefully all the faculty sitting here and the medical students will go back and try to learn what you have told. The gaps that we have identified, we will try to fulfill them. I know the present generation students, they all materials are available, and they can always try to bridge that gap. And as you told, we are only teaching ethics as required for medical purposes. But ethics for professional practice needs to be learned. And that, sir, leaders like you can only change. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It is my privilege. I was a little bit scared whether I'll be a chairperson sitting in front of such a great personality. But I am so happy and lucky that I am the chairperson sitting on this chair and he is the speaker. So I am really indebted, sir. And all the students will be definitely, grateful to you for your beautiful talk. Thank you very much, sir.
Excellent perspectives on reforming medical education. Thank you, Dr. Reddy and the chairs. Now, the next session explores the future of personalized medicine. The topic of the session being Bridging the Gaps in Systems Biology. I would like to invite the chairpersons for the session. The first chairperson being Professor Dr. P. Satish Chandra. He is the former director and vice chancellor of NIMHANS, and he is the chief consultant neurologist at Apollo Hospitals, the group of hospitals. His expertise lies in epilepsy, neurogenetics, clinical neurology. He has been awarded with multiple recipients of awards ranging from Ambassador for Epilepsy Award, Sir M. Vishweshwarya Award, Karnataka Rajasva Award, and many more. I invite you, sir, to chair the session.
Now, I would like to introduce with our next chairperson for the session, Professor and Head of the Department, Medicine, KIMS KIT, Professor Dr. Subhranshu Patra. His expertise are internal medicine, clinical research, and public health programs. He is a resource person for RNTCP, NVBDCP trainings. He has over 80 indexed publications, and he is an active peer reviewer. And the speaker for this session is Professor Alok Dhawan, Fellow of National Academy of Science and Director of Center for Biomedical Research. Now, I would like to request our esteemed chairpersons to kindly introduce our esteemed speaker and chair the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. I think we are coming to the latter part of the sessions. And as we started today, with the physician scientists are important by our ICMR DG, who was talking about it, the role of the medical doctors are changing. And we are going to the 21st century, where a doctor is not just the treating person, but they need to be scientists. They need to be inquisitive, which was further emphasized by Dr. Srinath Reddy. And we are coming to the last part of the program, where we are talking about in bridging the gap between the system biology and applied medicine. And we have a very learned person, Professor Alok Dhawan, who is the director for Center for Biomedical Research, who is an expertise in non-material toxicology, biochemistry, environment, biomedical science, technology innovations. He was started as an INSA Young Scientist Medal way back in 1994 and a CSR Young Scientist Award, then many awards after that.
Professor Chandra, thank you so much.
He has done a lot of work. And so
I
present to you, Alok Dhawan.
Thank you so much. And as they say here, I found out Aparanna. Is that correct? नमस्कार एंड जय जगन्नाथ। सबसे पहले आप सब लोग बहुत जोर से एक बार ताली बजा दीजिए। So I think as a scientist आपको पूछना चाहिए था क्यों आपने बजा दी ताली खट से। So I think you should be curious why I said so, and that is where I think clinical science begins. You need to be curious, you need to be innovative in your thought process. किसी के कहने पे ना चलिए, अपना wisdom लगाइए. But I must say that do listen to your professors, that's how you learn. But you should also practice what they practice and try to imbibe as much as possible. I never forget, sir, with your permission, doesn't matter. With your permission, that there was a gentleman, he said, ki, bhai, let us go and check. It's all about observation. So it's all for students to begin with. Professor Chawla ke liye main abhi aaunga thodi der mein. I think there was a round that was happening, and a professor who was standing, he took all the time, he took the students with him. एक diabetic patient था. हिंदी समझ में आती है आप लोगों को? बस तो सूट पे ना जाना, हिंदी में बात करेंगे. I think वो बहुत परेशान था कि भाई क्या स्टूडेंट्स ने क्या सीखा. So उन्होंने कहा कि आज पेशेंट कैसा है? शुगर का लेवल कितना है, वो पुराने ज़माने की बात थी। उन्होंने कहा सर ठीक है, लुक्स गुड। तुमने कैसे टेस्ट किया? सर वो टेस्ट किया था। सो ही टुक द बोल ऑफ यूरिन, उन्होंने उंगली डिप करी और चाटी। बोले यार देखने में तो ठीक लगा। सो एवरीबडी टर्न अराउंड, ऑल द स्टूडेंट टर्न, ये क्या कर दिया आपने सर, ऐसे तो हम टेस्ट नहीं करेंगे। बोले यू आर ऑल फेल्ड। उनका सर ऐसी क्या गलती करी? बोले आपने ऑब्जर्व ही नहीं किया, मैंने ये वाली उंगली डिप करी तो ये वाली चाटी थी। So I think the nuance is in how you diagnose a patient, how you perceive, how you infer the data that you are actually seeing. I think that is where the nuance lies. We can have big words like bridging the gap, what Professor Chawla is giving me, systems biology and so on and so forth, what we shall do. I think you cannot do anything without having a very critical mindset, without having a very nuanced approach towards medicine. And I think that's where, if you permit, I'll spend 5-10 minutes with students. Students, are you ready? We have a small quiz for you. Is it okay? And then I'll come to the, okay, good. Otherwise, I have a mechanism to skip those slides, but I thought I'll just spend some time with you. So just to put things in perspective again, I completed my tenure on the 20th. So now I'm no more the director, but still, and that I've corrected here. It's a former director now. So just 2 days ago. And I was on the flight soon after. So what I've been given to sort of share with you is bridging the gap of systems biology and applied sciences, and perhaps, spelling mistake, in the Indian context. So systems biology क्या, पहले हम system समझ लें फिर biology समझेंगे. पहले system जो पीछे बैठे उनको हम समझ लेते हैं. Then we'll go into biology, right? So ये क्या होता है BCCI? क्या बात है, कोई लड़की खड़ी है जल्दी से. One girl student just shouted from this side. अरे ऐसे बोलो ना, क्या है, ऐसे सिस्टम बनेगा, जल्दी 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 फटाफट बोलो. We don't have time. Come stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up. Give me your name and tell the full form. बोलो क्या है. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead. Wonderful. Your name? जोर से बोलो यार, खाना खा के आए हो. Good. So now when you talk of science, there is a perception, perspective. I would not say perception, it's perspective. So this is my perspective. BCCI. बराबर है? That's how you think differently. Don't think like what everybody else thinks. You'll never progress in life. A lot of philosophy my predecessor has just mentioned, and I was just making notes after notes. I think wonderful talk. So my compliments to him. कबड्डी लीग देखा आप लोग ने, इंडियन कबड्डी लीग? That is where you guys have to take India 2047, right? You have to be the knowledge league of, we were the knowledge league of the past, but something happened and suddenly we are the followers. So I was just telling Professor Charlo, we cannot follow the best practices, we have to make next practices and let others make them the best practices for the organization. So I think it will only happen when you become Indian Knowledge League. IPL तो सब जानते हैं, BCCI कंट्रोल करता है, बराबर है ना? So this is what you need to become, intellectual property leaders, right? So I think right from the beginning, since morning, Professor Bahel also mentioned about IPR, about patenting, about copywriting, about, and I tell you what, it is very simple. Can you ask that girl? आपके पीछे जो बैठी है, इधर देखो, इधर इधर. You want a question? Do you want to ask a question? आप ही से कह रहा हूँ, आपसे कह रहा हूँ. The one who's looking at the back. Do you want to ask a question? So I think it's best to have a discussion rather than having talk between yourself. I think what Professor Bahel mentioned was, anything that you wish, there is a mechanism in the government. I can tell you a simple thing for students. If you make your own PowerPoint, which is absolutely novel and your own, you can have a copyright of that PowerPoint presentation itself. And that itself is a IPR for you, which you can later monetize if you so wish. So I think it's very important to become intellectual property leaders, right? But when we are talking, it's not moving anymore, right? Okay. So when we talk of science, I think there's an art of science, right? There's science in arts and there's arts in science, and that's why everybody mentioned about social science, so on and so forth. So you need to understand science. Once you understand the alphabets of science, you start innovating. तो जो बच्चे पीछे बैठे बदमाशी कर रहे हैं, उसको बरकरार रखिए आप, ठीक है? ऐसी बदमाशी नहीं करते हैं. क्यों फ़ोन छीन रहे हो उसका? बदमाशी से क्रिएटिविटी आती है. So within the framework of where you are, in which institution you are, you keep that badmashi alive, that makes you creative. If you are caught, you are still creative. If you are not caught, you are innovative. अगर आप पकड़ गए तो creative हैं, नहीं पकड़े गए तो innovative हैं. So I think that's even more important in a medical field. You need to understand. Once you are done with it, what should I say? The boundaries are marked. Then rest is arts, because then you're going to make a product. Then it has to be looking good and so on and so forth. So then you go into creativity and enterprise and so on and so forth. So you don't need to worry about that. But where does it start? By asking a question, right? So when I was given the title by Professor Chawla, the first thing that went into my mind, what should I speak to the students, which I did ask him several times, even this morning. But then I thought it's a good idea to sort of push you and make you understand how science begins, especially in the case of medicine, when you are going to treat patients. The first thing will be, how do you approach the patient? What do you see? एक ज़माना था जब patient चल के आता था. I have 12 doctors in my family. I am the mutant. All the rest are doctors. तो वो जब चल के आता था, उतनी दूर में आधी बीमारी उनको पता लग जाती थी. Because they were always questioning their mind कि क्या हो रहा है, उस patient में क्या problem है, देखने में क्या दिक्कत है, चल पा रहा है, नहीं चल पा रहा है. Is his gait fine, this, that, and then rest they will ask, right? So questioning is the bottom line for anything to happen, right? अब उसके लिए क्या चाहिए? अब आप ये सब आपका anatomy तो आप समझना, मेरे बस का नहीं है यार. So what makes us human? Anybody? हम लोग आदमी क्यों हैं? What makes us human? Or this is even better. How are humans a superior social animal? Because we have WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Reels. Anybody? बोलो. Self-consciousness. And the animals don't have it. They don't? अरे देखिए, वो एक मरता है तो दूसरा रोता है ना, हाथी का दिखाते रहते तो उनके कॉन्शियसनेस तो आई है. कुत्तों को देखिए. हाँ बोलो. Just speak out your mind, no? That's the best thing to happen. No? Okay. I can't waste time. It's the ability to question. Nobody else can question. You can question, assimilate knowledge and pass on to your next generation. तुम्हारी दादी नानी ने क्या किया था, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Right? So you can just pass it on. That's what happens in medicine all the time. The animals, they have to start from scratch. That's how you're a superior social animal. Why is the question. Why? Because of this organ that you have. That's the brain, right? The only brain that has a shape of a question mark in the animal kingdom. So that's the starting point in a human anatomy, that the brain itself is a question mark. So it allows you to question things, right? फिर टर्मिनल 3, अब जब मैं इसको डेवलप करा, टर्मिनल 3 फोटो खींचिए, कान भी क्वेश्चन मार्क है, नाक क्वेश्चन मार्क है, आँख क्वेश्चन मार्क है, लिप्स क्वेश्चन मार्क. So this 6 inches or 8 inches or 10 inches, however big your head is full of question marks. Allows you to question the environment, the human being. You assimilate everything from this. All the rest is animal. They just follow this 6 inches of your body. That's it. So I think it's very important for you to understand not only the anatomy but physiology or whatever you are going to study in your lifetime, gut-brain axis or what have you, but please understand it. Please keep questioning it. Be critical in what you do in life. Be critical in how you assess the patient. Be critical in how you approach the patient. Be critical in how you deal with the patient, okay? End of the day, it might come back to you in another form. You might go to somebody else's shop to buy something or to sort of meet someone, and they might treat you equally bad, and then you don't like it. So I think it's always good to be very polite to the patient, because they, as they are not very healthy, and they come with a different mindset. So you have to be very polite to them and kind to them and see how you can pacify them as much as possible. So therefore, you should not be shy and afraid of asking questions. Don't worry if your boss is telling you something and you just say, जो वो कह रहा है ठीक ही होगा, always keep questioning and validating. Don't be, what should I say, aggressive and don't be rude. क्योंकि नंबर कट जाएंगे फर्स्ट क्रॉप में फेल हो गए तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी फिर बट आई थिंक विद इन दोज एम्बिट और विद इन दैट एटमॉस्फियर ट्राई टू आस्क क्वेश्चन बिकॉज once you ask the question, you are halfway through. Why? Because you asked the question. Now you're just waiting for the solution to happen, right? So you ask the question. Now once you ask the question, you have a direction. यार मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये इसको सॉल्व कैसे करना, फिर सोल्यूशन ढूंढना शुरू करो. क्वेश्चन तो खत्म. तो पहले आप अपनी ज़िंदगी में हर चीज़ के लिए क्वेश्चन पूछना, और क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए आपको समझना पड़ेगा. आप खाली बैठे क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ लोगे. So I think it's very important for you to understand what you're doing, and then once you start understanding and questioning, you're on top of the one question, you're top of that. Then you move on to the next one, right? So that's how you find solutions to the problems. That's how you persevere in life. That's how we all are here. And it doesn't have any age. I think I never have agreed to this out of the box thinking. I think as soon as you limit your thinking to the box, you're done. So please think and understand and do, and that's good enough, right? If you want to jump from the first floor with some mechanism, do that. If that makes you happy, right? But don't jump otherwise. And science and understanding of medicine is limitless, seamless, happens all the time. It cannot happen only on weekends when you're watching a movie. So it has to happen 24/7 while you're watching the patient, or otherwise when you go back, you have to come back again and see. And these are a list of things. The one thing I always understand as a scientist, when Professor Bahl said, I was very happy that he said we should be physician scientists, right? So physician, he is guided by only what he's read or what the MR is going to tell you. But a scientist is pluralistic. He's also trying to look at others' work and then trying to infer and then going back again. So I think once you get into that circle of scientists, you'll start thinking, yaar, mera to kuch hai nahi. It's a collective effort. So it's like more of we rather than I. Right? So that's the only profession I feel that's more of we rather than I. And I always feel at times that a lot of our medical people go abroad to attend conferences. I rarely find them going abroad to learn something new and coming back, apart from procedures which they can earn more money. But I'll tell you one example now, while these guys can read what is written here, right? There was a gentleman who walked up to me as director of the previous institute, and he said, sir, I'd like to learn, and this can be followed in any of the aims. For example, I want to learn metadata analysis. I said, fair enough. Kahan ho raha hai? Sir, 6-week workshop in Italy. I didn't even blink an eye. मैंने sign किया, epidemiologist था, he went. 6 weeks he spent, he came back. Within 2 months of that came that GBD call, Global Burden of Disease call, and he said, sir, should I participate? हमने कहा, should का क्या मतलब? You have to participate. You have to support that risk. हमने कहा, participate करो ना. Data started coming to him. The best part was the data from India that came to him for review was saying that these deaths were caused due to smoking. So for them, tobacco means smoking only. They did not account for chewing tobacco, masala, bidi, hookah, whatever have you. When he started putting all that in perspective, those guys started loading him with more information, more. Ultimately, he had 17 papers in Lancet, 7 papers in Lancet, 1 in New England Journal of Medicine. For me, it was only 6 weeks of training that I supported. That's it. So the return on investment was huge. 17 papers in 2 to 3 years' time we got from the institution. It is unbelievable. So I think, and then I repeated the same in CDRI when I was director for a year. I said, यार वो 1.5 लाख 3 लाख रुपए आते थे इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल के. जनरली डायरेक्टर खर्च करता है अपने ऊपर घूमने जाता है. मैंने कहा तुम लोग किसी को जाना हो, you report to your HOD, and if he agrees to your training, I will sign off. We sent a person to Israel. He came back and started a new discipline altogether in this country. So I think it is very pertinent to say at this juncture that when students like these are sitting here, is it possible for KIT or KIMS to have these kind of mechanisms in place where you provide a fellowship for the students to go do something while they're studying, come back and implement it here along with one guide or whatever it is. I don't know, but that's how it is. But yeah, you can just, I will, for want of time, but this is very important. Here you can perhaps know, next level is understand, third level is explore, and finally you diversify. once you start understanding, this is a cycle. Once you start understanding, you start exploring more and more. And then you diversify in different fields. It's not necessary that, so for me as an individual, I can just share with you that every 5 years I change my field of research. I never went back to what I did in my PhD program. I was very happy to hear from my predecessor, my previous speaker, that if you don't shape the future, the present will extend itself, something of that order. So I think it's absolutely wonderful that you ride the wave all the time, and I was able to establish 5 areas of toxicology in this country, 4 of which are among top 10 in the world, 1 of which is top 4, number 5 is Harvard. Okay, so I think it's very important that we always look at what is on the horizon, where are we going in medical science or any science for that matter. But you can only diversify once you start understanding. So what I'll do now is for 5 minutes you have me shutting my mouth, and another Alok Dhawan will come up on screen, and then you can listen to what this institution does, and then I'll discuss about systems biology for another 5 minutes. I think I should be good in time. Okay. आवाज नहीं आ रही यार. So they muted me as soon as I became former director. That's not a good idea. जग रहे हो तुम लोग सब यार? Good, good. जगते रहना, बहुत जबरदस्त कार्टून आएगा इसके बाद. Tom and Jerry. Welcome to the Center of Biomedical Research here in Lucknow, which is an autonomous center of the government of Uttar Pradesh under its Department of Medical Education. The vision of CBMR is to undertake, aid, promote, develop, guide and coordinate basic clinical and translational research. And under this vision, the mission of CBMR is to establish an enabling ecosystem for cutting-edge interdisciplinary research and entrepreneurship leading to better patient care. This center was started as a Center of Biomedical Magnetic Resonance, and in the year 2013, we enhanced our vision to make it the Center of Biomedical Research. Center has been working in multidisciplinary areas to undertake cutting-edge research in biological and chemical sciences. This center, over the period of almost 17 years, has been relentlessly working in the area of better patient care using clinical metabolomics as well as functional MRI. It has not only helped the clinicians in the hospitals to be able to identify the disease conditions, but also to be able to track and monitor the therapeutics of the diseases that they are following. CBMR has been closely associated with institutions such as the Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, the King George Medical University, and the Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences. Apart from that, we have been now associated with various institutions, hospitals, universities, IITs to be able to exploit the full potential of this center. To undertake cutting-edge research, CBMR is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities both in the area of biomedical sciences as well as in chemistry. Over the years, the Center of Biomedical Research has emerged as a premier research institution in India in the area of disease research. We are now being able to develop biomedical devices which are capable of identifying or differentiating disease conditions using the biomarkers of NMR. For this, the center has actively collaborated with IIT Mumbai, and once these devices are ready, we will be able to serve the primary health centers. This center is very unique as it has a 800 megahertz solution state NMR, which is utilized for clinical metabolomics. It is the only one of its kind in this country. We also have a 600 megahertz solid state NMR, which can be utilized for cartilage and bone. And again, this is the only one of its kind in the country. And we are actively collaborating with international universities for these kind of researches. Using the 3 Tesla functional MRI machine, we have been able to probe the various cognitive dysfunctions or deficits that are observed not only in children but also in adult population. This has now helped the clinicians in identifying these at a very early stage. Some of the examples, of course, are ADHD and bipolar diseases. The center is advancing frontiers of science for human health and wellness, and keeping this in mind, it is proposed that we will soon be establishing this as an institution for translational research. The center has also contributed towards very high-end synthetic chemistry, which will now be very helpful in the area of drug development. The center, with an ambition to become an institute, has established different departments such as the advanced spectroscopy and imaging, systems biology, data sciences, biological and synthetic chemistry, biomedical engineering devices, and of course an incubation cell to make this center, and not only center, Uttar Pradesh an Atmanirbhar state. Through this, we'll be contributing towards the various mission programs of the country as enshrined by the Honorable Prime Minister, and of course the state as enshrined by the Honorable Chief Minister. The center supports research in the area of medical and functional MRI, biomolecular NMR, molecular synthesis, translational cell biology, and chemical biology. The center produces high quality research, and the Nature Index in 2020-2021, when it assessed the government institution across the world, CBMR was assessed at number 4 in chemistry in the country and among top 10 in all subjects in India, and was also ranked among top 50 in the world in chemistry and among top 200 in the world in all subjects. This only goes to show the high quality research being undertaken at the center, for which I am indeed grateful to the Scientific Advisory Council and all my faculty members. I should like to thank... Okay, so this was a brief background about the center from which I come. And as I mentioned, it's a very small center. We now currently have about 17 faculty, but previously we had about 9 of them. But I think the quality of research, and primarily what Professor Bahel and others have been saying since the morning, the context in which we do research is very profound, and we only do research in areas where the clinicians are struggling to find a solution. I think that's how we have been very strongly integrated with SGPGI, with KGMU and RML because of their proximity to our institution. And the best thing was when I joined 5 years ago, was the fact that we had already done a humongous amount of work, which was all published on almost 45, 46 disease conditions. More than 25,000 samples had been analyzed on NMR, primarily using serum or urine as samples and trying to find out small molecules as metabolites, which can be used as biomarkers. But as is always said, that if you have high-end equipment in a medical school or in a research laboratory, it cannot be replicated, it cannot be scaled up. So that's when I decided that I come from a very different background where we would like to have things going into market. So I said, well, let's rediscover ourselves. Publication is good, but how about patenting? So from 0 patent in 2020, we now have 20 patents. 5 of them have been granted, 1 technology which is in the process of commercialization. And the fact was that this is all coming out of chemistry and the NMR-based sort of metabolites or metabolomics that we've done. And these metabolites are being able to identify or differentiate disease conditions for which there were no tests. For example, sarcoidosis. So sarcoidosis and tuberculosis is very difficult to differentiate. And here was a case in point where we had a group of what I call a chemical signature or metabolic signature, which was very unique to sarcoidosis versus tuberculosis. So we were able to differentiate between the two. So when you talk of systems biology, I think it's an approach where you look at all the things that are happening inside the body. It could be proteomics, genomics, metabolomics, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of omics. I don't want to bore you with all of that. But suffice to say that we look at a holistic picture of what's happening inside the body and then try to come up with a solution. A lot of work has been done in this country, especially in terms of genomes. We've done more than 10,000 genomes, for example. A lot of work happened in this field during COVID times as well. Even now, DBT is doing 1 genome per day for different species now. But I think it's very important for us to understand how those genomes actually translate into real life. So genetics is one side, but how you're exposed. I think one thing which I did not hear from any of the speakers, and I'm still surprised, because when I did some human studies in terms of collaborating with epidemiologists, the first thing I told them, do you have an exposure history in your questionnaire? They said no. I was very surprised. I rarely find in SGPGI that while they are filling out the history of the patient, that they have a column where they are putting up exposure history. So what the occupational history, where this person is coming from. I think that is how you'll be able to identify things that people are getting exposed to and the subsequent diseases that they actually end up. So we are primarily looking at a disease and trying to look at those symptoms and trying to solve that issue rather than looking at a holistic picture as to how this disease has come about and trying to go to the cause of that disease, especially in cases of exposure. It's very rare. In the US, what they started now is they look at umbilical cord, which I did submit to ICMR as well, and after the child is born, and they look at a few of the heavy metals. So in case they find, for example, arsenic in the umbilical cord, they go back to the parents and they ask from where they have come. They might have migrated from one part of the US to the other. And they figure out the parents were exposed. The child is then monitored for 40 years for picking up any early symptoms of arsenic poisoning, right? So I think these things are very important while we are discussing patient care or future of healthcare. I think it will be very, very important how we are going to handle the people who are coming in terms of systems biology approach. But on the other hand, I would say that to make it less cumbersome, I think it will be equally good to see how either AI, or things like this can also be helpful to you. So in terms of metabolomics, I'll share some data which is quite interesting from our institution. So this is all about metabolomics, but you see all these different kind of things that we do. All of these are being done, but I'll stick to metabolomics right now because I think that was the focus of this talk. And here we are looking at different disease conditions and trying to find out NMR-based metabolites that can predict, identify, or be able to sort of tell you about the therapeutics, whether it's working or not. And this has only been possible because of the close interaction with the tertiary care hospitals that are around in Lucknow, right? So I think considering the fact that we have a mix of gray hair and absolutely black hair, I think I need to be cognizant of the fact because I see some kids are now almost sleeping. So I need to keep them awake as well. So, but I think what we need to see is that how in different disease conditions, including autoimmune inflammatory diseases, these technique, which is very simple, you get an answer within 45 minutes. That's it. You don't even have to prepare a sample. There's no sample preparation involved. So I think it's a wonderful technique, but it's expensive. So now what we have done, I've spoken to an entrepreneur, you must be knowing, Thyrocare, the boss of Thyrocare, Velumani, and he says, if you tell me that NMR will diagnose disease conditions based on markers, I'm willing to put 40 or 50, however many are required throughout the country. Money is not an issue. You tell me and I'll figure out a business plan. So I think it's very exciting time that we are living in, and I think we had a talk, just before lunch, which showed that people are willing to step forward if you have something in mind. So what we did was we looked at different samples from control and from disease population, and ultimately we were able to, I will just go to that slide. Here, we were able to then identify, based on the serum metabolomics, the differentiation between sarcoid and TB. And if you see the R-square, it's 0.95, it's pretty good actually. Our prediction was really good. And now PGI uses us routinely. If they have any issues, they will send the sample to us. For patent sake, I think this slide was masked. So these are basically the metabolites that show up in active TB versus sarcoid. So ultimately, using this as a starting point, we then looked at other disease conditions. The next one was ARDS. Again, all this you are very well aware. The only thing I will come to is mild, moderate, and severe. In PGI, they were getting samples at times. They would present as mild. They will put them on, mild oxygen nasal prongs, and next day the person will die. So they couldn't figure out what is happening, right? So within no time there will be problem with the system. And then when we started looking at the serum metabolomics, we figured out that the metabolism is absolutely haywire, even though they are mild. So once we did that, we went ahead and they started looking at their Apache and SOFA scores. We were looking at our point of view. So we did BALF and serum both, because that's the standard care and that's how you validate data. So for sarcoid, we have now more than 400 samples that we've already done. And now I think one of the clinicians, Dr. Professor Alok Nath, I was talking to him, he was saying that he would like to now propose a different mode of diagnosis as well as treatment as a policy from SGPGI. Same is true for the ARDS now. So these are the different patients that have been now addressed, almost 500 patients now that we've done control. And these were the different metabolites that were identified, both in terms of BALF and in terms of serum. We found very good concordance with what the clinicians were observing, but at a much early stage. They only came to know after the... Oh, this is not working. Yeah, thank you. So then we went ahead and did the accuracy for both Apache and SOFA score, and there was very good concordance in the data. So now there are like 5 disease conditions for which we had really good... So we discussed this, we made a big presentation to IIT Bombay Biomedical Engineering Department, and we said, boss, we have the biomarkers in place, but we don't have the chemistry in place. So why can't you develop the chemistry? Make a handheld device. So we had several rounds of discussion with Rohit. He's with the blue shirt standing here. And ultimately, we signed an MOU in 24. We now have a device in place, which is a handheld device, and can now measure various metabolites for 5 disease conditions. And currently, with the help of NRDC, which is again an enterprise of DSIR, under the Ministry of Science Technology, with whom we signed a MOU again. So we now have we have filed the patent now, not yet sanctioned, but just filed in April of this year. The device is ready. We have done Orbit. So it's I mean, all the people talk about bench to bedside. This is the reverse. I always say it's always, you go to bedside, find out the problem, come to the bench and resolve it. I think this is a good example where we went to bedside, found the problem, came to bench, solved it, and again now we're going back to bedside. So the only issue why I intervened here was the fact that an NMR would cost you anywhere between 25-30 crores. And this machine, if it is produced en masse, would perhaps not cost you more than 50,000, maybe less. And you can actually run it through your mobile phone. We've done all that, app is ready, everything is ready. So I think, and since it is based on human samples, so ideally it is validated. But nonetheless, we have asked, once we commercialize, this is one of the aspects of commercialization, that the company has to produce certain number of prototypes, commercially ready prototypes. They might modify certain electronics, etc. But once it is done, then we will again send it back to certain hospitals. I did have a talk with Professor Bahel. He said, I'll be more than happy to send it through ICMR if you wish, and we can have a validation again. So I think that to be something that is really good, that has come from bedside. The problem has been solved, and we are going back again, doing the science on our side, including technologists from IIT Bombay. We do have another MOU with IIT Kanpur, where we're looking at data science approaches, AI modeling, etc. So that's in parallel going on. But I thought this would be very appropriate for this audience to understand end-to-end solution. These are the guys. So there's a group of people who are the doers, and then there are a group of people who are facilitators. So I was the facilitator and thought leader behind what was happening in that institution. And in terms of policy changes, I can assure you that once the bureaucrats and the politicians understand what it means for the general public, the policies flow through within no time. So I think I took some 6 or 7 policies through my governing council, right from publication charge to cover page charge to patenting to commercialization. None of this was existing. For 7 people, you can't have these things in your institution. For each of them, I got central government involved. And because we are a state government institute, everything was free of cost. So all those were signed, and everything is now in place. It's a policy-based decisions that have been done by the government. And we said, well, if these are patents that are being filed, they will get credit for patents, not for publications. They said, absolutely fine, whatever you say, we are good. And Rajiv, and before him, Balram, and so our governing council has all the 5 secretaries, DST, DBT, CSIR, ICMR, and UGC. apart from another. So we have 14 people in total, of which only 3 or 4 are bureaucrats. So I think when they weigh heavy on them, it's good for us. So I think it's a good model in the state government that has done excellent research. This year in March, we published the Nature. We published the first PNAS paper from our institute in 23. First paper from Lucknow. There are 4 CSR labs. None of them have ever published PNAS. Because we had access to human samples, we started from in silico, and then went in vitro, then went into mouse, and then finally into human samples, and that entire paper came out in PNAS. So I think it's how you think. I think KIT is a bedrock where you can explore anything that you feel like. You have everything within the system. So I think it's a wonderful ecosystem that you have, right from basic research to social science to entrepreneurship to anything that you feel. I would be of the opinion that some of these modern techniques, if they are not available here, they can always be outsourced to begin with, and then we can establish these things here. But I think with caution, because we don't know yet if personalized medicine is actually going to see the light of the day. Personalized medicine, I mean, Ayurveda was one form of it, but in the modern times, how much of that will actually translate, I'm not sure. But I think it's been, for me, a wonderful journey of how we've been able to take part of the systems biology forward. Now, currently, we have like 28 partnerships. We had 0 when I started in 2020. We have 28 partnerships, the best of institutions in the country. And each of them have a very specific mandate, including one for the PhD program, which is ACSIR. So with this, I'd like to thank first Professor Chawla for pushing me this hard to come here. I don't know why he caught me, but nonetheless. And of course, the organizers for being very kind and their very warm hospitality since yesterday. They ensured that I'm not a security risk, so they've got a volunteer 24/7 behind me. But nonetheless, I think I'm very happy with it. So, and finally, my chairpersons for chairing the session. Thank you very much indeed. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Wonderful, sir. I think after spending so long time in the same institute, you must be a satisfied man now, because the way you have brought up and how you went through your own experience is really satisfying. So how the metabolomic has changed, how it has become a new terminology in the research now, whether it is a genomic, proteomic, metabolomic, transcriptomic, radiomic, all are now together. And the young students who are sitting there, I think he started very nicely with BCCI, IPL and IKL. And what a way to bring and inspire the students here. I think you have a wonderful day today, starting from morning, where our ICMR DG started with physician scientists, and now Alok has talked about how an BCCI can be brought in here in your curriculum. This is what is very important. Now the young students have a lot of opportunities. In India, most of the institutions has got all the facilities, be it a technology or whether it is a social sciences or whether it is any of the research, it is all available within us. And then interdisciplinary and inter-institutional collaborations are possible, and which we have also done in Bangalore. We have plenty of institutions, and that is what exactly is what Alok Dhawan has spoken about. And you are in a great period, and I think you have a bright future ahead for the young students to think about from this conclave. So, yes, sir.
Just one thing, again, for the clinicians. As scientists, we thought we should look at single nucleotide polymorphisms to figure out, where we are and can we have this kind of precision medicine, so-called. And at that time, maybe, 15 years ago, how would we figure out? So it's very common, Professor Chawla will bear with me, I think, don't take it otherwise. So-and-so in North Indian population, it's absolutely crap. You have so many publications coming out of medical institutions. In North Indian population means nothing. So now if we go with, so that time Partha was there, Partha Majumdar in Indian Statistical Institute. We had him, we had several rounds of discussion. How do we figure out populations? So he said SNP by population will be very difficult. So why don't we start the other way around? Now look at this. Scientists are talking about medicine. कौन सी medicine किस देश में ज़्यादा बिकती, किस प्रदेश में, वो पकड़ो. So if it is diabetes, more diabetes in Gujarat, let's catch hold of diabetes and look at the SNPs in Gujarat and so on. That's how we decided how we'll go about the country. We collected 30,000 samples. We look at multiple SNPs, different institutions involved. So I think it's the way you approach the issue, how critical you are in your thought process. And it was within no time we got all the data from the multinational companies or other companies who were selling and the governments. So within 2 to 3 months we got all the data of the medicines being sold. I mean, it's just the way thinking, I think. That
Thank you, sir. Bedside to bench, bench to bedside. That is the medicine, and that is what we are all as a clinician. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those cutting-edge insights into system biology application. Now, moving on with our last session for the day, how technology can make healthcare accessible. Chairing this session, we have Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla, Chairman Academics KIT, former Director of PGI Chandigarh and Padma Shri Awardee. Professor Chawla is India's leading hepatologist with 600 research publications. His contributions to medical education continue to shape the next generation of healthcare professionals. Welcome, sir.
And with him, we have Professor Dr. Roma Ratan. She is the Joint DMET. She is Professor in Biochemistry and is currently having an ongoing study on HPV prevalence. Her special focus is on translating molecular techniques into diagnostics, focusing on polymorphism, SNP and RFLP, and mutation analysis. She has over 50 publications in national and international journals, and special focus on diagnostics, molecular genomics, translating molecular into final commercial packages. She has numerous awards, and the speaker for this current session is Professor V. Kamakoti, who is a Padma Shri Awardee and Director of IIT Madras. He will be joining us online. I request the chairpersons to kindly introduce the speaker and over to chairing the session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We have a very prominent speaker now for this session. Unfortunately, he could not make it. He cancelled his trip only today morning. As you know, IIT Chennai has been the pioneer in coming out with affordable medical innovations. And it is under the directorship of Professor Kamakoti that the institute has risen to greater heights. So it would be wonderful listening to you. Are you there, Dr. Kamakoti? Hello. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Dr. Kamakoti. How are you feeling now? Very, very bad, very sad for us not to have you in physically over here. But Professor Kamakoti is...
I'm not able to hear.
Oh. Hello?
Yes, now I am able to hear, yeah.
Okay. So we've had a entire day with almost 7 talks, and we missed your presence. But we are on the final lap of the program today, and we are all eagerly waiting to listen to you on the affordable medical innovations that have come out from IIT Chennai, which is a pioneer and the best in the country. Over to you, Professor Kamakoti.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you very much for inviting. Unfortunately, due to slightly indifferent health, I was not able to travel today. But however, I'm very happy to meet all of you because today we are actually in a cusp where we need a lot of technology to join with medicine, and there is a need for scalable, affordable, accessible, quality healthcare for all, as stated in the Sustainable Development Goal 3 of the United Nations. And this is going to be possible, especially with a diverse population in India, and with a population which has different, income level. Many of them could not afford very quality healthcare because of the cost. So there is a need for us to start coming up with solutions. The first biggest success for us in the current decade is the COVID vaccine, wherein if we had actually waited for the COVID vaccine, like what we did for the polio vaccine some 100 years before, I think India as a country would have closed. We not only came out with, 2 vaccines, but also we donated these vaccines to countries that need them. And we have administered close to 275 crores of vaccinations have been done, as recorded by the COVID app. So friends, what we proved through COVID is that we really have our capability. Excuse me, can you just mute your side, please? Can you mute your side, please? So what we actually have shown the entire world, that it is not just that we could make vaccines, we could make vaccines that are very effective, that are very cheap, and that are also very suitable for the environment conditions. So this is the level of innovation that we brought in at a very record time. And so that gives us a lot of confidence. Friends, at the time of COVID, it was also that we did not have ventilators, and we came up with fully indigenous ventilators at that point of time. We did not have oxygen beds. Some startups, many of them from IIT Madras, we are very happy to tell you that within a month we were able to do using a fast construct technology called modular housing, where we basically were able to create 3,000 oxygen beds across the country, and which saved several thousands of patients, right? And this was possible within a month. And so these are some of the challenges. And of course, these are something that invention, the necessity is the mother of all inventions. And this necessity actually made us invent and deploy and successfully deploy, and also get very good results in fields specifically amplified during the COVID times. So with this as a background, let me just quickly go through some of the very interesting things that are happening at IIT Madras, wherein we can basically see some of the very interesting developments that are happening in the area of affordable medical innovation, and specifically where we are talking according to the SDG 3, healthcare for all. Right? So the basic thing is this whole journey will be successful only when technology and medicine comes together. In my days, which is say 30 years before, when we were all 30 to 40 years before, when we were all trying to basically get into the professional stream, engineering and medicine had a very big wall, and I think we need to break that wall. That wall has been broken over a period of time to basically bring in medicines that are medical equipments that are Atmanirbhar, that are Swadeshi. And why Swadeshi? Because if you start importing things, it is going to be extremely costly. If you look at the bill of materials of many of these, it will be 1/10 or 1/15 of the cost that you pay. But there's a lot more of research and other basic investments that are actually gone into making those machines. And that is why these machines are extremely costly. And the moment you import these things with large costs, it is not going to, and we can't scale it and we can't give affordable healthcare because we need to start repaying. If a private hospital imports these very costly machines, they can't obviously give that for treatment at a low cost because they have to pay back their loan and they have a return on investment also. So this is something which is very important. So three pillars are important at this stage. One is smart engineering, another is the smartness comes from the way you start understanding the human body and the way you model the human body and the way you basically make it as, the way we make it as, we make it as engineering mathematical model. For example, we run at IIT Madras, we run a department for medical sciences and technology. And what we basically achieved there, what we have achieved in the last 2 years of this department is that we have made a cardiac surgeon actually look at the heart as a Navier-Stokes equation, right, as a partial differential equation. So there is a lot of smartness involved in basically understanding the functioning of the human body and giving out a very interesting mathematical model. And then this mathematical model needs to become a very good design and a design that is very scalable, and that need to be marketed out, that needs to go through all the approvals and basically come out. So it is a very curious combination of the medical fraternity along with engineering faculty to come out with smart engineering solutions for diagnosis and treatment and making it a product that could scale with a very low cost. So this is the real crux of the problem today. And one big boon, why we are trying to do it now, and that there are AI, artificial intelligence, actually becomes extremely important. Today, AI can analyze your blood report or your, or your X-rays or your other things and basically give you some very interesting solutions, interesting pointers. It may not replace, and I'm sure it will not replace a doctor, but it will certainly help the doctor to look very quickly into a large report and tell out pointers where there are issues and probably they should start looking at in great detail. And this type of solution, if we get in, then we can actually go to what we call as the villages and do mass screening. Today, many times a disease is undetected for a long time and then it starts affecting your body. And so this basically can give you a point of care testing, right? You go to those places. And more importantly today, we are not looking at, there is a lot of need for looking at what we call as disease network. Today, when your head is aching, it is not because of a problem in your head, but problem in your gut, right? So we don't know what is the relation, why certain symptoms are shown in the body. There is multiple reasons for that. Also, the reason why a patient actually gets diabetes in, say, Chennai is different from the reason why they get a diabetes in, say, Northeast. Because of climatic variations, different food habits, different social habits, different environments, so different food materials. So there are a lot of diversity that we can see in India with 150 crore plus population. We can start seeing a very, very large thing here. So this essentially leads us to a concept of what we call as personalized, treatment, because each body is different. Each body has its own genomics and whatever anatomy and we have to give a different treatment which is personalized. So a lot of efforts are being taken. Recently at IIT Madras, we started this single cell omics lab, translational lab, which is going to start looking at, at a cell level, certain details, which will be extremely important for quick diagnosis, quick prediction, and point of care diagnosis also. When these analysis can be put onto devices, and those devices can go and do a mass scale, mass screening of whatever disease that they are trying to predict or detect, diagnose. I think that is going to be the next thing. So this is very fundamental for us to get this affordable health care for sure. Now, why is India an innovation testbed? We already know about that in great detail, that we have a very diverse population, we have diverse environments, we have environments that are very hot, very cold, we have environments which are completely rainy, we have different type of crop patterns, we have different type of weather, etc., etc., etc. And today, India today has, as a country, we have a very large digital ecosystem. We have Aadhaar, we have UPI and other things. So this digital ecosystem, and with lot more of connectivity that we are seeing, and 5G is becoming quite prominent now. Now with this type of thing, I think it's going to become quite easy for us to scale. The fundamental building block of having a digital infrastructure is, in my opinion, to a large extent solved. So there needs to be end use cases and health point of care delivery, mass screening, and these are going to be some very good niche applications for all the telecommunication and digital infrastructure that we have put in place. So this is a very interesting thing. Now, on the other hand, when we start looking at this type of role of AI and digital health that we are now talking of, two important things come up. One is that we need these things to be ethical, we need it to be explainable, we need it to be affordable, of course, and we need it to be responsible. Ethical in the sense when it makes a decision that it should be based on certain ethics. For example, today, when we do, if we are going to have a point of a mass ultrasound scanning, this may be used for gender determination in pregnant ladies, and we have certain social repercussions for that. So all that technology that we develop must have certain ethical value there, and so that is one. And the technology must also be explaining the reason for why certain diagnoses are happening. That's what we call it as explainable. And it should also be accountable. So this is called responsibility. Specifically in the AI domain, responsible AI and explainable AI are extremely important. And there is a lot of effort that is happening. And the second biggest barrier is the language barrier. We have more than 20 plus official Indian languages. And so there are a lot of efforts that are happening across the world, where, and specifically in India, we have the AI for Bharat, we have Sarvam, many startup companies today who are looking at real-time translation from one language X to language Y across these 21, 22 official languages that we have. So this is also becoming extremely important, breaking the language barrier. So days are not far off that there is a tele-consultation that is happening, where a doctor sitting in Chennai talking in English to a patient sitting in, say, some Bhubaneswar, for example, and the Bhubaneswar patient listens it in Odia, and responds back in Odia, and the doctor listens it back in English. So there's a seamless communication between two individuals in two different languages, but both understand and respond back in their respective languages, and it is automatically translated by a tool. So these days are not far off. We are already in very good grip of such type of problems, and that is also something. Local languages also becomes extremely important. So today we are in a very, very important spot. We are a country of 150 crore population, many of them needing healthcare at different levels, and we are having a very big national problem of trying to solve affordable, accessible, equitable, quality healthcare for all. And now we have technologies, we have multiple AI techniques, and we need to understand the human body from an engineering perspective to make a lot more of engineering designs in India and make it and have startups linked with hospitals, do ethically with all the approvals, do field testing, patient level testing, and then basically launch multiple products. And I think that is the major solution for affordable healthcare for a largest democracy like Bharat. So with this, thank you very much for inviting me. I think I've spent the 15 minutes given to me. Thank you very much, and I will open up for any more interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti, for a wonderful overview of what affordable medical innovations would take us through. I've personally been to IIT Chennai a couple of times from the affordable medical innovation perspective. Professor Mohan Shankar is there. So I have been impressed by the machine perfusion used for cardiac transplant patients, which is a portable one. So that is an excellent affordable medical innovation that you've come out with. And secondly, for rural practice, you've come out with a device which picks up patients who are likely to develop coronary artery disease. And this is a handheld ultrasound machine. So some wonderful innovations have come out from IIT Chennai. And I only wish that if the engineering students could come to the medical college for a month or 2 months to understand the physiology and some disease aspects, our approach for more innovations would be more productive. So with those comments, I hand over the mic to my co-chair.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Dr. Kamakoti, for your excellent presentation and talk. Actually, in today's times, when we have healthcare apps, we have wearable healthcare monitors, we actually need more interventions and help from our engineering friends to guide us with the healthcare matrix and create affordable innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you. We wish that you were here with us personally.
I'll take the next opportunity to certainly come.
Certainly, certainly. Thank you very much. So we can log off. Yeah. Thank you.
So we had fascinating insights on technology-driven healthcare solutions. Thank you, esteemed chairs and Dr. Kamakoti, for your valuable contribution. As we approach to the conclusion of this enriching day, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ajit Mahanti, Director General KIMS, the Organizing Secretary of the National KIMS Conclave 2025, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great honor and privilege in my part to propose the vote of thanks in this memorable conclave with galaxy of speakers from all over India who have already highlighted the various health problems from the latest techniques like cardiac transplant, renal transplant, and other public health issues, and the evolution of the third front in the healthcare. So all these things we have already discussed. Now, all those discussions, I think those are all thought-provoking, and it will be of much help for the future of our next generation doctors who are present here. So, with this, we are going to conclude our session. At the first and foremost, My sincere gratitude goes to our honorable founder, KIT and KIMS, Professor Achyuta Samanta, who conceived the idea of a national conclave 2 years back for refining the professional excellence of our faculties and our doctors, and also all the doctors of our state as a whole. In each and every step of the conclave, he personally supervised the development and progress of the conclave. Without his timely and correct direction, this would have not been possible. So, next I sincerely thank Dr. Rajiv Bhal sir, Director General and Secretary DHR to Government of India for sparing his valuable time despite his busy schedule to grace the occasion. I, on behalf of the institution, express my heartfelt thanks to you, sir. We are really grateful to our esteemed speakers, Lieutenant General Dr. Velu Nair, Dr. K.L. Balkishan, Dr. Sunil Shroff, Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary, Professor B. Kamakuti, Dr. K. Sinath Reddy, Professor Alok Dhawan, and all the chairpersons who made this program successful with their technical, up-to-date and thought-provoking, in-depth analysis of each and every topic. This information and inspiration will act as a catalyst for the progress in new endeavor and research. I sincerely thank all the faculties and students from various medical colleges of our state for their active participation in the event to make this program successful. I sincerely thank the senior government officials and policymakers of the state for their active participation. I sincerely thank the faculties and students of KIMS for their active and lively participation to make the program a grand success. Also, I sincerely thank the faculties and students of KIMS and KIMS School of Pharmacy. The effort of our organizing team under the leadership of Professor Subrat Kumar Acharya, Professor Y.K. Chawla, Professor S.C. Anand, Dean and Principal, Professor C.B.K. Mahanti, and all cannot be described in words, without whose guidance and continuous monitoring, this program would not have been possible. I sincerely thank the reception and registration committee members under the chairmanship of Professor Subhranshu Patra of the scientific committee and Professor Nirmal Mahakud and all other members of the management committee for their tireless and sincere effort to make this program a grand success. Lastly, I thank the IT team, the electronic and print media, the logistic team for their active participation to make this program a grand success. With these few words, I would like to conclude. Just as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. With this gratitude, we close the chapter, carrying your blessings forward till the next year. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Distinguished guests and delegates, what a remarkable journey we have had today, from research infrastructure to transplant medicine and from education reform to system biology. We have explored the complete spectrum of healthcare transformation.
So with this, we conclude the National Conclave 2025, which had a unique format combining excellence with compassion. I would like to request all of you to kindly be standing. Sir? Photographs, yes. So we'll have the okay. So I'd like to request all of you to kindly come on the dais for a group photograph. We'll start with the delegates first. All the delegates and the faculty members to please join on stage for a photograph. The students kindly be seated for some more time, 5 minutes, please.